Please check your screen. Hello, Mr. Team. Now you have a permission to share screen now. Please check.
Tim is currently not able to hear us.
Deep, are you able to hear us?
Yes, sir. Mr. Team, please join with the application.
Could you request him to join via the WebEx application instead?
Do that now.
Anu, can you hear us?
Thanks.
Excellent. Pradeep, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Lovely, lovely, excellent. So we're just waiting on Tim.
Just try and call him and see what the issue is.
Sanmit, can we start? Meanwhile, we can figure out and change the order a little bit.
Yes, that's...
If that is a problem.
Maybe Anu can go first.
Happy to do that.
Yeah, let me introduce then Anu.
Yes, please.
I think we'll start whilst Tim is able to figure a way out. All right, very good morning to colleagues in India. Good afternoon to colleagues in Australia. Thank you for joining on the fourth day of the 6th India Water Impact Summit. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, the summit is one of the most prominent events under the Ministry of Jal Shakti, under the National Mission for Clean Gange, and Sea Ganga, which is Government of India's think tank and innovation agency for all things related to water sector, predominantly focusing on the rejuvenation of the Ganga River basin. The summit is very multidisciplinary. We have a number of tracks, including policy, science, technology, finance, economics, and this particular track, which is track D, focusing on international partnerships, The last 3 days, we've had some very, very interesting collaboration discussions with our colleagues in Norway and EU. And we kickstart today's day with our partnership with Australia. Joining us on the panel are Mr. Pradeep Khanna, who's a renowned management consultant and also an alum of IIT Delhi. Pradeep's been in Australia for more than 3 decades. Dr. Anu Kumar, who is with CSIRO, which is the scientific research organization for Australia. Tim Fisher and Simon Tilliard, who are with environmental engineering consultancy called Alluvium, have tremendous experience of river basin management, both in Australia as well as in India, and colleagues from IIT Kanpur who are joining, who are already also working on collaborative projects with universities and researchers based out of Australia. Also joining us from New Delhi is Mr. Rosie Agarwal, who's the Executive Director of Finance with National Mission for Clean Ganga, and Mr. Mathuria, who's Executive Director Technical with National Mission for Clean Ganga. And joining us from IIT Kanpur is Dr. Vinod Tare, who's the founding head of Sea Ganga. So welcome everyone for taking out the time today. We would firstly like a brief comment from Dr. Tare first, and then Mr. Mathuria or Mr. Agarwal from New Delhi on our collaboration with Australia. And then I'll invite the first panelist, Dr. Anu Kumar, to give her viewpoints. Dr. Tare first, and then NMCG in Delhi. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar and welcome on behalf of Sea Ganga. Good morning to my colleagues in India and those who are joining from Australia. Good afternoon. Let me very briefly tell you what is the importance of this particular session. As you all know, rivers in general and Ganga in particular has many stakeholders, players and actors. And it is very important to engage with all of them. And this particular session, international session, is an effort to engage with those stakeholders, actors and players who are outside India. And we have this kind of engagement at various levels. And finally, we also have the engagement at the diplomatic level, so that whatever technical collaborations and scientific collaborations that we are talking about are facilitated at the government level. So that's the framework with which we work. So with different countries, we are at different stages of engagement. With Australia, of course, we have a long history, particularly coming from IIT Kanpur. IIT Kanpur and Melbourne University particularly has a lot of engagement. We have common programs. And earlier also, our Murray-Darling Basin and other activities with Anu, we have been engaging on several aspects. So we have a lot of engagement, but we would like to kind of formalize it through Sea Ganga and with association of Ministry of Jal Shakti for various sectors. So that's the purpose. So today we are actually trying to have a panel which is more scientific and technical, and then discuss on various possibilities. And once we formalize something, probably we will take it at the next level. The idea here is to understand what is needed and what can come from the Australian side. in scientific and technical side, including all aspects, be it finance, be it management of basins, be it ecological aspects or water quality aspects, biodiversity, whatever areas which relate to river and Ganga particularly. So that's the objective here. So I thank you all for accepting our invitation and welcome you again. And with this, I would now hand over to National Mission for Clean Ganga, Mr. Rosie Agrawal and Mr. D.P. Mathuria. Both of them are there, and they would explain or set the context from the NMCG side. So over to NMCG, please.
Good morning to all, and I'll take the discussions beyond what Professor Tare has elaborated in his brief opening intervention. Well, we in Ministry of Jal Shakti, we have a very vibrant kind of a technical hand holding with Sea Ganga, and this is how we are culminating this hand holding through a water impact summit in which today we'll be discussing with various facets of water management with Australian counterparts. In fact, Ministry of Jal Shakti and in particular its various organizations has had a very strong collaboration with Australia in many sense, in many aspects of water management. CSIRO Australia has been continuously engaging with Central Water Commission, another an attached office of Ministry of Jal Shakti, particularly in aspects related to integrated water resources management and few river basins. In fact, out of total 19 river basins in the country, I think 4 river basins were identified for going ahead with working on integrated river basin management plans for that basin through cooperation with the CSIRO, and various under India-Australia Water Partnership also various activities are being undertaken, have been undertaken, and again on the issues related to river basin management, in which interestingly, if I am not wrong, Ganga basin or its sub basin were not studied at that point of time. In fact, so this collaboration with Australia had always been very strong, and we Ministry of Jal Shakti and in fact we in India wanted to replicate the efforts that have been done in Murray-Darling Basin. In fact, beautiful water management paradigms and concepts that have been implemented. They had been discussed in number of deliberations, and at a very high level deliberations also. There have been frequent participatory visits at a very high level. In fact, Secretary Ministry of Jal Shakti himself had visited on few occasions to Australia in this regard. So I today when we'll be discussing many aspects of water management, particularly in fact for River Ganga basin as well as other basins as well, through this fora, it will usher in new thought process, and there are many areas in which this mutual learning and sharing of the experience will enrich both the technical and scientific fraternity at both the ends. So I in fact eagerly await for an exciting technical discussion in this particular track session, and my greetings from National Mission for Clean Ganga on this occasion. Thank you.
This is Rosie Agrawal from National Mission for Clean Ganga. just to add to what Mr. Mathuria just said, we had a very wonderful Ganga Connect exhibition which we did in UK. In fact, we have developed a very robust model of international engagement as far as Ganga rejuvenation is concerned. And we have been able to bring on one platform a lot of technical partners, people from scientific community, academic backgrounds, in fact, a lot of, you can say, academic institutions of repute in UK have joined in this exercise, including the Indian diaspora, and also getting the investors, the business leaders, the capital markets on one platform to bring out one-stop solutions to Ganga rejuvenation and how to take it forward and convert into a river basin management authority. So it's a very good model which has been now almost brought on ground. A lot of work has gone behind that in partnership with Sea Ganga over the last couple of years. But now finally it has become a very good model which can be taken forward and probably replicated in other parts of the world, especially in Australia. We will be having a dialogue on this again in the evening today, which again will summarize what has been the takeaway from the UK chapter. So I thought I'll just flag this issue, and probably we already have a model which can again be taken forward also. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Mathuria, and Dr. Tare for setting the context. Let us now get into the presentations from our Australian colleagues, starting with Dr. Anu Kumar. And I believe Tim is now online from Alluvium, and we'll follow up with Tim and then Mr. Pradeep Khanna. Over to you, Anu.
Thank you very much, Samit, and namaskar to everyone. And I really congratulate you and Professor Tare and MCG Jal Shakti for pursuing your sincere efforts, because I was part of the 2012 summit, and thank you very much for reconnecting. And thank you, Mr. Mathur, Mr. Agarwal, and other dignitaries from NMCG and Ministry of Jal Shakti and Sea Ganga, and also my colleagues from Australia. What I would like to do is highlight some of our research experience and what is our current work, as it has been highlighted by Mr. Mathuria about the integrated, water resource management. So I am part of working with Professor Basant Maheshwari, and then you talked about that, the integrated basin management in other basins that has been done by my colleagues in Australia. But in today's presentation, based on my expertise and long-term work is in water quality area. So it is mostly, I haven't got any presentation because I wasn't sure how would it work, but I can share a slide package if it's required later on. So in CSIRO, I'm part of Environment Protection and Technologies group. And what we do is we look at the contaminants in the environment, and it's not only in the environment related to ecosystem health, but also human health. We need to know that the root of exposures is mostly environment, where some of the human health issues also come up. So I started my journey in CSIRO in 2002, where I started working on pesticides. And let me tell you, the chemicals are changing, but the issues are still there when we talk about pesticides. It can be a diffuse source of pollution. We still are finding them in our environment. As I always say, I've been asked this question many times, why am I interested in working in India? Well, Kumar, have to and have my roots in India, but also when I look as a scientist from a contaminants perspective, in Australia, we are looking at contamination, but I find it at noise level because of the very strong regulations that have been established. While in India, I can find these contaminants at a higher level, So for me as a scientist, it provides me to look at the tipping points where the ecological health could be impacted through the food chain, through the food web. And this is the reason I've been working in India since 2012. So thanks to Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, DFAT, who have, kind of supported or funded the research, and in-kind support I got from CSIR in India and also ICAR scientists, and we're still working together. So that's the good. We have established that network. I got an opportunity to work in India, and we have interacted with Vinodji about the water quality issues along the Ganga River. We have, and I have worked with some of the colleagues from NMCG early on, and we organized a workshop. And I think I would like to highlight that while we are looking at contaminants or water quality parameters, there is a lot of challenges because it's a big box of unknowns and some knowns. And the other issue is that it's not only PHEC, dissolved oxygen, and metals. There are many hidden threats in this water coming from industrial, agriculture, urban sources or sectors. And monitoring is the only way to understand, and that's what we do in Australia. We work with in the area of wastewater management, develop the best practices and guidelines. And I think that's what is needed, working with the local. I work in Cyro, but I don't believe too much in suitcase science also. So I think the main thing is to be training and enhancing the capability of the professionals in India. And through this DFAT funded project, we have made an effort, but unfortunately, we could not continue those efforts, and COVID hasn't helped too. So talking to the young water professionals, organizing exchange visits, providing in-house training or hands-on training also, and developing protocols and procedures, undertaking small projects with them. This is what I have been personally involved in from 2012 to 2019, and was fortunate with the Australian India Strategic Fund project, where we looked at Allahabad and Varanasi, where we have used the technological, because if I tell you what to measure, I can give you a list of thousands of chemicals, but we need to come up with the tracers. We need to track them by using bioanalytical tools. Some of them are, for example, in vitro screening tools, which you can do a large number of samples over a short time period. And I have published this kind of work with our collaborators in India from CSIR. And I think, so mostly eco-surveillance of contaminants and understanding them, finding them, remediating them is the major focus of our research. It's also pathogens, I would like to say COVID-19, also in terms of SARS, COVID-2 infections in a community can be estimated by analyzing these in the wastewaters, and in this case in rivers. So we provide underpinning science to improve regulations and contaminants. As I said, emerging contaminants, there is a big box. I just wanted to give you a couple of examples. We use certain chemicals like I would say antibiotics or even let's talk about the antimicrobial resistance. You all are aware of it. And it has been said that by 2030 that India, China, and US alone will increase antibiotics usage by 82%, 59%, and 22% respectively. And we all are talking about antimicrobial resistance. And it's not only happening in the for us humans, but also there are effects in the livestock and also in the river biota. So the screening of screening tools to look at the antibiotics. Also, microplastics is another big, huge, list of, I think, priority among the priority chemicals or contaminants which need to be looked into. And we are using the circular economy approach. Just to let you know that Australia is the first one, or South Australia, where I come from, Adelaide, is the first one to stop this single use of plastics. Actually, today there will be an announcement of a global center for circular economy in South Australia, and I'm going for that just after this event. And as we say, global center, so it will be open for policy, exchange programs, visits, research, and also having a consortium of, you know, the the industry partners who would be looking into it. And some of my colleagues have been involved in providing training programs in undertaking such work. So when it comes to, again, as I mentioned lightly on wastewater management, I've been working with the wastewater management in agriculture sector, pulp and paper mill, and now recently even mining tailing water, and connected with even, Dhanbad ISI, but unfortunately I couldn't get the project, but we are collaborating in that space too. So I think there is a lot need to be done, but it can be done with that open, transparent communication, multi-stakeholder engagement. We are hearing a lot about it, and my apologies. And I think sharing international expertise is will help in to guide management decisions, as you mentioned. Learning from each other and improved governance, decision making, which will help to support sustainable development and safe water for ecosystem and human health. Citizen science is critical, data analytics is critical. I can talk about each topic and go on, but with the limitation of time, I will stop here. And if any more information is required, please let me know. When it comes to emerging contaminants, firefighting foams, and other chemicals, there is too much to talk about in this kind of forum. Thanks for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, Dr. Tare, Mr. Mathuria. Just comments, suggestions.
I think it is very interesting, and I just want to inform that we are going to start a very comprehensive river monitoring program with involvement of various institutions, organizations, stakeholders, and maybe it would be a good idea. And soon, probably, we will have a workshop on this. So maybe we will invite Anu for that to give your input and how we can further strengthen it. So that's one area which may be of interest to you. And of course, as you mentioned, it would also be interesting to interact with this global center that you're talking about. So I'll request Sanmeet to take a note of that, and then if he can follow it up on that, because as she talked, it's on circular economy. So that is of interest to us. We have been talking about it. So maybe that could be a step forward once we have engagement, and maybe even sometime probably next year when we have this summit, we culminate that, how we can going to engage it, and maybe when we can take it at government to government level on that after we have done all our preparatory work.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. With the river monitoring program, I would love to be involved, because I think if we look at the scientific capability in terms of measuring things, there is enough capability within India. But I think in designing the right program, it's also about when to collect the samples, how they should be processed, how they should be extracted. There are those standard protocols and procedures, and adding value wherever needed. I would love to be a part of it, and I'll pass on the information on circular economy. Thank you very much. Would love to work with you, Vinodji.
Mathuria?
It's very interesting. In fact, we have been running a program with our central regulator, which happens to be Central Pollution Control Board, and the program goes by the name of Strengthening of Environmental Regulators. Now, in the new incarnation of the program, we are specifically targeting emerging pollutants, microbial resistant pollutants, as well as other contaminants, and We had a program for another 5 years under funding under Namami Gange program, and it will be very interesting to learn about protocols that are being followed, how they can be further sharpened and made smoothened for its implementation. There are many gaps, in fact, which we perceive are very important because there is very less of the data. In fact, these pesticides or emerging pollutants, they appear more as a diffuse source of pollution, for which targeting specific interventions happens to be a very difficult proposition for the people who are implementers in the field. So with this program, next year we'll be starting this program very soon, because this is a continuing program. We have been running it for last 7 years, although emerging pollutants were a very small component of it. Now we want to enlarge our campus and canvas and include these contaminants as one of the major concerns, including heavy metals and toxic metals. In fact, there is an entire protocol which we are following under National Water Quality Assessment Authority protocol, and it will be very interesting to work with the CSRO on that particular aspect.
Yeah, thank you, Mathuryaji, because I think it's really good. We would love to be partnering and collaborating in the space. I'll speak to our Australian government too and find out how we can co-invest or work together in moving this forward. Endocrine disrupting chemicals, microbial chemicals, they all are very critical. They are small pinch in a swimming pool, but their effects are much more larger. I'll share a couple of papers also with you, just to let you know our work in Varanasi and Allahabad area. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anu and Mr. Mathurya. We'll follow up, Anu, with you on how best to build a project on this joint collaboration initiative. Moving on, can I now invite Mr. Tim Fisher, supported by Simon Tilliard of Alluvium. Gentlemen, you have tremendous experience of river basin management, both in Australia as well as you've done tremendous work in India and other countries as well. Would love to hear your views and your inputs. Tim, can you? I believe you have some slides to share.
Thanks, Sanmit. I'll make a start, and I'll pass to Tim if that's okay. And if the IT, there we go. Shouldn't share screen. Thank you. There we go. So, first, thanks dignitaries from both the Ministry of Jal Shakti and MCG, CC Gange, and of course ITP Kanapur. Excited to be involved in the discussion, excited to be, I guess, representing the private sector, both from India and Australia in this conversation as well. Tim and I will just give a bit of a presentation of Alluvium and our presence in India in particular. And then Tim will take on a bit of a discussion. Tim was in the Department of Agri and Water Resources in Australia for a lot of the major water reforms that have been gone through, and particularly the Murray-Darling Basin planning. So he has experience from within government about the processes that were gone through broadly in Australia at the national level, as well as with the Murray-Darling Basin. So he'll give some insights about Australia's water management journey that we think parts of are relevant to India and to the Gange journey at the moment, with a bit of a focus on the idea of water resource entitlements and trading, which I understand is of interest at the moment around for the Gange. Would like to recognise as well that whilst we're a single company here discussing, we really are building on a lot of existing collaboration that has taken part both by us and by others between India and Australia. In particular, I mentioned we worked with the Ministry of Jal Shakti around some basin planning guidance and support several years ago, and that included a technical visit where we had an opportunity to take people from the ministry and several states around the Murray-Darling Basin and talk about some of the approaches we've taken, but actually in front of the reservoir or the dam or the irrigation scheme that we're talking about, which was really insightful. And we're also working, so that was part of some Australian-India collaboration, but of course also there's collaboration happening on the open market as well. So we're currently working on the National Hydrology Project around some river basin optimization work in the Namami Basin. And we're also having some ongoing discussions at various levels, for example, with NRUA about giving some support to the River Cities Alliance that was recently announced. So yeah, just try to place, I guess, the presentation today in the broader context of a lot of discussions in history and collaboration. So there's obviously a range of issues facing the River Gange, complex, both environmental as well as society issues. Things like how do you share the water resources efficiently and equitably between people? How do you create or help cities become shaped to be more river sensitive in the future or water sensitive in the future? How do you do all that in the context of a changing climate and building resilience? The need for good science and engineering and economics to guide decision making. And of course, our natural resources declining, which has an impact both on the environment, but also for the communities whose livelihoods or their access to water rely, or the access to their cultural rights rely on those water resources. So in response, Alluvium has set up a group of companies that work together to offer a bit of an integrated offering to help solve some of these issues. And we work separately under different boards, so therefore have our own strategy and opportunity for innovation. We operate under a common operational model, which means we can provide a real integrated offering. And so we bring both the science and engineering understanding of rivers and catchments and rivers and coasts, which sits under Alluvium, and Mosaic Insights brings more of a social and cultural understanding that shapes decision making as well. NC Economics brings more of the understanding of the economics and the public policy. Eco Futures, which brings ecological strategy and advice. And then we have Alluvium International, which is set up to be the conduit of the group into international partners as well. And we really are committed to India at the moment. We've recently set up Alluvium Consulting India and establishing a team there as well. So we really see some of the big challenges and opportunity for positive impact within India, and a lot of existing great work to try and come in and align with as well. I guess the first question is what is in Australia's water management journey that would be of interest to India? And I think this graph really tells that story for me, that historically countries move through different stages of water management, from a very uncoordinated stage through to a very technical phase, which is about building dams and provision of water, where the focus is much more on infrastructure, through to a more strategic phase around integrated basin planning, where the focus is more on governance and planning and engagement rather than on infrastructure. If you try and picture where Australia and India might be in these graphs, I think Australia has moved into the strategic phase, and India, particularly through the initiatives of things like Gange and then MCG, are in that transition at the moment, shifting from the technical and strategic. So I think some of the key support and work and collaboration between Australia and India can be understanding the steps in that journey to shift from a technical focus into a strategic focus and how that water is managed. There's a lot of information in this slide, but this is out of a great bit of work done by Jane Doolan out of University of Canberra, who tried to pull out what are the key elements of what Australia did in its water reforms. And it's quite a nice way, I guess, to envisage how or where the collaboration between Australia and India might focus. So any of these areas are something that Australia has been through and worked through and is still in its journey in implementing, and therefore has some experience and advice that we could collaborate with India. And I'll ask Tim to go through in a bit more detail, just to pull out a couple of the different examples of the elements of what we've done in Australia. So I'll pass to you, Tim.
Thanks very much, Simon. I think you can all hear me. I hope I had technical difficulties earlier, but yeah, Simon, just nod if you can hear me. Good, thank you. On that first column there, the improving environmental management, I will say that was a major focus behind the Murray-Darling Basin reforms undertaken by the Australian government and ultimately manifested in the Murray-Darling Basin Plan back in 2012. Really, that was a significant motivator. In the Murray-Darling Basin, there had been over-allocation of water entitlement and overuse of water, and the millennium drought, what we refer to as the millennium drought, which was a very dry period, probably from the late 1990s through to 2010, that exposed significant vulnerabilities, both in terms of the entitlement framework itself, but and access to water, but where access was constrained in ways that had been unprecedented in the historic record. But also end of system flows were at risk. Water quality, particularly in South Australia, was a significant risk, and environmental health throughout the system was deteriorating to the point where it became politically very damaging. Environmental health is regarded in Australia as important for its own sake, but it's also increasingly recognised that there are a wide raft of economic and social values that hinge off those environmental services, I guess you could say. The second one there, transforming water allocation, I will talk more about that in this presentation, and I'll just give a quick reference to water pricing and to the institutional arrangements. In terms of water pricing, one of the concerns that was really first articulated in the very early 1990s, late 1980s, was that much of Australia's water infrastructure could be regarded as non-performing assets. That is, they were running at a loss and did not generate a return on investment. And one of the motives for better water pricing, consumption-based water pricing and full cost recovery, well, there's equity and efficiency considerations, but also seeking to avoid continued poor investment decisions. That's a significant issue in itself. I won't talk any more about that at this point. And in terms of institutional arrangements, there are a raft of things, the separating regulation from management, standard setting and operating, independent price regulation, especially when we're dealing with what are essentially the state-owned monopolies. Pricing regulation helps to insert some discipline and economic efficiency into pricing decisions and also investment decisions. The more devolution to, especially in irrigated agriculture, to local bodies that are much more in tune with and responsive to local needs in irrigated agriculture, especially. And along the bottom there's a raft of, there's a need for knowledge and information, monitoring data and so forth to inform all of those processes. And community and stakeholder inputs are important as well. They're mentioned separately, but whatever happens in river basin planning and management, you need to bring the community along and stakeholders along with you. Next slide, please, Simon. So there are some real challenges in river basin management, as you all know, that here we've just set out the key elements of river basin management. Essentially, the first iteration of a basin plan becomes the foundation for continuous iteration and improvement over time. Next slide, please. In Australia, we consider these 4 elements to be quite crucial to river basin management, having a clear understanding of water availability and its uses, that we have a clearly defined system of water entitlements in place, metering of use to keep users accountable, and compliance and enforcement to engender trust in the system. So today I am going to focus on what has become a key component of river basin management in Australia, and that is the whole system of water entitlements and how that has evolved in ways to support water markets and trade. Thanks, Simon. A bit of the context, and just some of this context too. I will be quite clear in saying this is the Australian experience, and I'll invite each of you to consider our experience in Australia in this context, but not necessarily from the point of view that the Australian experience is always the best. That's not the case at all. There are different contexts in every country. In Australia, part of our legacy was the English water law framework, where water was and still is owned by the Crown. And that's an important thing just to point out, that the Crown owns the water. The entitlements are issued as entitlements to access that public resource. Originally, that access was as of right, as per riparian rights of old, but conditions of access gradually evolved over time to limit and define access and use. And that all exists in state and territory water law, noting that these laws started to become established prior to the federation of those Australian states into the Australian federal entity that you see now. Another important part of our context is that our climate is highly variable. We have very frequent droughts, and our river flows are very variable, and we have some of the most variable river systems in the world. During drought, water scarcity is exacerbated to the point where use by upstream users could impact adversely on downstream users. And entitlements were one way of regulating access to avoid circumstances where those upstream users impacted adversely and unfairly on downstream water users. One of the indicators of our variability is our extremely high ratio of water storage to population. That is really to reflect the need to store water in good years and make it available in drought years to ensure some continuity of water access. And another part of the context is that in many of our river systems, probably since the 1980s, our rivers have become fully allocated, and the Murray-Darling is an example of that. This means that no new entitlements can be issued. Next slide, please. So each state and territory, as I mentioned before, has its own entitlement framework. Under the Australian Federal Constitution, the federal government has a much more limited role to play in water legislation and the entitlement framework. So typically, priority uses in urban and industrial uses where water is most highly valued are established first and given priority in each major river valley. But irrigation entitlements were originally tied to land. When you started a farm, you were issued a water right by the relevant state government, and that has since become tradable. But the entitlements themselves have conditions that define maximum allowable take, with the seasonal allocations dependent on water availability, noting that those seasonal allocations can vary not only between years but also within years as the water resources, as more rainfall and inflows take place. And there's a hierarchy of access. This particularly applies in catchments with large water storages. That the priority for storage of that water is high reliability, followed by medium reliability and low reliability. Next slide, please. Water trade, there's two types of trade, and I'll ask you just to briefly consider a parallel arrangement in land and housing. In housing, you can buy a house and you can rent a house. It's not dissimilar in water. You can buy a water entitlement or you can rent one by buying all or part of someone else's seasonal water allocation. So water allocation trade we call temporary trade. It's conceived as a way of enabling redistribution of scarce seasonal allocations during drought. It was a particular focus of how do governments ration water during drought between different and competing users? Well, the solution was to take governments out of that space where they don't have to make those decisions. They enable the market to do so through willing buyers and willing sellers. It was originally limited to individual river valleys. It's now enabled between interconnected valleys, even to the extent of going across state boundaries in the Southern Murray-Darling Basin, where the biggest water market exists. That it's easy to say, quite complicated to design and put in place that architecture to allow that trade. Prices are determined by the market, both for the allocation trade and for the next trade category of trade, which is permanent trade in water entitlements themselves. Trade in water entitlements enables new development in capped river valleys and basins to take place through the market, where somebody wants to sell entitlement, they might want to retire or get out of the business, they might be in a business that is not performing very well, and whatever the reason, there are willing buyers and there are willing sellers entitlement. And this ability to trade entitlement separately from land enables water entitlement to move to uses with higher economic values. It also enables irrigators to exit with dignity, if you like, if they're in trouble, or to take a superannuation package, if you like, if they're older farmers, and in the process realise the value from their water entitlement holdings. The value is defined by the market, and banks will lend money based on their valuation of water entitlement value. Many irrigators take advantage of that capacity, that service from banks. And in many instances, the water entitlement held by irrigators is worth way in excess of the land that they irrigate. I'll just add another little benefit there too, and that's been since the development of the Basin Plan, the water market has enabled the federal government to purchase water entitlement, and also some state governments to purchase water entitlement, again from willing sellers, in a way that means that there is no fairness issue, there is no outstanding compensation issue. The value of the water is expressed through the market. Next slide, please. There are some important institutional arrangements for a water entitlement framework to be effective and for water trade to work. And this goes back to an earlier slide, that fundamentally there needs to be a good standard of measurement, monitoring of water resource availability, seasonal forecasting, and capacity to model a river system, and for that to inform decision making, particularly on seasonal allocations. Each state government maintains its own register of entitlement ownership, which is pretty important for keeping track of who owns what, who is also liable to pay water delivery and storage charges. And it's also important to keep track of what water has been transferred, whether it's entitlement that's traded from one person to another, or one company to another, or whether it's seasonal allocation trade, the temporary trade. In the Southern Murray-Darling Basin, as I alluded to earlier, this facility to enable cross-border trades between water entitlements that are actually defined differently in different state laws. It's quite complex when you come down to it, but it works. And again, that water metering capacity to ensure that there's accountability for take, and a compliance and enforcement capability to make sure that that's the case. And as I said earlier, to engender trust in the whole framework. So what are the key benefits of the water market? They enable changes of ownership and in both entitlement and allocation between willing buyers and willing sellers. It's a highly efficient way of redistributing scarce water allocation during drought periods without the need for government interventions, without governments making decisions on who can access water and under what conditions, and who cannot access water. And that in itself has actually, I was hoping to find a graph to show you today, but I just couldn't locate it. There's a really elegant graph that shows during the Millennium Drought, water availability declined quite markedly, but the drop in economic production was much less pronounced. And that's because allocation was able to trade at prices determined by the market to the most valuable areas of irrigated production. So the impacts of drought on economic activity are minimised in that way. And it also enables economic growth without new and additional water becoming available, basically realising greater value from limited water resources than would otherwise be possible in the absence of trade. There are some community and stakeholder concerns nonetheless about water markets and how they operate. And here's just a couple of them. One of the most common concerns is that in some regions there is a net transfer of water out of the region and into other regions. And that's sorts of concerns about the effect of the water market on local and regional economic activity. There have also been some common, widely communicated concerns, I guess, about water barons controlling the market. That just isn't supported by the evidence. The amount of ownership, the diversity of ownership across the Murray-Darling Basin is quite profound, and there is no one in the market who has anything like the market power that some people have been suggesting. And there are some other concerns as well, but I guess a final word that one of the big challenges for the future is climate change. What we've seen in the Murray River, the main tributary of the Murray-Darling Basin, is that the sum total of all inflows into the basin over the last 21, 22 years is sitting at about 50% of the long-term average prior to that point in time. Now, we don't know how much of that change is attributed to a natural climate variability versus climate change, but we do know that climate change is a factor. So that's really shaken everyone up and is certainly has some ramifications for the water entitlement framework that has been established. I think I'll leave it there, everyone, and I'm very, very happy to take questions.
I might just add two quick things, Sunmit. The first is that water trading, as I'm sure many of you know, is already happening in India. It's not happening at a basin scale, it's happening at a small irrigation scheme scale or farmer-to-farmer scale. There's a few instances of informal water trading, so it's interesting to know that it is already happening at a small scale. The second is that, as Tim mentioned, there's some real underpinning tools you need in place before you would even consider setting up some sort of water trading scheme. You know, you need to understand what water's there, some sort of entitlement ownership process. So I think if this is something of interest to NMCG and see Gange, and we're not pushing this on you, this was a response for, as we understand, it was a topic of interest. we'd probably suggest starting with a bit of a review of what the enabling environment is. Are these key underpinning elements that you really need for a successful water trading market actually in place before you then sort of consider moving too much further forward? So with those couple of comments, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon and Tim. Lovely presentation. Quick response from Mr. Mathuria and Dr. Tare.
Well, I think it is very interesting what has been presented, and I would say by and large these things are accepted almost universally. It may be a different thing that different countries, different regions are at different stages of its implementation. Okay, and I would say in some of the things Australia is little more advanced, but by and large the principles, particularly the 4 pillars that you talked about: improving environmental management, transforming water allocation, reforming water prices, modeling institutional arrangements. These are all very well taken, very well accepted. And yes, we have been talking about it right from the beginning on this, but every country, every society poses different kind of challenges in terms of its acceptability, particularly when you talk about water pricing, trading, metering, monitoring, all those kind of things. And directly or indirectly, some of these are implemented. Even I would say Government of India is also in a way purchasing water from some of the stakeholders, not so directly, but in some other forms or whatever. Okay, so that's happening, and I guess you mentioned it. So it's very interesting, and it's very important to take it further, particularly the kind of hurdles that you faced and how did you overcome that, and what are the learnings from the Indian context on this, because not everything that happened in Australia probably would be applicable in India. So we will need to figure out what are and that is where I think we can act together and develop our activities so that we enhance the whole process, because the idea is, yes, it is accepted. The only thing is some of the things probably are moving at a very slow speed, then we would like it to move at the speed. Okay, so if we can accelerate that part with our collaboration, that would be something will be of help to us. Thank you.
Mathuria?
Yeah, it's very challenging concept to look at allocations and entitlement and then to move further to trade those allocations, whether it is between one stakeholder or between 2 other stakeholders, and then beyond the basin boundaries also on the regional scale. In fact, the challenge in India is quite different, and there is a lot of learning from Murray Darling experience. There have been number of, in fact, there is joint working group in ministry already, which is looking into this particular aspect, and Indian water experts and Australian experts are deliberating continuously on that particular subject. We in India struggle largely on the allocations within the sector. I mean, it's very difficult to allocate this resource, because most of, in fact, we have 19 river basins, major river basins, and almost all are interstate basins. So first and foremost is allocation for the states, which is again very competitive. The states are, entangled in a legal war in the courts, and this is one very difficult position in the country. And then once the allocations the states are decided, obviously we do believe that, and in fact we do practice also theoretically that basin should be the scale of management, but then there are political boundaries also, and this reality cannot be ignored. This is a constitutional reality. That's why I'm saying it's a big challenge. It's a very difficult concept. In fact, I think LUVM knows that for Brahmani-Baitarani basin in India, this concept was on a pilot scale propagated with some brief successes. So there is a lot of learning, and particularly coming to the Ganga basin, it is very, very complex. It comprises of 11 federal states, and it has a big area, about 1,000,000 square kilometer. It's a transboundary river. So implementing it in one of the watershed would be an enriching experience. Let us see. But at least a precursor of this, allocation, entitlement, water trade has been, a semblance of that is already in action in various states by formation of water resources regulatory authorities, who are looking at water trading aspects, and trading instruments are also being invented continuously. So that's it. I think we can discuss it further. There is not much time left. Over to you, Sanmit.
Thank you, Mr. Mathuria. Tim and Simon, let's take this offline on how we can utilize your knowledge and develop a pilot program and project around this subject. So thanks for taking out the time. To take us through your experience.
Just note quickly that we've been doing some similar work in working with the Namami Control Authority lately. So it is, whilst we present this as this was the Australian experience, we completely recognise it needs to be contextualised for India. We're working through some examples of that at the moment. The intent today was, I guess, take you through the Australian journey to understand what elements of that might be useful in some way. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. And can I invite the final Australian speaker, Mr. Pradeep Khanna. Pradeep, you are at the helm of the India-Australia corridor on innovation. How do you propose that the corridor is energized in more innovations and knowledge flows in the environment and sustainability sectors? Pradeep.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to talk at this forum today. When I look at possible collaboration models in the water sector between India and Australia, I see a multi-dimensional thinking. At one end, you have to look at the project cycle in terms of design, modeling, engineering, construction, monitoring, consulting. On the other hand, I saw a lot of discussion on water management and water technology. But there are elements that we need to be leveraging, and these are elements of not only water management and water technology, but also technology and management, and also emerging technologies. I mean, there are some very good examples of, Murray-Darling, which is about 1 million square kilometers. And then Melbourne Water is doing something very, very interesting. But when we want to look at a possible model of collaboration, you've got to look at what is the profile of the Australian water industry. Many, many years back, I was actually a senior executive with the Australian Trade Commission and looking after World Bank ADB projects, as well as manager of a infrastructure project financing program. And I did a study on the Australian water sector. The reality is that, you see, we don't have very large entities in Australia. There are niche players. There is some excellent work which has happened. But when you look at the two countries, India is a country with more than 1.2 billion people. Australia has 25 million people. We need to get the right collaboration model in terms of the industry academy and in a cross-border sense. I heard about what Anu was mentioning. I heard about what Simon and Tim were mentioning. But there's another aspect, which we seem to be I think we need to take advantage of, which is in terms of emerging technologies. And that is, using IoTs, using, digital twins, using, VR, AR for training purposes, for operation purposes, in so many different areas. And when we look at the current problem in terms of, the Ganges River, I mean, there is no two ways about it, that water being a state subject, it goes through 8 states. And it's a very, very complicated issue to look at it in totality. And there are different aspects to it, and one is that at what point in time is the pollution occurring? And what do we do about, purifying or kind of clearing the water. So, in my opinion, you see, I think the basic thrust has to be in terms of making 1 plus 1 is equal to 11, which means that we need to look at, yes, we need to learn upon, you know, what kind of lessons or good practices have been in Australia, but we need to look at what are the challenges in India, and we need to look at leveraging, emerging technologies. That, in my view, is, the key message that I would talk in terms of, and I am, just by way of introduction, I am the Executive Director Asia Pacific for the world's largest VR/AR focused association in the world. I'm also the Sydney chapter president as well as one of the global co-chairs for education. I'm also an adjunct professor at a number of places in Australia and Asia. I'm also on advisory board of companies, and there are heaps of other roles. I've been the former head of global delivery for IBM Australia and New Zealand, and I've built up a multi-billion-dollar, leveraging India, China, Philippines, Vietnam, Egypt, Romania, Argentina, and Brazil. Why I'm mentioning this is that we need to take a consortia approach. We need to take a partnership approach. We need to leverage emerging technologies. And I can tell you that I'm equally across what is happening in India, and I'm equally across what is happening in Australia. Just to give an example, in the area of digital twins itself, there are about 2,500 companies in India into the AR/VR ecosystem, and there are 1,500 companies in Australia in the AR/VR ecosystem. There is some very good work which has happened in water leveraging emerging technologies in Australia, but there is equally a capability in doing this in India itself. So we need to find, the sweet spot in terms of cross-industry academia collaboration. So that is all that I have to say. I can talk on days on together for this, but looking at, I think we need to focus on, water management and technology and emerging technologies, and to look at a consortia and a partnership model, which is a win-win for both sides. Thank you all.
Dave, thank you for the encouraging words, and I think the message is well taken. I must highlight that our environment technology verification (ETV) process is quite vibrant. We have more than 40 technologies from around the world who are using the platform, seeing the big challenges in the Ganga Basin, and of course, if you're addressing challenges in Ganga Basin, all of those challenges are also equally applicable to elsewhere in India. So we look at your support and involvement, both as a management expert, but also your deep linkage with the IIT alumni network in Australia and around the world to channel new technologies and innovations from Australia to India. We don't have any Australian technologies yet.
And just as a matter of this thing, we are building up an XR corridor across Pan India. We've got, IIT Jodhpur, the World University of Design, Geo, and a whole lot of large Indian entities as members, like we have in Australia. So this is where, leveraging this, and I forgot, as you rightly mentioned, I'm also the convener for emerging technologies as well as global engagement for IIT Delhi Alumni Association. But back to you, Sharmat.
Thank you, Pradeep. Final words from Dr. Tare and Mr. Mathuri and Mr. Agarwal before we bring the session to a close.
Interesting, and what Pradeep mentioned is the approach that we need to take. I think we need to bring in the consortium aspect from the Australian side and also from the Indian side, and it is the new technologies, innovations, and in all fields, not only in water treatment or water related thing, but also financing, IoT, as well as the economic instruments and financial instruments, all innovations in that. But if it comes, as Pradeep rightly said, as a consortium approach, because this individual thing becomes little thick, a consortium approach can make a larger impact than the individual thing. So that's a thing that I would like to suggest.
Thank you.
In fact, see, lot many things are happening, and yes, technology is key to the problems. And in fact, some of very good works are being taken up under National Hydrology Project, particularly related to data availability of the data and creation of the information system. And I believe that this is a prerequisite for any innovation or any movement in better management paradigms and philosophies. So yes, collaboration is very important, institutional collaboration through the mechanism of ETV framework, which C Ganga has adopted, and through the mechanism of joint working group, which is part and parcel of MOU between both countries, which was entered by the honorable prime ministers of both sides, can show the results in specific areas. Thank you.
Mr. Agarwal?
I don't have much to add what Mr. Mathuria and Professor Tari said. We need to continue to work in a collaborative approach. In fact, the platform which we have put up here with C Ganga is a mechanism to move forward and bring a lot of stakeholders and partners and institutions on board and work in a very, I would say, seamless collaborative mode if we have to really take this humongous job forward. We need to involve various technical partners, we need to involve various academic institutions, scientific community in order to keep on bringing more and more issues and also, trying to bring more and more solutions and agenda on the table. So I think we'll keep working on this mode in a very collaborative manner and look forward to suggestions from various partners from across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the panelists, Simon and Tim. We'll take it offline on how we can bring the various ideas that you suggested into the Indian context. Same for Dr. Kumar on looking at emerging contaminants and water quality monitoring. And Pradeep, we'll follow up with you on looking at how do we energize the India-Australia corridor, particularly, as we said, on water and environmental technologies, and not just looking at engineering, but also looking at the digital side of it. Thank you all to all panelists. Have a good day ahead, and we'll speak with you very, very soon. Once again, bye for now.
Thank you very much.
Everyone.
गंगा का एक और ये बहुत खास इनिशिएटिव, इंडिया वाटर इम्पैक्ट समिट। दिस ईयर इट्स 6th समिट जो कि चलता है पूरे 5 दिनों तक, एंड टुडे इट्स दी 4th डे, जिसमें मैं माहिया आप सभी का दिल से स्वागत करती हूँ। समूची नदियों की संस्कृति मानी जाने वाली गंगा नदी, जिन्हें हम गंगा माँ भी कहते हैं, सबसे पहले उन्हें नमन करते हुए शुरुआत करते हैं गंगा एंथम के साथ।
भगवती तव तीरे नीरमात्रशनोऽहं, भगवती तव तीरे नीरमात्रशनोऽहं, विगतविषयतृष्णा कृष्णमाराधयामि, विगतविषयतृष्णा कृष्णमाराधयामि, सकलकलुषभङ्गे स्वर्गसोपानसङ्गे, सकलकलुषभङ्गे स्वर्गसोपानसङ्गे, तरलतरतरङ्गे देवी गंगे प्रसीद 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 प्रसीद। नमामि गंगे नमामि गंगे स्वर्ग की परछाइयाँ दिखती तेरे आंचल तले, माँ तेरी हर बूंद में बहती हुई ममता मिले, तू हथेली तन पे फेरे मन को भी निर्मल करे, जिस तरह को तू छुए जीवन से उसको सींच दे, लेके आया हर कोई बस पाप तुझको सौंपने, फिर भी तू बहती चले सबको लगा करके गले, स्वाद अमृत का तुझे ही झूम कर जाना, प्रसीद 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 प्रसीद। नमामि गंगे 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 नमामि गंगे। पानी जो तेरा खारा तेरे आंसू की धारा, कैसे मैं देखूं संतान हो, माना है तुझे माँ ये धर्म है मेरा, मैं तुझे तेरा वो सम्मान दूं। नमामि गंगे
हर हर गंगे नमामि गंगे। गंगा नदी जो पानी का सबसे बड़ा स्तोत्र है हमारे देश की, जिन जिन स्टेट्स शहरों से बहती हुई जाती हैं, उन सारी जगहों पे गंगा नदी का पानी कैसे सही तरीके से एलोकेट हो, उस एरिया की ज़रूरत के हिसाब से इस साल समिट में इसी बात पे चर्चा हो रही है। दिस इज 6th इंडिया वाटर इम्पैक्ट समिट organized by NMCG and Sea Ganga. This summit is a platform to bring national as well as international stakeholders together to discuss and develop model solutions on a broader objective of this summit, which is valuing water and transforming Ganga. In 5 days of this summit, multiple tracks will be discussed. Tracks जैसे कि science, technology, policy, finance, economy, technology, innovation, इंटरनेशनल पार्टनरशिप्स। हर साल इस समिट की एक पर्टिकुलर थीम होती है। जैसे मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले भी कहा, इस साल की जो थीम है वो है रिवर रिसोर्सेज एलोकेशन, प्लानिंग एंड मैनेजमेंट एट रीजनल लेवल। आज समिट के चौथे दिन गंगा नदी की जो धारा बहती है, जो स्पेशली लोअर सेगमेंट से बहती है, और स्टेट वाइज अगर मैं बात कहूँ तो बिहार की बात हो रही है। बिहार से होते हुए जो गंगा नदी बहती है, उस एरिया के कंसर्न्स पे आज होगा डिस्कशन। In this inaugural session, it's my privilege to invite our honorable dignitaries, respected speakers, guests over here, and not to miss नमामि गंगे के अलग अलग वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे जितने लोग हमसे जुड़ चुके हैं, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। Moving ahead in this 6th India Water Impact Summit, now for the welcome address, I would like to humbly invite ED Finance, NMCG, Shri Rosie Agrawal ji. Please, sir.
Thank you, Maya. A very good morning to all of you and greetings for National Mission for Clean Ganga. We are into 4th plenary of the 6th edition of India Water Impact Summit, and this morning also we have a very distinguished panel amongst us, and today in fact slightly moving ahead with the discussions. We'll have important topics like biodiversity in River Ganga. We'll also have a talk on urban infrastructure services, and also very importantly on wetlands management. So on behalf of National Mission for Clean Ganga, I welcome all the panelists led by Honorable DG NMCG Shri Rajiv Ranjan Mishra ji. I also welcome Dr. Ruchi Badola, scientist from WII, joined by Professor Syed and Ulusan also from WII, Professor Srinivas Chari, who has joined us also on a virtual platform. He is the Center Director and Professor from Administrative Staff College of India. We also joined here physically by Mr. Ritesh Kumar, who is an expert on Wetland International South Asia. Welcome to you, Mr. Ratnesh. We also have on the dais Mr. Ashok Singh, ED Projects. We also have a number of international delegates and national delegates, and participants who have joined us virtually and physically also. And we have Professor Pranod Tare from Sea Ganga and Professor IIT Kanpur, who will be taking forward and setting the context of the day. So once again, on behalf of National Mission for Clean Ganga, I welcome you all, and we look forward to your engaging discussions on the subject today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rosie sir. आज के सेशन की थीम के बारे में डिटेल में बताने के लिए अब मैं यहाँ पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर विनोद तारे जी को, जो कि हमसे वर्चुअली जुड़े हुए हैं कानपुर से. Dr. Tare is the founding head of Sea Ganga. He leads the consortium of 7 IITs that prepare Ganga River Basin Management Plan. He is a civil engineer and has been dedicating his life for a very long time in serving the academic world and research and development activities. He has been heading this session since morning also. So, Dr. Tare, over to you, please.
Namaste. Good morning to all of you. As you are all aware, we are into the 4th day of the summit and the 4th plenary. As you have been knowing, the topic is river resource allocation, planning and management. And it is important to get an idea and views of various experts, those who specialize in different regions, in different topics, to throw some light on what are the main features and the relevant issues. And today, this particular plenary session, we are looking more at the lower stretch of the Ganga, which is partly Uttar Pradesh, partly full of Bihar, and some part of West Bengal. The issues there, obviously, urban infrastructure is a very important component that throws so many challenges. Also, there are lots of wetlands, connected water bodies, many other tributaries joining. So it's important to know what are the issues and what are the main features of this particular stretch. And also, it is important to talk about the wetlands. So it's very important to listen to the experts, and accordingly the 4 plenary keynote addresses have been organized, and we look forward to their input, and eventually whatever issues that are reflected, the features that are reflected, we will take them for discussion in the science, policy, technology issues, as well as the other relevant issues. So I welcome all the speakers and hand over to NMCG to request in the order that has been stated for the keynote address.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tare, for sharing the thought of today's session in 6th India Water Impact Summit. Today, it's the 4th day of this summit, जिसमें अब मैं सादर आमंत्रण देना चाहूँगी वाइल्ड लाइफ इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंडिया से डॉक्टर रुचि बडोला जी को और साथ ही प्रोफेसर हुसैन. Dr. Ruchi Badola works as a scientist G at the Wildlife Institute of India with the Department of Eco-Development Planning and Participatory Management. She studies human dimensions of biodiversity conservation and works very closely with park-dependent communities and Indian policymakers to frame conservation solutions that make sense in the context of both local and global challenges. And to add, Dr. Hussain, who has joined the Wildlife Institute of India as a research fellow in 1986 and worked with the Chambal Aquatic Species Conservation Project. Then he joined the institute in 1994 as faculty and has been looking after the wetlands and coastal habitat management and aquatic species conservation program. Over to you, Dr. Ruchi Badola and Dr. Hussain, who has joined us virtually.
Thank you very much, and we will be initiating our presentation. Just give me 1 minute to upload this presentation.
Please, please.
Just let me know if you can see the presentation.
We can see the presentation. If you can please widen it up. Could you please just take a full... Yeah.
Is it fine?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Dr. Hussain will be beginning with the presentation and then we remain open for discussions.
Absolutely. Please, ma'am.
Good morning. Namaskar. I hope you are able to hear me.
Absolutely, Dr. Hussain.
As Dr. Ruchi said, I'll be giving initial presentation, and followed by the conclusion part, Dr. Ruchi will speak. I just wanted to give a kind of overview of the global scenario first, the water abstraction scenario, and subsequently I will be talking about our work which we did in Ganga River. What I am showing here, a map which says that around 15 to 35% of irrigation withdrawal exceeds supply rates at the global level. And if you can see the map of India, the Gangetic plain is the most affected part in the country, where there are very high overdraft has been observed. And if you see the consumptive surface water use, again it is very high in India, particularly in the Gangetic basin and in the Deccan Plateau areas. And the groundwater use also very high across the Indian subcontinent. Again, it is very high in the Gangetic plains. Consequently, the rivers are fragmented, and the most affected part, again, unfortunately, is the Gangetic basins, where you can see that the overall extraction is very high and leading to river fragmentation. Consequently, there is loss of species in the entire subcontinent. For the global trend of species loss, the first graph in the left is showing that all species, whether it is marine, terrestrial, or freshwater species, showing a kind of declining trend. And among these, the freshwater is declining rapidly than any other habitat or ecosystems. Within freshwater ecosystems, lakes, marshes, and flowing waters are equally affected, but the biodiversity or the species inhabiting flowing waters are affecting more. That includes rivers and streams. So this is based on evaluation of 2,797 species of lakes, 1,281 species of marshes, and 5,374 species of flowing water, the species of rivers and streams. So why we should bother? If there is species loss, the declining population is going on, what will happen ultimately? There are many studies which suggest that, or the general belief is that greater the biodiversity maintains the ecological health of a system, it maintains the biological community, it buffers the risk of ecological collapse, and it ensures food security for humans. It means that for overall human well-being, we need to conserve biodiversity, and this is why all over the globe there are concerted efforts for conservation of biological diversity, and there are many acts and conventions which has been signed by India to enhance its or conserve its biological diversity. We all talk about the ecosystem services. Here I wanted to say what exactly ecosystem services means. The ecosystem services are generally outcome of the functions performed by natural ecosystems. This could be regulation functions, habitat functions, information functions, and production functions. When these functions are evaluated and when they have some kind of values or monetary values for the human being, then it's termed as services. The services can be categorized into 4 categories again: provisioning services, supporting services, regulating services, and cultural services. And all these services are exploited by humans, and what we try that to maintain it in a sustainable limit. Coming to biodiversity profile of Ganga River, as it is India Water Week, and our focus is on biodiversity, and particularly for my talk. So I would like to talk about what we did in the Ganga Basin. We assess the biodiversity conservation status of the aquatic species in Ganga Basin. There are basically 5 species of mammals, 177 species of aquatic birds, 27 species of reptiles have been reported from the Ganga, 11 species of amphibians, and 378 species of fish which has been reported so far from the Ganga Basin. Around 11% of the species are critically endangered. What I mean is that Ganga River is home for 11% of the critically endangered species, 16 or 17% of the endangered species, and 25% of the vulnerable species. These three categories are combined together, termed as threatened species. So it is around 35 to 36% of the total species found in the Ganga River. What are the factors which are affecting the Ganga's biodiversity? The first and foremost is the reduced water availability, changes in river morphology, water pollutions, habitat fragmentation and loss, excessive resource extraction. This includes water, fish, sand, leading to decline in prey base, occasional poaching of wildlife, and unsustainable development along the bank. I will give you in my presentation two examples. The first examples of the water with the theme of our program. What you see in the left is the number of dams or barrages on the main stem Ganga and its tributaries. And because of water abstractions, around what we observed that around 90 to 95% water is being abstracted from the Bhimgoda barrage itself, leading to decline in water level up to Allahabad. Beyond that, after the Prayagraj, where there is confluence of Chambal and Yamuna, the Ganga River gets some kind of water, and then water level or depth increases. If you recall the e-flow gazette notifications, there are certain recommendations for maintaining water flow in the Ganga River. When we actually analyze this, we realize that almost all the criteria which has been proposed in the Act is maintained during the water abstraction. But the question is that whether it is adequate. Let's see the position. This is the depth profile of Ganga River between Bijnor to Nurpur in West Bengal. What you can see in this map that between Bijnor and Yamuna River, that is around 700 kilometers, river has low depth profile which is not suitable for the umbrella species like river dolphins. Only when the habitat condition improves beyond Yamuna River, and that's around 15 to 16% of the river stretch is suitable for river dolphin. So here what we are showing is the distribution of river dolphin in a special domain, and you can see that between Narora Barrage and Kanpur Barrage, there is very few sightings, particularly during the lean seasons, because the dolphins confine themselves to deep pools. And when there is higher water level, the dispersion takes place into the entire river, including the gap part between Narora Barrage and Kanpur Barrage. So in the lean season, around 16% habitats or the river is suitable, whereas when in a higher water level, it goes up to 30 to 31%. This indicates that if we can enhance the flow, the habitat suitability will also increase, giving opportunity for the species to survive and move and maintain its genetic diversity. And this is also case for the pollutions. We all know that between Kanpur and Allahabad, the pollution level is comparatively higher, definitely not higher than the lower stretch like West Bengal. But then because of low water flow, the pollution level is remain in the river and the flushing mechanism has failed. So what we have to do to restore the Ganga River, the first thing is we need to maintain the water level in the river or flow in the river to an acceptable limit within a trade-off, so that the river restore itself and maintains the flushing mechanism. Second factor which is affecting the biodiversity or river morphology is the sand mining, and you can see in this photograph the level of mining is mechanized, and it has tremendous effect on the river ecosystems. You can see even the birds and gharials are slowly getting accustomed to this kind of disturbance, but their survival is definitely getting affected. Here I am showing the maps of river sand mining along the main stem and in the tributaries of the Ganga River. But you can see that thanks to NMCG and Ministry of Environment and Forest, the level of mining in the Ganga River is comparatively lower than other rivers. You can see that in the left, there is Chambal River. Even if it is a sanctuary, level of mining is very high. And subsequent to that, the mining in the Yamuna Basin or Yamuna River is also very high, and almost as compared to the downstream of the Ganga River between Bihar and West Bengal. Such kind of mining is not only changing the morphology of the river, affecting the environmental flow, and also the biodiversity of the rivers. We have mapped biodiversity, and we found that unfortunately the biodiversity or the species diversity is concentrated in 4 to 5 pockets in our area of interest, particularly in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. Even though the length is quite high, around 454 to 300 kilometers of rivers are protected or have higher biodiversity values, they greatly overlap with the sand minings, affecting the biodiversity of the river. So to conclude, I would hand over to Dr. Ruchi to add few more points and conclude this talk.
Dr. Hussain has talked about the extractive practices, particularly sand mining, but beyond that, also there are several other extractive uses, particularly in the state of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, because of the basic population's demography and socio-economic structure, which are highly dependent on the river ecosystem. And if you saw the map and the pictures, of mining, you could see the gharials and the birds there. So it is not that mining is taking place and the species are existing, but the impact on the mining on the sandy banks of the river which are extremely crucial for the river-dwelling species, which could be important for laying the eggs for turtles, gharials, magar, etc., or for the birds to breed in, or for the mammals like otters for their denning sites or littering sites. Its importance is very much high. So river and its bank comprise one single ecosystem. And added to the mining is also the dependence of local communities on the river resources, which could be fishing, which could be using the bankside vegetation, which could be boatmen, travel communication. So it is a huge resource for the country, and now it is a waterway also, particularly in the lower Gangetic areas. So we really need to think of, the strategies have to go beyond, have to be thought at a national level, that how these trade-offs are going to occur. Because the extractive ecosystem services, particularly, be it water, be it sand, be it fishing, or the disturbance to the river is definitely beyond the carrying capacity that would impact the integrity of the Ganga River. Therefore, we need to have trade-off, and we did discuss a few days back in another session how we are actually going to, and this is not going to happen without hardcore data. Not only scientific data, but also the data on the social and economic dimensions. Who is using what, how much is being used, and how much it will cost to actually, not use these services from the river. So from that point of view, also we need to visit it. We need to revisit the e-flow gazette order and implementation of the gazette for other extractive resources, such as sand mining and the fishing that exert pressure on the Ganga River. And most important of all, now I think after all these efforts, it is time for us to talk about market-based mechanisms or market interventions, such as payment for ecosystem services, payment for coexistence, polluter pay, water tariffs, incentives and water budgeting, which may enable the reflection of ecosystem service values in decision making. So far, it is only the goods that are being reflected in the decision-making process. But now it is time that recognizing these biodiversity values and their implications for river conservation, for integrity of the river, as well as for the continuity of the ecosystem goods. We need to recognize this and integrate it in such mechanisms. We have conducted few site level studies on this, and we are trying to devise some models which would be very different, which would be totally site-based. But these are extremely important, because if a single gazette order may not have the desired impact, what we have seen working with the communities, because the requirements of the communities sometimes are very genuine, particularly in the Yamuna stretch, from whichever stretches the sand mining was banned. If we actually go and see the condition of the people, it is really bad. So we need to have the packages ready. Okay, we are not going to do sand mining here. What is it that we can do? So again, as we discussed on the other thing, the mechanisms for the basin level planning will have to come from the ground level itself. It will have to be a triangle with micro plannings at the lower level, with horizontal linkages as well as vertical linkages with the district level, state level planning. So that is how we view this extractive ecosystem services of the Ganga River. Thank you, and we remain open for more discussion and questions.
As Dr. Ruchi said, any questions? From Tare sir?
Well, I don't think I have a question. Very interesting information given and very interesting concept given. I think we will take it forward in the science, technology and policy session for discussion. I am not very sure whether the present format allows us to take questions online from the audience at large. So I think we have that limitation, but their questions will come in writing, and that is what we take it forward in the discussion session. So how much we would like to have question answer straight with the speakers, our present format to some extent limits that. Except if there are audience in the NMCG who have some questions. I think those are the only questions probably we can take at this point of time. Otherwise, I'll request NMCG to go ahead with the next presentation.
Sure, Dr. Thare, and once we receive these questions, it will be shared by Dr. Badola and Dr. Hussain, and then we can take it forward from there. Thank you so much to both of you, scientists and principal investigators from Wildlife Institute of India. Yes, this is 6th India Water Impact Summit, जिसमें अब आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं invite करने जा रही हूँ someone who has given most of his life for the betterment of the condition of rivers of our country, especially Ganga Nadi. I am talking about DG NMCG Shri Rajiv Ranjan Mishra ji. Sir is also in charge of National River Conservation Directorate. Sir has been working in the field of water and sanitation, river basin management, irrigation and environment, fields which are definitely related to water and subsequently rivers of our country. Let's welcome DG NMCG Shri Rajiv Ranjan Mishra ji with a round of applause, please.
Thank you. Though I was scheduled to speak towards the end, but I thought that based upon the presentation which we all had the benefit of, and also two more presentations which are going to come next, I think I should come in between and share some thoughts to also connect the three presentations. So I requested to be brought in between the panelists. So I think, excuse me for pushing myself in between the 2-3 presentations. As we are all aware, and this is the fourth plenary, so we have all been aware about the purpose of this or the theme of this conference. We are primarily looking at river resources, the allocation of river resources, the management of river resources, and then how we can be more sustainable in our approach in this process. It's very important to define these resources, understand these resources, and I think what happened just now in the previous presentation, we got a little glimpse of ecosystem services of the river. I'm quite sure in some of the other sessions also the subject of ecosystem service was discussed in maybe in the scientific sessions. It's very important to understand that the river gives us so many services and we are dependent upon that. It's also very important to know that the resource of the river is not limited to water. There are several other kinds of resources, and then we sometimes often we have too much of focus upon water. We also have too much of focus upon who are the stakeholders and human beings only. So that's why the previous presentation has actually flagged the issue of biodiversity, because that's very important. The river has abiotic and biotic resources, and we have to understand the linkage between different resources, and that's where I think when we say that we do not have the right over the water of the Ganga or water of any river or the other resources of the river, there are others also, and if you go and extract one resources beyond sustainable limit, it starts affecting other resources and other stakeholders. I think the presentation which was just now made, it makes very clear about what are the different extractive processes, and I'm happy that we have brought the issue of sand also, the sand mining, the another kind of threat, and then that is and especially when we are looking at the stretch of the river in lower and middle part of the river, I think that there is a huge area where we have to look at. We also perhaps have to look at, because there were several factors which is affecting biodiversity, and one factor was also written there about the water. And there was very interesting slide showing the depth of water at different places, and then water was also put there. Now that becomes very, very important for us to understand and then know about it, because how we all want to improve flow in the water. We all know river is not a river unless there is a good flow. We all want to improve flow, and there was a discussion about the environmental flow, that's that notification. I think that's a kind of beginning step. I mean, that's the step to start the process and to recognize officially that yes, river has right over its own water, and we are giving some sort of legal binding, legal recognition of that. Some very interesting concepts come. Now, how you exactly improve water in the river? And that is where perhaps the next session which we are, next presentation which we are going to have will talk more in detail about. And there are several things. I mean, what comes to our mind, and it was discussed earlier also, is agriculture. The improving water use efficiency in agriculture is perhaps the very, very important factor, very, very important thing which we have to do. We have to look at both demand side and supply side measures. And apart from water conservation, harvesting of rainwater, etc., something which becomes very, very important is how you conserve, how you protect, how you develop the wetlands. The wetlands which are in the floodplain, the other wetlands which are in the urban area. When perhaps Professor Chari will be picking it up, perhaps the wetlands in the urban area, he may be talking little more about the water body, and then how we can make the ecosystem services in the urban area which we are getting from the river, how we can give back to the river. So I think that becomes very important. And then what are these wetlands? What are the characteristics of this wetland? I am very happy to tell you that in our mission, we have been trying to scale up wetland conservation to the river level, basin level, and then trying to scale it up. Trying to look at, and our attention has been to look at the floodplain wetlands, or not strictly spelling only floodplain, but let's say you take the river and then go 10 kilometer both sides and look at the health of these wetlands, try to develop certain processes through which you can protect. We all know there are wetland conservation rules, there are several things which are existing, but what is happening in practice? What are the threats? And then how all these things can be done. So I think Ritesh is going to talk little more about the wetland, but here only I will also like to flag another issue which is very important. Now agriculture, one of the major ecosystem service, whether you say the provisioning service, is to give us food, to give us water, to give us food, to give us crop. And Ganga Basin, I think, is one of the really very intensely cultivated area. And that is where perhaps the larger issue of how to make the agriculture in Ganga Basin sustainable comes into picture. And that's also one of our major mission identified under Ganga River Basin Management Program. Now, when we look at this agriculture, we again talk about water use efficiency I also talked. But I think I will also like here to very clearly highlight the importance of soil. I mean, we talked about river resources and then the fertility of the soil which we have. I think it has taken thousands and thousands of years to build up that soil. Now, what kind of irrigation practices are there? What kind of agriculture we have, especially in densely agricultural lands of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Bengal? I think that's something which is very important to look at. The agriculture in Ganga Basin is also very diverse. On one hand, you have the hill kind of agriculture, you have got UP, Bihar, irrigated land is also there, rain-fed agriculture is also there, but you also have irrigation systems. So I think what kind of agricultural potential is there and how we utilize, how much water we consume, and some of these agricultural practices also remove the flood irrigation practice also affects the health of the soil. So I think soil health is also again important, and then there is a link between river and the soil health. I think that thing has to be done. We talked about biodiversity, but we should also talk about soil biodiversity. And some of these things are also very important for us to look at in a very holistic way. And it takes ages to make this soil, but it can be very fast that we can erode this soil, we can remove the fertility of this soil. So I think that's something which is again very important. So I think wetland, soil, agricultural water use, and then also in the rural area also there is need to catch the rain. So I think it's not only the rooftop rainwater harvesting in the urban area which we talk, but in the rural area also, and that's again where the wetlands, that's again where the several other systems, smaller rivers and then other kind of system which I think the other two panelists are going to talk, that again becomes very important for us to look at. So I think it's a complex situation. We are dealing with a large number of factors, we are dealing with a large number of challenges. And the only way we have been, the theme of it, only way we can do it, to look at a holistic planning, to look at improving the understanding of the river, to improve our understanding of river and its ecosystem taken together. Because that's where this whole thing happens. We are not talking so much in this session, but all of them, someone has to do. Someone has to do at the national level, at the state level, at the district level. Someone has to do from the government side, someone has to do from the academic side or the expert side, and someone has to do at the field level. So I think that's where the water sensitive community to be developed becomes very important. So I think today's session we are basically looking at river resources and its allocation, the challenges, and then the managerial practices from the point of view of the biodiversity, the point of view of the ecology, the point of view of the geology, point of view of agriculture, soil, and also the urban scenario, what it happens, what is happening to the wetlands, and how wetlands can solve this problem. How wetlands can also help us in the climate mitigation. I mean the impact of climate and the mitigating the impact. So I think there are several things which we can do if we understand river and wetland, river and agriculture, river and soil, river and all these things put together, and then move ahead. So I thought I will share some of the thoughts at this point of time instead of waiting till end and concluding, so that maybe some of my concerns and some of the priorities can also be come up in the presentations of Mr. Ritesh, who is from Wetland International, and also from Professor Chari from as a director ASCII. And we had some discussion about urban management of the river yesterday also. So I think how holistically we can do, how the urban system can understand what it takes from river and what it gives back to the river, and how we can make that relationship much more sustainable, much more beneficial for both sides. I think I again and again repeat, it's more for our interest, in our interest, that we keep the river and water bodies healthy, because it's not the river which needs to be healthy for its own purpose. I think we need it more than what river needs. And also don't think that river belongs only to us. There are several other living beings, whether they are the biodiversity which we see, or whether they are the riparian biodiversity, whether they are the terrestrial biodiversity or aquatic biodiversity or microorganisms or flora or the fauna. I think they all have some relationship with the river, and then we have to see that we don't create imbalances, we don't extract so much that it creates a problem. So I think with this I will hand over to the next panelist and hand over to Mahia to introduce and welcome Mr. Ritesh for his session.
Thank you so much, DG sir, for linking the entire flow of today's session from one presentation to another one, which has surely brought the core thought of this session in a very, very strong way. And as he said, कि हमें नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि ये नदियाँ सिर्फ हम इंसानों के लिए नहीं हैं, और भी कई सारी प्रकृति के जीव हैं जो कि नदी पे निर्भर करते हैं, पूरी तरीके से आश्रित हैं. ये हमें कभी नहीं भूलना चाहिए. Thank you so much once again, DG sir. This is 6th India Water Impact Summit by NMCG and Sea Ganga, और आज 4th day जिसमें अब मैं रिवर एंड वेटलैंड्स पे अपने विचार शेयर करने के लिए इनवाइट करना चाहूँगी हमारे अगले गेस्ट को, वेटलैंड्स इंटरनेशनल साउथ एशिया के हेड डॉक्टर रितेश कुमार. Over the last 2 decades, Dr. Kumar has led integrated management planning for several wetlands in South Asia region and coordinated multidisciplinary projects on wetlands assessment, ecosystem services evaluation, water management, sustainable livelihoods, disaster risk reduction, and climate change adaptation. Dr. Kumar has been part of several policy-making processes related to wetlands in our country. Also, he advises several state governments on policy and management aspects on wetlands. In this summit, आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है. Dr. Kumar, if you can please take the summit forward. Can we have a round of applause for him, please?
Thank you so much, and thank you, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Mishra ji, DG NMCG, for considering wetlands as an important topic in a forum on rivers. It is a rarity, although he has been large-hearted to incorporate wetlands within the design of NMCG. I also thank Professor Tare. We have been interacting on this subject, and my task has been made less complicated by the previous presenters and a very astute remarks by the Director General. But the fundamental point I'm making also, given that the work on wetlands in Ganga is still maturing, I've taken the liberty of picking up examples from different rivers and wetlands management in the country to push forward my point. The beginning is our understanding of water and water cycle in all textbooks that we read right from our childhood. This diagram that you see on the left is what we are told, that rain falls, it flows in the rivers, and then it evaporates, and the water cycle keeps on going. And then if flowing water has to be tapped, there are a lot of infrastructure-led solutions which have been the hallmark of water management. But we have also seen over the last 30 or 40 years some long-term consequences such isolated thinking has brought about. Dr. Sikka and myself have been associating with over the last 20-25 years on the problem hydrological regulation of Loktak has brought about. A completely open water lake is now filled with vegetation. It's become a lot more complex. Or if we look at river deltas, how the construction of Hirakud Dam, which was once considered as temple of modern India, is contributing significantly to shrinkage in the Mahanadi Delta, which is where much of the ecosystems are present. Through my previous work in Jhelum River, it was quite apparent that if we start dealing with rivers in isolation with wetlands, we can face some very dangerous consequences. Right in Baramulla, Chairman Sahab, when I was looking at Jhelum River, in 1911, this was touted to be one of the largest freshwater wetlands in Asia, although the statistics might have altered. Now, this was about 300 square kilometers of beautiful wetland through which the river flowed, flowing out to Kashmir downstream. Over a period of time, this entire area was reclaimed for agriculture. And when we started examining what is the consequences of such a change on the river, the hydrographs were speaking for themselves. So the bottom line, what you see is the hydrograph that existed in 1920s. Fortunately, there is an NHPC project which allows us to read the river flows downstream the river. When I look at the hydrograph today, the hydrographs are far more sharp. So I looked into the records, why was this happening, and a British engineer in 1900s, when they were trying to reclaim the wetland, they clearly told that these are sponges. If you remove sponges from the system, the hydrographs will be far more sharper. A landscape which was full of water, today without these sponges is now being flooded. We are all aware of what is happening to Kashmir or several other landscapes. Not only that, sir, with similar volume of water, if you look at the lower edges of the hydrograph, they are far more drier. So not only is this system not able to hold water, it is becoming dry and has consequences for several other activities. A landscape which is full and flush with water is not able to get water for even its basic needs. So fundamental to this integration between river and wetlands is how we understand water. Rivers are the flowing element. Wetlands are where water stores. Wetlands are where the runoff, which in water technology we call blue water, starts interacting with plants, start interacting with organisms to produce what is called green water. Within this blue and green interface is where our ecosystems, the river, its ecosystem services lie. And unless we take an organic view of water and the interrelationship between the runoff, between the way it moves through plants, it moves through organisms, it gets modified, it treats pollutants, we are not able to treat river or wetland, even for that matter, in a managed way. And ecosystems become the missing link. Every part of the landscape where water falls, it will either flow, create a flowing river, or it will create a wetland. And the moment we understand this interface, we can then start building a larger picture of how carbon sequestration, water supply functions, or the full range of services for which we claim water security or climate security develops. It is difficult to create a partial view of ecosystem services if we take only the rivers or only the wetlands. The story is incomplete either ways. So how do we understand the connectivity? The connectivity, again, Professor Thare and the team at IIT has done incredible work. I see connectivity as a simple matter of exchange of matter, energy and biota in different ways. As the river pulses, connects to its floodplains, if you see health of fish in the river, if we are not able to protect the floodplains, the fish spawning and breeding grounds for several species are likely to be dysfunctional. Or even for that matter, pollution abatement. Much of pollution abatement is also done by vegetation, which the riparian vegetation. If we take riparian vegetation, if we take treatment wetlands out of the picture, the costs of treatments become exceedingly high and possibly environmentally unsustainable. And not only that, sir, it is also important not to forget the headstream wetlands. Any river that flows, if we look at the glaciers, it is not that glaciers immediately flow into the rivers. Glaciers provide their water supply into the headwater wetlands, and these headwater wetlands are then able to sustain the flows. So these hidden wetlands locked up in higher elevations beyond 3000 meter AMSL, this is where our glacier water is stored. These large volumes of water passing through these wetlands allow flood protection and low flow support. Consequently, what we derive downstream, the previous presentation talked about ecosystem services. Now, the downstream ecosystem of services of fisheries, agriculture or recreation is not possible unless we secure the headstream functions of water storage and water low flow support. A classic case of connectivity, sir, I could encounter in Kerala, where suddenly, and fortunately, Sikka sir and myself, we were there on a mission, and we saw a wetland which had completely dried up. And we were all puzzled what happened. The wetland which used to be full, this is Sastamkota Lake, a freshwater wetland, and it used to be full at least 3 months in a year, suddenly dried up. And when we went there, we examined, they said, sir, everything looks apparent. There is something that is wrong with the water supply scheme, which was withdrawing the water. But when we look at the larger landscape, this is the basin on which the river, which is the Kallada River, and a small speck on the top end, which is the wetland, they are located. And when you look at the pock marks, these are mining marks. When we talked there, people said mining has nothing to do with wetlands, it is far away. But literally when you draw a horizontal contour, the problem was very apparent. There is good, the granite that was connecting the river and the wetland. This was completely mined up. So in a connected system, when the river level was higher, the water would automatically flow subsurface to the wetland. When the wetland was higher, it would flow to the river. And this organic connectivity helped the wetland system maintain its level throughout the year. When this mining was done, the connection between river and the wetland was broken, and thereby wetland was only subject to flows from the rainfall, and thereby in Kerala, when we spotted declining rainfalls, a wetland which had multiple sources of water. So the point that I am making is we shouldn't look at mining just what is being done in the river. It is also to ensure that the connectivity between the wetland and river is not fragmented, else our systems are going to be highly vulnerable to flows. And flows are once again not about the amount of water, it is also about its chemistry. And sir, this is a hydrograph I picked up from Chilika. Definitely, sir, this is where the Bay of Bengal and the freshwater mixes. The black line are the freshwater flows, and the line on top of it is the salinity. So obviously when freshwater flow increases, salinity decreases. Look at the ecological side of it. Every time salinity decreases, it provides cue to fisheries. So whether the fish moves from the lagoon into the river, from the lagoon into the sea, or within the system itself is governed by salinity changes. So salinity, or even for that matter water quality, is also an ecological trigger for several species. We are doing similar experiments for Gangetic wetlands. Unfortunately, sir, natural wetlands are on a rapid decline. We are maintaining an index which is called wetlands area index, and this situation is not very unlike what we see in the globe. The natural wetlands have been on a conspicuous decline, and the kind of wetlands we now have in the landscape are more human-made ones. It is difficult to understand how human-made systems which are of more recent origin can replace the values of natural wetlands. Interestingly, sir, when in the 90s, when the subject of wetlands started to be discussed in Ministry of Environment, the concern was around species, when Saras cranes stopped coming to these wetlands. But today when I look at the newspapers, it is no longer about species, it is more about human survival and our species. In whether it is Chennai, whether it is Gurgaon, most places it is about water. And this is also the right point when we look at river solutions and wetland solutions. This is absolutely when India is looking towards its quest for water security. We have to get wetlands firmly embedded within water security solutions. We talk about wetlands management to be organized around wise use. It is a philosophy which builds on the needs of ecosystems, the needs of people, and the needs of development being together in one planning template. We have learned some very conspicuous lessons of not taking a landscape view. This is a slide that I picked up from Punjab, wherein the river Satluj and Beas has been dammed, and we are fighting against water hyacinth, which covers nearly 80% of the wetland. In 1980s, the problem was such gregarious that army had to be called in to remove water hyacinth from the system. Today, after having spent over hundreds of crores, the level of water hyacinth remains the same. When I look into the solution, the problem is Here in the management of river and wetlands are being seen as two parts of the problem. The wetland is infested with water hyacinth because of the pollution that comes into the river. Unless we treat pollution at source, it is not possible to get a healthy wetland. So the point is, the health of wetland, the health of the river are not two disjointed problems. We may operate different schemes within the river system, within the wetland system, but an organic connection between two will also lead to a better and efficient utilization of funds. We have seen also in the situation of urban wetlands, and I understand the panelist who would be following me, Dr. Chari, will be speaking on this. We had an intensive catchment level project in Bhoj wetlands, wherein restoring a healthy catchment led to quite substantive recovery of the wetland. But today, the kind of sewage that the systems generate, especially in the urban area with increasing runoff, wetlands have possibly become a parking lot of all treated sewage. Whether or not we follow this quick fix solutions, it depends on what kind of situation we have, but the reality is we will also have to consider sewage as a part of our water problem. Treated sewage may have its ecological value, but catchment-wide solutions are more sustainable. We have also seen this situation in Yamuna Basin, the issue of Nazafgarh Jheel, right at the borders of Delhi and Haryana, an extensive wetland which for flood protection has been dammed. We could not achieve flood protection by destroying wetland. Gurgaon still floods, Delhi still goes underwater because the values of wetlands has been taken for granted, or the other values, the land values have been taken for granted. So we will have to think about integrated planning, and integrated planning is about integrating three things: scale, sectors, and stakeholders. Every management that we do has to be treated as an experiment. We have to continuously invest into monitoring systems so that any goal and purpose that we set in river or wetland management can be revisited. It is also about building more collaboration. Wetland management cannot be handled singly by Environment or Forest Department. Today, wetlands are far important water security solution providers, and unless water resources planners, fisheries, energy planners, revenue planners, people who deal with biodiversity and tourism sit together, it is not possible to generate a sustainable solution. Now, looking at the elephant in the room, climate change, I wanted to touch upon this subject because much of our management is derived by taking actions that can restore systems in the past. In 70s or 80s, we look at old maps, look at old data. The problem is climate change is going to alter our systems fundamentally. And that means past is no longer a very useful guide for the future. The future might be completely different. In this case, I think investment into scenario building, into what kind of wetlands are likely to be in future are going to help. I'll give you one example that we are attempting in Tamil Nadu, sir. This is the left side, the right side of the panel shows how one variable, that is rainfall, going to behave over long periods. If the rainfall itself changes, we cannot expect our rivers and wetlands to remain the same. So the planning is, any planning that we do today needs to be continuously revisited to ensure that any climate signals are also factored in adequately. In this case, the mangrove distribution is likely to shift inwards because of the sea moving in, the inundation being more profound, and the system switching to more freshwater conditions. The larger challenge, sir, remains is still governance. Wetland and river management, I hardly see it as science problem anymore because we have done incredible science in the last 20 to 30 years to tell us where is the technical side of the problem. What we haven't done sufficiently is on the governance end. I will touch some of the lessons, sir, that we have learned from wetland models. We have looked into systems, institutions like Chilka Development Authority, wherein political leadership has ensured that wetlands are considered on political and development agendas. But at the same time, we also have models wherein, Sitapur's district magistrate used Manrega funds to recreate and conserve wetlands. Now, the point that is being made here, we do not have the liberty nor the time or resources to write complex management plans to identify solutions. Sometimes the solutions are looking at us directly in the eyes. It takes an ingenuitive decision maker to pick up opportunities like Manrega and do some basic intervention in the wetland to restore health. Today, Sitapur wetlands stand out as one of well-conserved systems without any sophisticated science of management. The science has caught up, but definitely the first lead, the first advantage was this IS officer, young IS officer, who took the call to use Manrega funds to desilt wetlands. Sir, with NMCG, with the Uttar Pradesh project, we are looking into different dimensions of policy making that needs to be triggered. Sir, we have we realize that, sir, in the last 20 years, we may have lost 80% of wetlands along the 10-kilometer buffer in Uttar Pradesh. But let's look at what is it being lost to. Agriculture, as you rightly said, sir, becomes the largest driver. Now, agriculture and wetlands have a symbiotic relationship. No production of rice and fish is possible without wetlands. They actually take place inside wetlands. But when we take a very utopian view of a wetland, which is just about species, we forget that our rice paddy systems are nothing but beautiful wetland systems which can sustain food security, which can also sustain avian and different forms of diversity. What is needed is to take an ecological view of production systems inside wetlands. But what is more striking, sir, is wetlands being converted to terrestrial vegetation. Now, this is something when it happens when we plant upon wetlands. When we take single sector view of achieving, say, 1 billion tree plantation in a day, perhaps we end up planting in the wrong places. Now, to solve these problems, sir, from a governance end, what we need is not sophisticated management plans, but we need to talk to sectors which deal with agriculture, sectors which deal with urbanization, sectors which deal with afforestation, and create paradigms wherein wetland conservation does not stand countermanded or exchanged in the single sector outcomes. Food security, sir, can definitely be done by adopting sustainable agriculture solutions. Wetlands need not be completely altered. For ages, historically, food production, so these solutions are possible. So finally, sir, I find the issue, if I have to summarize, sir, in one slide, is one of language. I have seen it at several places. We all use different metrics, different ways to communicate. Engineers can always give you a very quantitative understanding of how flows, sediment, and water behave. On the other hand, people who are on the ground will tell you how flood pulses, how connectivity are far more integral to the system. Rather than fighting against it, there are solutions that can allow us to win. It is high time that we connect scientific measurements and anecdotal understanding in a knowledge system which is complete, practical on the ground, sir. So with this, sir, I would say I see wetland managers playing an important role in India's quest for sustainable development. Wise use becomes an important pathway, but sir, at the same time, taking rivers and taking wetlands as isolated programming areas might not be helpful, might even be counterproductive. We need to connect the dots properly. Monitoring will hold the key to develop robust systems. And anyways, I think as was also pointed out by DG sir, ecological functioning and reactive as well as proactive measures are needed to manage the system at the landscape scale. Thank you so much, sir. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ritesh, for such insightful presentation, raising concern over drying wetlands of our country, followed by suggestive solution to this serious issue. Thank you so much once again. 6th India Water Impact Summit, आज चौथा दिन. इस समिट में अब अर्बन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सर्विसेज पे अपने विचार शेयर करने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी प्रोफेसर वी श्रीनिवासाचारी जी को. Professor Srinivas is the director of the Center for Urban Governance, Environment, Energy and Infrastructure Development at the Administrative Staff College of India. He provides the strategic direction to the center and leads its advisory, Consulting, Research and Capacity Development Program. He is also the Director of Center of Excellence in Urban Development at ASCI. He also specializes in water and environmental sanitation services in urban areas. Professor Srinivas, who has joined us virtually. Welcome to this summit once again, Professor, and over to you, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me and can you see the slide deck?
We can see and you are loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, DG sir. Thank you, Professor Tare. Thank you, Mr. Rosie Agarwal sahab, for giving this opportunity and all the dignitaries. So, while my specialization is in urban management and urban water and sanitation, I would take a little more broader outlook during this conversation, which is primarily to look at how do we balance, especially in the lower segments where there's a lot of anthropogenic activity because of urbanization. How do we balance river resources with anthropogenic interventions? What should be our action imperatives? I come from a little bit of field level action research background, so my set of presentation and ideas that I'm sharing with you would come from the field experience. So let me start by setting the context. I mean, this is what we are all discussing. River resources is not just about biotic, but there's a lot of abiotic resources. And how do we make sure that there is the right balance, conservation of both biotic and abiotic, and how do we ensure that anthropogenic interventions do not mess up the biotic and abiotic resources apart from water, which is flowing in the rivers. That's what DG sir has also amplified, and Professor Tare also amplified in the earlier conversations. Now, all these resources are by and large common property resources, and the fate of common property resources would by and large suffer because of lack of market regulations, lack of regulations, and people see a lot of opportunities in these resources, and there are a lot of services associated because of human development. Now, how do we deal with, how do we conserve, how do we protect these common property resources, at the same time make sure that humans get these services, not only humans but other biotic resources get these services from this ecosystem, is a big challenge. And that's where I think we need a little bit of alignment. As earlier speaker said, we need to bring science, technology, policy, and people, most importantly, into this alignment. Unless and until we bring science, technology, policy, and people, I call it as STP. STP is not sewage treatment, but STP is about science, technology, policy, people together, and they think alike and they inform each other. I think we cannot deal with common property resources. It may sound a little abstract, but I would give some examples as I move forward. Now, backing this, we need financing and political will, not only in the Ganga basin, but we are talking about rivers in general. We need the same levels, same level that Ganga basin is getting attention. Thanks to all of you, I think all the rivers require similar attention, similar STPs. Again, DG sir has not heard, so I use the word science, technology, policy, people. Synergies are important, not only for Ganga, it's important for Godavari, it's important for Kaveri, it's important even for the city where I'm coming from, Musi River. So I think this understanding is very, very important. Now, I give an example of COVID, where beautifully, for some reason, because of the crisis situation, the science, technology, policy, and people understanding have come together, and we see a favorable result in managing this crisis. Now, most of our rivers are in crisis, but this science, technology, policy, people movement has not come together to the desired level. And that's what I think is very, very important. We need to amplify this. Now, first action imperative, in my view, is how do we deepen people and civil society engagement, particularly in urban areas, in this engagement of river resource conservation. Now, a good example I can think of is Swachh Bharat Mission. Now, Swachh Bharat Mission has made the sanitation a Jan Andolan. Now, are we making the river resource management a Jan Andolan? I think that is the most important thing. While Namami Gange program has done that to a great extent, I think there is much more needs to be done in other parts of the country, around other rivers, and I think this is the first and the foremost action imperative in my view. Unless it is a people's movement, it is no longer a stakeholder. They have to be made as a shareholder of this engagement, because there are not only stakes, but there are also shares associated, because everybody will benefit out of this. And SBM has proven that there is a clear public health gain by becoming not just as a stakeholder, but as a shareholder of the movement. So in river resource management, particularly where there are a lot of urban ecosystems around, it's much easier to convince and manage rural communities and urban. So how do you bring this people's movement into this, I think, is a big challenge before us. And I think this has to be one of the top end action imperatives. I'll give you one example. Even small companies, they use 100 influencers. The concept of influencer is very, very common in the corporate world. You have YouTubers, influencers, doing phenomenal amount of communication. But when it comes to resources management, when it comes to rivers, we don't have influencers except a couple of faith leaders, couple of people. NMCG and such organizations are actually nurturing them. But I think we need thousands and thousands of influencers who can influence the agenda that we are discussing about. So this is one example. One action imperative is how do we make river resource management a people's movement, backed up with science, backed up with technology, backed up with policy. Now, so what do we do for this? Now, every organization that I visit associated with river resource management, river waters management, it's predominantly dominated by engineers. Whereas we speak about the problem as people's engagement. We talk to any policymaker, they say that it's important to align people, and we don't invest in these alignments. So it's time that we bring strategic behavior communication at par with the level of engineering interventions that we need in the river resource management programs. Now, river basin management, you look at any programs internationally, strategic communication is the top of the agenda. Right from the CEO down to the engineers, they're actually communicators apart from engineers and apart from scientists and practitioners. So we need to have behavior change communication as integral to river basin management programs, particularly involving urban areas. And I'll come with certain examples in the urban context, why I'm saying this. So I think when we want people's movement, when we want Jan Andolan, then we need to invest in this programming, strategic behavior change communication related talent, resources in this. And I repeat it again, this strategic communication should accord highest intervention, and it should be given sufficient resources, and we need to have talent pool at the level of executive directors, at the level of CEOs to manage this. For example, how Indore is what it is, which has been receiving year after year awards. This time Honorable PM has given the award as on the occasion of launch of Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, Indore won for the 5th time, not because of technology of gasification or not because of technology of composting. They won the award because of the campaign, because of the strategic behavior communication, because of the involvement of people in the programming, and that's how Indore has become the cleanest, not only from solid waste, not only from the wastewater, but it has also received what is called Water Plus. So it's actually stopping pollution, used water. Now Honorable PM is sort of recommending us, don't use wastewater, don't use the word sewage. We need to call it as used water. So now they are using the used water so that the rivers and streams are protected from it. So the success of Indore is a great example for RBM programming in the country and outside, where we need to start prioritizing people's movement, communication, behavior change communication as an integral and important component of the programming of these interventions. Incredible Ganga campaign could be a way forward for us. Incredible Godavari campaign is a way forward for us. Incredible Krishna as a campaign. We need to take that the way Indore has done it, has taken every citizen of Indorian into this movement. And it is not, Indore is not a 10,000 population city or a 50,000 population city. It is a million plus city. Often there are a lot of cynics who say, oh, it can work in small towns, but it will not work in big cities and big communities. But Indore has given an example, and there are many other cities now following that. So I think that is the crux of this river basin management programming. While we generate science, while we create technologies, while we develop policies, if we don't have that P in the STP, science, technology, policy, people, if we don't amplify the P, then I think our STP, science, technology, policy will not really give us the benefit. So I think this is the first action imperative. NMCG is already doing. Every day I open the Twitter, I see lots and lots of communication, lots and lots of events. But I'm not just speaking from the Ganga Basin's perspective, I'm speaking from the Pan River Basin perspective across the country. So this is one action imperative in my view is super important for RBM and River Resource Conservation Program and dealing with the anthropogenic interventions. As I said, it's not just the people, but civil society engagement to amplify the people's movement is important. Now, I repeat again, civil society can play a very, very catalytic role in this whole agenda. And I would say that we need to, every programming should have civil society representatives at the advisory so that this civil society oversight group can manage, organize road shows, media events, anchor incredible Ganga campaigns like in the context of Ganga, cultural tools. I mean, these are not happening around the country. So my request and my urge to Professor Tare is that it's time that we take Ganga to the rest of the country and to the rest of the world. There are examples. So I think this is another area where we need to take this lesson. How do we get civil society engagement much more deeper in this whole programming of river resource management issues? Community report cards for reporting progress is very, very important. We used to call it as citizen report card. In fact, Professor Samuel Paul from earlier IIM Ahmedabad has come up with this citizen report card concept. Actually created a phenomenal amount of impetus. On the same lines, we need to have community report cards for reporting progress, for reporting success, for getting them involved in this whole programming, I think is super important. My request, especially in urban context, in these states of UP, Bihar, West Bengal, I think we need to bring this engagement process moving to see the impact, to see, to minimize the conflicts, and to take the technology and science to people. That's the point. Another area I feel it's very important, we've been pushing even at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, we need to have nothing less than 10,000 professionals engaged in the programming. It's not expensive at all. Internships, young professionals, and fellowships and influencers. It is very, very important, not because they're going to do research. These young professionals, fellowships and internships, they will be working in each district, they'll be working in each urban local bodies, they'll be working in each panchayats, but most importantly, we are converting them as Ganga champions, river basin champions. 10,000 champions will be generated every year. We pay them 4,000 rupees to 10,000 rupees as fellowship. We would have a lifetime champion championing the cause of the river resource management. Some of them can become scientists, some of them can become anything, but they become, most importantly, the lifetime brand ambassadors for giving them a small incentives to enlist them as river researchers and influencers. This is exactly what we are discussing with Swachh Bharat Mission also 2.0. We just fund these people scholarships, fellowships of 5,000 to 10,000. They would be the lifetime ownership of Swachhata, lifetime ownership of river resource conservation. This is already happening in the case of Sea Ganga, in the case of, I know NIU and NMCG are working with best thesis and other things, but I think we need to bring the scale, we need to take it across the country. Every year we should generate not less than 100,000 of professionals speaking the same language, and there is a huge talent out there, we can do that. The action imperative, which I feel is super important in my view, in the opening conversation, in the video, in the subsequent things, everybody referred Ganga as Ma. We have given a gender to all the rivers, whether it is Godavari, Saraswati. We refer to river basins, rivers as women. But we don't have a programming around this river resource conservation for women. We need to engender this whole planning to impact assessment, look at our programming, be it wetland, be it urban development, be it any of the interventions we do, we need to look at it from the gender lens, which should have equal participation of women in planning, decision-making, implementation. They would take the message, they would create Jan Andolan around this whole issue of river resource conservation. They know better how to bring the balance of anthropogenic interventions and river conservation better than anyone else. So my recommendation to the panelists and other eminent people is that we need to have a Ganga Shakti program. Shakti is about women power, and Shakti is also about river. So we need to have a program called Ganga Shakti program. We need to enlist at least 100,000 of prayer every year, which would help in creating awareness to livelihoods around this. So India is known for SHG groups, and SHG groups are doing fantastic work in urban areas, in rural areas, but I think we need to bring in the river resource conservation in the RBM program, we need to bring Shakti Preraks into that. Shakti Preraks would really do wonders for us, and I think it's another area we need to start looking at it as a part of the first agenda is engaging citizens, engaging people in the river basin management programs. My second value proposition to all of you for the eminent today panelists is the whole principle of circularity and circular economy for river resource conservation is India can become a thought leader for the world. As I said in the one of those earlier panel, circularity is in my DNA. Circularity is in my DNA of my grandmother. It's in my DNA of our Indian culture. But over a period of time, we have sort of neglected it, and we are now pushing for linear solutions. If we want to have a balance between anthropogenic interventions, if we want to have ecosystem services to be balanced and sustainable, as DG sir said, then we need to really unpack this concept of circularity, which was a part of our DNA, and bring it back in a very practical sense. This cannot be a theoretical construct. We have enough theory now around circularity, enough literature, but we need to convert them into opportunities, business, sustainable business opportunities. And the need of the hour is, as an example I am giving you, is to, whether it is reuse of reused water is a great example. Reuse of biosolids is another great example. So this whole circularity can create millions of green jobs. As NMCG is now embarking on Earth Ganga, circularity, I can assure you, can create millions of jobs around this, and these jobs and the products can be globally exported. I will give you, though it's a silly example, Fab India is a great example. It's not a part of the circularity, but it's sort of somewhat a branded sustainable business. Fab India is a brand, global brand, which brings in certain amount of integration of rural artisans and livelihoods and somewhat sustainable products and services. It has become a global brand. Imagine how many global brands we can create under this promoting circularity around this area. So my request and my urge to Professor Tare and to all the eminent panelists is, we need to work towards a circular economy model in river resource management, not just in terms of recycling of used water, recycling of biosolids, but much more. And this is a way forward to really unleash the Earth Ganga concept. We create green jobs, reducing emissions, increasing product efficiencies, reduce energy, reduce water and material resources. I think this principle of circularity is super important. Now, as we know, Government of India has brought in the new version of extended producer responsibility. Trust me, we have done some numbering. The extended producer responsibility, the new 2021 format, can create crores of rupees to the NMCG implementation program, because if we can aggregate, if you leave it to each individual municipality, they will be difficult to manage. But if we can aggregate at the programming level, either at the state level or at the national level, we can really create lots of resources to implement the circularity principle. So I think the whole concept of EPR to be aggregated and then use the resources for promoting circularity is very important. It's a legal requirement as per the 2021 program of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Green public purchasing, these are very important. And in all this, the municipalities have absolutely no ownership and no limited understanding of this concept of circularity. I think we need to really invest in capacity building. I'm rushing a little bit, but the point I'm making is that we need to have every programming of river resource conservation program should have a circular economy department for two reasons: for efficiency improvement reason, for also economic Earth Ganga reason. So I think this circular economy department at the state level is very important. We need to think of centers of excellence in circular economy for developing policies, operational practices, business models, financing options, private sector development. I think these are very important. In my view, just imagine if we have when I go to a shop, now if I want to buy an electric appliance, Bureau of Energy Efficiency has come up with star rating system, single star to 5 star. Why can't we have a star rating system for products in this region based on the circular economy ranking? So I think we need to work towards the sustainability standards, circular economy standards, so that we create a new market for sustainable resource conservation point of view. And I emphasize, this is the green jobs is the future, and we need to invest some of our resources. The third point I would like to amplify for this August gathering is innovations. If we want to bring the balance, we need to start investing and creating innovation hubs, creating ecosystems for innovators to come, for fostering disruptive innovations and river resource management. Last month, I would say not even last month, this month, Honorable PM, in his Mann Ki Baat, highlighted a substantial portion of his talk on India as an innovation hub. And it's true that we have during the last 1 year, during the peak COVID period, we have created 70 unicorns. Startups moved and valued as unicorns. When I say unicorn, it's about 7,000 to 7,000 crore valuation. None of it, not even one of it, is related to the subject that we are dealing. Water, sanitation, solid waste, hygiene, and other environmental resources. We map all the unicorns in the country. Every 10 days, one unicorn is created in India. But we don't have unicorns, leave alone, have the unicorn in the areas of river basin management. Every problem area creates innovation. Great example is Singapore. Singapore has become the hub for water efficiency markets. The best of the membranes for water efficiency, for desal, for water measurement now come from Singapore because they had a crisis which converted into an opportunity. Every river in India can create multiple unicorns if we create an ecosystem for innovators to come and work. I think it's time that we emphasize that India, as we speak, we are a young nation, young people, bubbling with enthusiasm, but they are looking for ecosystems where not just ecological ecosystem, but ecosystem for innovations to flourish and connect with the ground. So both product and process innovations require support for river resource conservation efforts. I urge again that particularly since I come from the urban sector background, and urban is one of the leading causes of problem areas in the particularly on the lower segment of Ganga Basin as well as in other parts of the country. I think it's time that we create India emerge as an innovation hub for technology, for science, and primarily solve the problems with regard to used water, organic farming, conversion of vegetable waste to bio-CNG. Let me tell you, vegetable waste to bio-CNG is such an easy thing to do. But we have not less than 10-15 plants in the country. And that to 1 TPD, 2 TPD, 3 TPD. Indore is setting up 500 TPD plant. I mean, I don't understand why we can't convert this whole vegetable waste and wet waste into bio-CNG and create a circular economy around this. We can convert this gas into bio-CNG and run the vehicles in the Ganga Basin. All the public transport vehicles should be on bio-CNG, and that's how we create resource efficiency. We reduce air pollution, we reduce wet waste going into the nalas and drains, we reduce the subsequent environmental impacts. So there are phenomenal opportunities everywhere, and every aspect of river resource conservation requires innovation, and when we require innovation, there is a market for this. So India can become a global hub for fostering innovations. I can vouch my life, it's a matter of time that India will be not only the IT hub of the future, it will become a hub for innovations with regard to environmental, water, sanitation, and environmental services. And there is a very strong climate resilience associated with it. India has made a commitment at Glasgow. I think this is very, very important to bring in circularity and also look at our commitments with regard to global climate change. And that's what I think is a third intervention. We can become the global export hub of knowledge and technology around river basin management because we have a great ecosystem for innovations and startups, and we need to do that. Fourth angle I would like to say in the context of river resource management is decentralization. Unless and until we embrace the concept of decentralization, the community ownership will not come, not just political decentralization, but also decentralization in terms of technologies and science and solutions. A good example is wastewater treatment and fecal sludge and septage management in urban areas. Now, the reason why we are holding phone, the reason why we are able to talk to each other remotely is because of the concept of decentralization. Let me put it this way. We have moved away from a centralized approach of telecom services. Somebody thought of bringing a disruptive solution of moving from a network system, which used to be the order of the day during the early days, where we used to have telephone exchanges and cables taken to villages and urban areas. Now, the minute we moved for non-network systems, like a mobile is nothing but a non-network system. We have reached the mobile phone and telephone every corner of the country in a short span of 10 years. So the world is moving towards decentralization. We have examples of decentralized solutions. It's a matter of time that we would probably move away from grid-based power supply. We would be moving to totally decentralized power generation. There are a number of forecasts available that we don't need grids in the country. So why not we have non-network solutions to solve the problem in the Ganga basin and other rivers? Why do we allow this pollution to happen by embracing the centralized systems? Can't we go the way mobile technology has proliferated and moved away? We can create phenomenal competition if you have in a non-network system. If it is a network system, there is a monopolistic service. If we want innovations, we need to promote policies for non-network systems. And Professor Tare and others have been doing research on this years and years for decentralized solutions. So I think we need to write kind of in the STP, Science Technology Policy, we need to have policies for promoting science and technology for decentralization, and that's exactly what Japan has done. That's how they cleaned up the rivers. The concept of JACASO Act, it is a little dense slide, so I'm going a little fast. The concept of JACASO Act, JACASO is nothing but in situ decentralized solution. They preserved the rivers by enacting this act called JACASO Act. I'm now pushing it in a couple of states that we need to have JACASO-like act where they have decentralized package solutions, what is called JACASO systems, which treats nitrates, which treats phosphates, which protects the downstream water bodies. So I think we need to start looking at whether this is feasible in Indian context, but in my view, this centralized STP, centralized sewerage systems, while it is important, I think we need to also embrace, as part of the river resource management programming, we need to also embrace non-network, decentralized models for solving the problem in an accelerated way. Otherwise, it will take ages. A city like Hyderabad has only 45% sewer system at this point in time. So how long I need to wait, how long the Musi river has to be polluted, how far Delhi continues to pollute other rivers, I think we need to think. So the way forward, in my view, as an action imperative is decentralization. My favorite topic, sir, is capacity building for river resource conservation. I've studied both in India and outside India in the area of environment science, in the area of urban planning. Nobody taught us river resource conservation. There is no program except probably Vinod Tare. None of, I have just done a background search. There is no MSc program. Birmingham University offers MSc program, and couple of international programs offer MSc program, MS programs. We don't have programming, we don't have educational programs in river RBM program at a master's level. It is time that we generate master level education program at the education level. At the same time, we need to make this river basin management, the experience of Ganga, as a mandatory program in the LBS Academy. I go for both. I used to go, right, not in the past, in the recent times. I used to go to academy. This program is not there even at the induction level, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5. All the phases of the program should have your experience of the Ganga to be an integral part of the, every district collector should be mandatorily go through this RBM programming based on your experience. This experience has to go to other parts of the country. All district collectors, this should be mandatory programming. Like the way you have Bharat Darshan, we need to have River Darshan program. If I am exceeding the time, please stop me. I have 2 more slides and then I will close it. So this is another area I feel is very, very important for a country, especially if you want to move from understanding science to implementation, technology to implementation. All district collectors, not only in the basin, not only they have to necessarily go through this program of mandatory program at different phases, either at LBS Academy or otherwise. Likewise, we need to have educational program around this, which is missing in our country. When we have implementing such a large scale program, we need to have master's program also as part of it. Finally, I would say it's super important to capture this learning. This is an interdisciplinary subject. And the presentations today spoke from sand related issues to dolphin issues to engineering issues and wetland conservation. This is a completely interdisciplinary subject. We need to have monitoring, learning, knowledge management systems around RBM. Sea Ganga is doing it, but I think we need to have much more amplification of the lessons of Sea Ganga to the rest of the country and for the practitioners in particular. So my request is establishing a robust monitoring, learning and evaluation system is, especially in an interdisciplinary context, is very, very important. We need to have knowledge management systems to capture this knowledge. Otherwise, we will be missing out. We will not be codifying this and we will be losing this understanding as we progress. It should not be restricted to only national missions. It should be part of the academic missions, and knowledge management should be integral to this. And we need to bring the synergies between science, technology, policy of diverse backgrounds into a knowledge management system. Even now, we don't have an annual state of rivers report. We don't have an annual state of rivers report, which brings the multidisciplinary perspective. Only when I interact with Professor Tari and you and a couple of NMCG colleagues, I learn so many things beyond water, sanitation, and solid waste, beyond urban issues. A friend talked about wetlands. Absolutely so. Urban wetlands is such important, but it's not a part of the urban agenda. So unless we bring that synergies by publishing state of rivers report, like the state of environment report, like the way Science Center for Science and Environment brings out annually, we need to bring out state of rivers report, which would outline the status, progress, success stories, learnings, interrelationships, evidences in a simple language, in a common person language. This is another area, my urge, I feel this is another action imperative. I will be not touching all of them, but I would skip some of those issues which were covered. You know, very important is ensuring flows, and that can only happen at the state level, at the city level, unless and until we have an integrated urban water management programming. It is totally missing. It is the DPR related activity happens. I think we need to bring this integrated multi-year urban water management is super important. Conjunctive use is missing. They look at water as pumping from 100 kilometers away into the city. No, there is water sitting below the ground. There's water in the wetlands. There's water in the ponds, in the lakes. And of course, there's water in the river. Ignoring all these local resources, I go to 150 kilometers away to a river, abstract it and deprive the flows of the river. So I think this understanding of integrated urban water resource management, you look at any big city in the country, Bangalore gets water from 150 kilometers, Hyderabad gets from 200 kilometers, 4-stage pumping. You name any city, it is getting water from 200 kilometers while ignoring the local resources, local both surface, below. So this integration approach is very, very important. There are examples, there are toolkits, there are examples, and there are formats available. I think it requires policy. In this STP, science technology, again, science technology is available, but policies and people involvement is super important. So I think the interrelationships are very, very important. Tariffs. Zero water tariff for water, and we expect improvement of the water bodies. No. Tariff is zero. So it means we are not giving zero value to the resource. And when we say eco-service, ecosystem service, service is nothing but doing work for others. If I do work for anybody, I charge. But right now, ecological services are zero charge, and that's what one of my recommendations is. I think it's time. These are all abstract concepts, may not be politically appealing, but as academic community, as think tanks, we need to find smart ways of bringing this. So I would stop here. There are a couple of more things, but finally I would like to say our regulatory framework with regard to ecological services, particularly water, is completely missing. I can say with confidence that not a single state has water resource regulation, not only enacted but implemented. UP was one in the past, Maharashtra was very, very strong, but again, the implementation challenges and it has sort of diluted. So my humble request again, without bringing water resources regulation at the state level and economic regulation at the municipal and state level, like European countries they do, our flows in the river, the used water flowing into the river cannot be easily curtailed. And finally, I would like to say, and my request is, there's phenomenal learning happening in the Ganga Basin, thanks to all of you. It is time that learning to be taken to India to the world. Thank you very much.
As Professor Srinivas was saying, his experience comes from field work. Anytime being in the field and experiencing the real issues makes the objective of life much more clear. So comes forward your views and thoughts through your impactful presentation, Professor Srinivas. From Indore to Fab India example that you shared to introducing products which can make us go global in much bigger way, innovation to education program. Thank you so much on behalf of NMCG, and of course to conclude our plenary session on behalf of Namami Gange, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our speakers of this session, Dr. Ruchi Badola, Scientist G and Principal Investigator, Wildlife Institute of India, Professor Hussain, Scientist and Principal Investigator, Wildlife Institute of India, Dr. Ritesh Kumar, Head of Wetlands International South Asia, who has joined us personally. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Professor Srinivas Chari, Center Director and Professor, Administrative Staff College of India. Yes, of course, Dr. Tare, who has been leading this IWIS program since day one, and he will take the session forward. Respected DG NMCG, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Mishra ji, thank you so much for your valuable words, and definitely in just few minutes we will be back in our next session of 6th India Water Impact Summit. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
स्वच्छ करेंगे। जय जय गंगे नमामि गंगे, जय जय गंगे नमामि गंगे, नहीं रुकेंगे हम स्वच्छ करेंगे। जय जय गंगे नमामि गंगे, नहीं रुकेंगे हम स्वच्छ करेंगे। जय जय गंगे नमामि गंगे, नहीं रुकेंगे हम स्वच्छ करेंगे। जय जय गंगे नमामि गंगे, नहीं रुकेंगे हम स्वच्छ करेंगे। तू युग युग से बहती आई, तूने ही हमको पाला है। तेरी उंगली पकड़ चलना सीखा, जीवन तूने ही संभाला है। तेरा कर्ज चुकाना है हमको, कर्तव्य निभाना है हमको। जय जय गंगे नमामि गंगे, नहीं रुकेंगे हम स्वच्छ करेंगे। जय जय गंगे कर्तव्य गंगे, नहीं रुकेंगे हम स्वच्छ करेंगे। जय जय गंगे नमामि गंगे, नहीं रुकेंगे हम स्वच्छ करेंगे। जय 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 गंगे, जय 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 नमामि नमामि गंगे, जय 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 गंगे, जय 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 नमामि नमामि गंगे। हम तुझसे लेते आए हैं, पर अब तेरी पीड़ा हरनी है। हम तुझसे लेते आए हैं, पर अब तेरी पीड़ा हरनी है। करनी है निर्मल लहर लहर, तेरी सच्ची पूजा करनी है। तुझे शीश झुकाना है हमको, कर्तव्य निभाना है हमको। जय जय गंगे नमामि गंगे, नहीं रुकेंगे हम स्वच्छ करेंगे। जय
നടന്തായ് വാഴി ജലേയസ്മിൻ സന്നിധിം കുരു നടന്തായ് വാഴി നടന്തായ് വാഴി
Sir, good afternoon.
जी जी नहीं हाँ रन अ टेम्परेरी एप्लीकेशन सेटअप डाउनलोड हो गया होगा unmute.
We will just start. We're waiting for some other panelists to join. They're slowly joining.
Yes, sir. You get sir.
सभी आ गए ना? Please go on. Joining us from Amsterdam. At the outset, I would like to thank all of you for accepting to be on this panel. I have shared my screen and I hope that's visible to all of you. And also I am audible to everyone. So to start with, I would first introduce the panel. So we have with us Mr. Kees Bons. He is from Delta Race, Netherlands. Mr. Bons is an experienced environmental hydrologist and manager with a sound background in hydrology and earth sciences. His research experience in both surface and groundwater hydrology forms a good foundation for the integrated approach to solving water management problems, which has been his key occupation. He was a team leader in Gange strategic planning, and so he knows much more about India as well as the Gange River Basin in particular. And he has lots of ideas, not only on the hydrology and ecology side, but on many other aspects. So we are privileged to have him with us. With his experience, he would be able to contribute what he has seen in India and what happens actually in his side of the world. So welcome, Mr. Bonds. Then we have with us Dr. Ruchi Bodola. She is scientist in Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. Dr. Bodola contributed to the Hindu Kush Himalayan Monitoring and Assessment Program and the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services Assessment. Dr. Bodola is actively engaged in Namami Gange program on various aspects, and her experience and background is very helpful on the issues that we discuss related to river resource allocation. Welcome, Dr. Bodola, to this, and thank you for accepting again. Then we have with us Dr. Anshumali. He is a professor and head of the Department of Environmental Science and Engineering, IIT, which is our sister institution, Dhanbad. Also head of Center for Water Resources Management and coordinator of IIT ENVIS Center. His expertise is in the field of geochemistry, biogeochemistry of terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem, environmental microbiology, ecology and biodiversity, natural resource management, forests, rivers, reservoirs and aquifers. Then we have with us Dr. Vikrant Jain, who is a professor in the Department of Earth Sciences at the Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. He obtained his PhD in civil engineering from IIT Kanpur. He was also a member of the consortium of 7 IITs that prepared Ganga River Basin Management Plan. He has expertise in earth science processes, earth surface processes, river science, external forcing and river future, glaciofluvial coupling, geomorphic applications in stream management. He continues to be a member of the team Sea Ganga. So he is also familiar with what exactly we are looking at. Then we have with us Dr. M.S. Mohan Kumar, who superannuated as a professor from Professor of Water Resources and Environmental Engineering, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Dr. Kumar has expertise in broad area of flow and containment transport in both natural and man-made systems. He has been involved in several international as well as national projects in research as well as advisory mode. He has been recipient of several prestigious national and international fellowships and awards. He was also the chairman of Indo-French Cell for Water Sciences at ISC Bangalore and Honorary Secretary Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology. He is a member of several technical committees of government on drinking water and irrigation systems, both at state level as well as at the central level. So again, he brings in rich experience. And then we also have a person with us who has done a lot of things in the field using very different programs. So Shri Yogesh Kumar is an additional commissioner of Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program. He's IS from 2010 batch. Welcome, sir. And I'm sure you will be able to contribute on what we are discussing based on the experience you have. So before we proceed, for the benefit of those who have joined for the first time, some of you were there in the earlier panel also. Like we have Mr. Suresh Babu also with us, is the director at WWF India, a leading multidisciplinary program on rivers and wetland conservation across the country. He has worked on various aspects of freshwater conservation, including river and wetland connectivity, environmental flows, water stewardship and aquatic biodiversity conservation, a firm believer of multi-stakeholder processes in basin governance. Mr. Babu has contributed to various policy dialogues and processes. He is also the member of the State Wetland Authority of Bihar and Punjab. So again, his background and experience and his ideas are very, very useful. And then we have Mr. Manish Goyal, Dr. Manish Goyal, who is again from our sister institution, IIT Indore. He has expertise in climate change and impact on water resources, hydrology, glaciology, carbon sequestration, and data mining. He received JSPS Fellowship, Commonwealth Fellowship, and many other fellowships. Prior to joining IIT Indore, he was again at a different sister institution, that is IIT Guwahati. So welcome all of you again. So before I proceed, very quickly I will give the background. We are talking about river resource allocation, planning and management at the regional level. And as you all know, there are several issues that needs to be addressed. And we are addressing these issues through various panels, like identification of the resources, assessment of the resources, monitoring, valuation, pricing of river resources, impact of abstraction and extraction of river resources locally, and also from the upstream and downstream sites, effect of actions by upstream communities, and more importantly, how do we empower of our utilization and upkeep of resources and do equitable budgeting and allocation. So these are very wider issues, and in this particular session we will discuss some very specific issues which I will flag very soon. But this exercise that we are doing is basically trying to gather international, national experience and diverse opinions on various subjects as a part of our effort on consultation on various issues with wider stakeholders, actors and players, as we are engaged in preparing the second version of the Ganga River Basin Management Plan. The first version, as you all know, was prepared by the consortium of IIT, which was again led by IIT Kanpur, and that was submitted to the government in 2015, which was useful for strategic planning, but in order to have implementation of that same on the ground, it is necessary that we do more detailing. And while making the strategic plan, we look at the top order river, Ganga mainstream, but now we realize if you have to implement, we have to start work from the base, and base is the wider network of all smaller rivers, low order rivers, and until we take care of all low order rivers, the top order rivers will not have significant improvement. So with this premise, we have now started working on the second version of the Ganga River Basin Management Plan, and mainly we are looking at using the principle of Earth Ganga, which essentially means that we need to have the total holistic value of the river. So we need to keep the status of the river at a level where we get the maximum holistic value, and holistic value means both tangible as well as intangible benefits. And we all know, depending upon the status of the river, the holistic value that we get will change. If it is highly degraded, then of course it becomes very low. Somewhere where we have slightly impacted or moderately impacted, probably we get, and that is what is our target is. We need to decide what state of the river we should maintain in terms of availability or allocation of the river resources. So this concept of Earth Ganga, which means ecosystem conservation synchronized development, or river conservation synchronized development, and for that our basic guiding principles have been that yes, we want to use applied modern science and technology, but with understanding of ancient knowledge and traditional wisdom. Also, we need to think globally, but start acting locally, and we will see today examples of how local actions can change the scenario. And also, we believe in planet as one family and involving all kinds of life forms, but the action has to start locally from our individual, family, community, locality, city, state, and country at large. Okay. And for this, we have identified 3 different kinds of components, which we call it principal components, enabling components, and engagement components. All of them are important from the point of view of ultimately what we want to deliver. That is the impact component, which is Earth Ganga, that is river conservation synchronized development, for which we need to talk about science, technology, engineering, policy and law, governance, economics, finance, and this India Water Impact Summit in different tracks. We discuss all of this, and it's important to reach out to all the stakeholders, and India Water Impact Summit is such one such effort that we do, where we try to reach out to as many people and also seek opinion from the various stakeholders across the globe. When we talk about river synchronized development, there are immediately certain sectors which directly influence the river, like industry, agriculture and fisheries, energy, navigation, tourism, education, culture, forestry, which depend on the river, and river is dependent on them. Okay. And we have initiated several programs, Government of India, major programs through which some of the actions are already taken on the ground. And as we all know, our major challenge is everybody is concerned about the river, but their interests are different, their residence time in the system is different, their professional affiliations are different, and their background is different. And it is because of this, it becomes very challenging to have a aligned interest of all, and that is what we are trying to do. And we understand that this alignment of interest can only happen if we communicate the understanding. So first we have to have understanding and then communicate, and when this resource allocation is concerned, cannot happen unless until we negotiate properly with all stakeholders, sectors and players. So we are emphasizing on these 3 steps important, but invariably in all our implementation processes, we ignore or neglect and start executing. So that is one challenge that we need to address. We also know that if you have to do planning, it has to be using the natural boundaries, but when it comes to implementation, we need to use the administrative boundaries. So again, this is also a challenge that how we synergize what we understand from natural boundaries and how we kind of implement that through the administrative mechanisms that are available to us. Okay. And when we talk about river resources, there are various kinds of resource. Of course, by and large, water is the major resource, and most of the time the discussion is focused on water. But slowly we are not only learning, but also appreciating the importance, realizing the importance of the other minor resources. Okay, just if it is water we consider and other resources are ignored, then river will not remain healthy. And it's very important to kind of talk about all the resources. Okay. So today, the major issue that we are talking about in this panel is how do we empower, okay, stakeholders at local levels, because it is important that the local levels, local people have much more influence and they are much more affected from the state of the river. So river restoration and conservation, how do we empower stakeholders at the local level? That's the specific issue that we are talking about. River resources being used variously by various stakeholders from local riparian communities to basin residents. State governments, central governments are multi-stakeholder ecosystems. So river systems are multi-stakeholder ecosystems whose functioning is simultaneously affected by the different stakeholders with different classes of stakeholders having different needs and expectations from the river. Among such stakeholders, riparian residents and local communities have the most intimate and long-standing connections with rivers, their entire lives being often woven around the river themselves. And it is therefore their primary interest to ensure healthy river functioning for their own security and well-being as against limited dependence on rivers by other stakeholders. Given the primacy of locals in ensuring the restoration and conservation of rivers, it is essential that they are adequately empowered for river restoration and conservation. While overall conservation measures on larger spatial scales are overseen and supported by governments, educational research institutions, and interested private citizens or entities. Pseudo stakeholders being excluded from comprehensive decision making. That's what our target is. The entire process calls for identification and empowerment of local stakeholders vis-a-vis other stakeholders who may play lesser roles for the conservation and regeneration of small rivers and water bodies of the larger river basin at local levels. So with this kind of background, we have some specific questions or issues. One question which is coming from the earlier panels, which I want to flag, and I also would like to get the views from this panel as well. River resources means the river channel composition, which includes all biotic and abiotic components in the channel. This is what has come out from the earlier panels. Okay. Also, there are other things that were flagged. One is when we talk about river resources, most of the panelists earlier also have said that we should look at the entire basin resources. But then other viewpoint also has come that if you look at the entire basin, it becomes too complex. Then the suggestion has come that river channel actually represents what happens in the basin. So if you can make sure that the river channel composition, which includes both biotic and abiotic component, if that is managed very well, perhaps the basin is also doing fine, or activities in the basin are doing fine. But the other way is not true. That is, if basin everything is fine, that does not mean river will be in good condition. So with that kind of hypothesis, we can look at if the river resources are monitored properly and the locals are given this kind of responsibility, that if they can ensure that the local river resources are balanced, then probably the other things. So can we take this as a kind of hypothesis for monitoring the progress of the restoration and conservation measures in the basin? If river by and large, river resources by and large, which we define as the channel resources, if they are by and large managed and maintained, perhaps everything in the basin is happening fine. So I would like the views of the panels on this. And then, of course, we have very specific questions related to the engagement with the stakeholders. So how to identify the main stakeholders of rivers and water bodies at local levels. how can the existing social and governmental institutions be useful to empower the identified local communities or people? Because again, we have seen having new laws are not only difficult, but laws actually do not serve the purpose if they are not implemented properly. So we're looking at, do we have existing mechanisms through which we can do this kind of thing? And we already have experience on the ground on some of this, so that would be useful. What roles various institutions and stakeholders should have in resource allocation at regional level, and what should be their responsibilities? What mechanism is needed to coordinate between local entities and regional institutions for optimal resource use and conservation measures across the length of the river over a long term? So these are some of the issues. If we can reflect on that, that will help us in moving ahead. So with this kind of background, I would invite the panel, and probably we will go in the same order in which I introduce the panel. Okay. So initially, maybe you can take, every panelist can take 3 to 4 minutes giving their opening remarks and reflecting on the issues that are flagged, including the first one that I said, that is the hypothesis that has come out from the earlier sessions, and then specific issues related to this session. So can I request Mr. Kisbon? He was there earlier panel also, and he has been associated with this topic, Ganga Basin. So maybe he can share his views to start with, and then we will move on to the Mr. Kisbons.
Thank you very much, Professor Tare. Thank you also for organizing this session, and this is a very important discussion that we have together. On your first point regarding the channel or the basin, I am a strong advocate of the basin. I see the basin like the human body. If you have a problem in your body, maybe that can be a symptom of a disease that is completely somewhere else. So you do not attack the symptoms, but you attack the source of the problem. And the river is only the manifestation of part of the system, so you cannot treat the system by only looking at the channel. You will make the wrong decisions, unfortunately. We cannot make it simpler just by looking at a small part of the problem. And I think part of the fact that we think it is very complicated is because water resources management around the world, but also in India, is done mainly by civil engineers. And civil engineers have a very good knowledge of civil engineering, but the river basin management requires so many different disciplines. And then if you ask one discipline to do it all, they will say it's too complicated. So I do not think that if you have the basin healthy, that then the river channels would not be healthy. I think that is also true. So that is on the first point. Regarding the stakeholders.
Mr. Boss, I just want to intervene here. The hypothesis, yes, everybody has said, and we also agree that actions have to be at the basin level. But the question that we are saying for monitoring the progress of the river restoration program, if we focus on the river and make sure that the river resources, the channel resources are perhaps maintained, will that serve our purpose from that point? Yes, the strategy, where actually the problem is coming from, that we need to fight, and then what you said is very much true. So it is only from that limited context that we are looking at this.
And I still do not think that you can solely look at the channel, because, for instance, it is possible for tens of years or maybe hundreds of years to keep the channel situation good by overusing groundwater resources. That is possible. So then you would sort of fool yourself by using a certain indicator, which is not a true indicator of the health of the system. So I still do not fully agree with that. You have to keep important aspects of the basin in view.
Okay.
So if we go to the stakeholders, I think first we have to make a good distinction between stakeholders and actors. Often we mix them up as if they are the same. Many government institutions who have a responsibility are actors, but they are not necessarily stakeholders. They should be more facilitators for the stakeholders rather than sort of have a stake themselves. On the other hand, many ministries do represent a certain part of the economy. So in that part, they act as if they have a stake. And therefore, they, even though they are government organizations, they do not objectively and neutrally manage things for the best interest of all. They become certain stakeholders by representing a certain part of the economy. So that is a tricky thing that we have to realize, and therefore in such a process, a good stakeholder and actor assessment is essential. That means that somebody, preferably not a civil engineer, makes a very good, thorough assessment of who are the actors, who are the stakeholders. A stakeholder means you have a real interest. It means that your being will change if the water resources is managed in a different way. It can improve or it can deteriorate. And we need to identify that. And then we have to look at especially the vulnerable groups because they are traditionally overlooked. That could be the small communities along the rivers or the branches, but just as well, it could be a village high in the mountains that lives based on a spring, or a village somewhere that is using groundwater, and the whole life will change if groundwater would go down with 1 meter. So yes, small communities are require extra attention, but not necessarily only the communities in the riparian zone, but all communities in the system that depend on water and are vulnerable. And then within the communities, whether it's in a city or in a small village, we especially have to look at the groups that are normally overlooked. I talked a lot with Delhi, for instance, Delhi government on urban development. And traditionally, all the unofficial communities were simply ignored, totally ignored. So the slums and so on, because they were illegal, but they are still there. So they are part of the community. They're also voters. So as long as we do not really look at all people, and not only people, there are also stakes represented by nature, for instance. So we have to also recognize that there are certain aspects that are not human, that also have a stake, ecology and so on. So I have to try to give that a place. So a stakeholder analysis that looks at all the roles, the spheres of influence, the interest of the different parties, and the distribution of the benefits and the burdens of all the different decisions, and whether maybe that creates inequity at present, or if we change the system, at irrigation generally benefits the big farmers and not the small farmers. So we really have to make that analysis. And then to the next question, how can we empower certain groups? So if we have done this analysis and we have recognized that certain groups are vulnerable, so we have to sort of put safeguards in the process so that we will not overlook them again. Then we have to look at the process and think, just an example, because every situation will be different, but one example that can be done. In Australia, for instance, they gave people absolute water rights, okay? If they own water, automatically they have a stake because they are part of the negotiation process suddenly. Now, that is rather drastic, especially for the Indian situation. But you can also virtually give people water rights. That means that you give certain groups, either villages or communities or NGOs that represent a certain non-human part, a certain virtual water right. That means that the negotiation is only successful if they are they have agreed with their part of their right to the solution. So you give them a certain power, and that is empowerment, right? So you don't actually have to change the law and so on. You can also do it in a virtual way. And then in the process, it is not a process of engineers designing something and then sort of consulting and then going home again. It is a continuous process where we have to basically, as river basin planners, preferably not only engineers, facilitate the stakeholders, the owners basically, to make their plan. That is the philosophy that I think will work best. Because in the end, they have to implement it, they have to pay the taxes or the rates to do it. So if the plan will not be accepted by the people who have to pay it, do it, and live with it, it is useless. And that is one of the things of the implementation problem in many plans in India, is that it is sort of a tentative plan rather than an accepted plan. And that process, it goes both ways. So not only to the small groups, but also to the politicians and to all the different layers of government or society that needs to agree or to play a role later on. If we look at the Dutch Delta program planning process, there is a complete double track. There is the co-creation, the participatory modeling layer, where we continuously are in discussion with all these different layers, while at the same time the questions that come from this layer are then in the technical layer addressed. So it is a continuous feedback to the real players, so that at the end, it is not that suddenly a politician gets a plan that he has to approve or disapprove. No, it is, we already know now when the plan will be approved, because it's part of the process that the approval acceptance is part of the process. So then it also is very easy, or not easy, it's still a very difficult project, but it is better to arrange the 5-year cycle of replanning or the 6-year cycle, because all the actors and all the stakeholders are actively part of that process. So I think I'll leave it at that for the first round.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll come back again. I just got the information that Mr. Yogesh Kumar has some urgent work, so he has to leave. So we'll change the order slightly. After him, we will again follow the same sequence. So can I now request Mr. Yogesh Kumar to kindly give his views?
Thank you very much, sir, for inviting me in such a thought-provoking and insightful discussion. This is the first time I'm participating with IIT. After IIT BHU, I participated with. And I listened Dr. T's Bones. It was indeed a right approach which sir was suggesting, that it should be treated like a human body. It's an organic system, and giving people some water rights can be useful. So I will introduce the administrative perspective into this entire debate. We have already rejuvenated some couple of rivers in year 2019-20. We took up 19 rivers in 26 districts of UP. And if I highlight some names, there are rivers like Tedi, Manorma, Pandu, Varuna, Sasur Khaderi, Sai, Gomti, Aril, Morwa, Mandakini, Tamsa, Nad, Karnavati, Ban, Sod, Kali. These are local names of the rivers, sir. We already have been working on that. And like coming to the questions of, well, I'll be addressing those questions also within these 5-7 minutes, which I have with me. Then in 2020-21 next year, we took 25 small rivers in 36 districts. Then in 2021-22, the current financial year, we have selected 14 rivers in 12 districts. So this is specific thing, but I want to like introduce to the panel. This is a officer-based, it's a stakeholder-based information to the headquarters. We are taking up this river. But as a headquarter, we do not have a technology, a good, reliable technology to find out how many rivers we can take up in a year. I am handling Mahatma Gandhi Narega in the state of UP. I am considered to be the commissioner of Mahatma Gandhi Narega. But I lack in various respects in finding out what are the challenges and what are the options where we can move our labor. We have, in Manrega, we have 10 million labor force, which are from the local community. They stay in nearby areas and they try to recreate the natural resources there. River and ponds are one of them. Water conservation techniques are one of them. We happen to invest in terms of rupees 4,000 crore. The budget of Manrega and UP was 3 years back. Last to last year, it was 6,000 crore. Last year, it went to 12,000 crore. And this year, we have already invested 5,800 crore, which I believe that Mahatma Gandhi Narega, having such a large scale of penetration at the block level and Gram Panchayat level, and concurrence of the government of UP, government of state government and central government, this should become an integral part and parcel of this specific drive. And what I find problematic part, this entire exercise of river rejuvenation has become very person specific, very much like institution specific. Some district magistrate, some commissioner, or some specific CDO, there are chief development officer. If they are taking interest, it will move. If they're not taking interest, that will not move. We have to bring it out from that individual oriented affair. We have to make it more institutionalized. And that institutionalization can be brought while CSOs, while IITs, our technical universities, technical institutions, those, and commissioner, DM, studio, these three ranks from the district and the mandal level, they are involved through a sensitization exercise. Because sensitivity towards this issue, towards this cause is low. There are other topics at the district level which keep occupying the attention of the officers. So because we are the implementing agency, we know where are the lacuna, where the gaps are. So by just engaging these stakeholders who are sitting at administrative positions, they have budgets also. And in Manrega, there is no upper cap of the budget. If in Ganga action plan or and other action plans, some budgets are given, so it has an upper limit. In Manrega, there is no such upper cap. So we have a very wide spectrum we can easily address. The stakeholders, sir, this year already 80 lakhs people have worked in Manrega. Our Mahatma Gandhi Narega. Already we are sustaining, we are giving jobs to 50,000 employees in UP. And this is the, I'll say in different states, there are different pools of employee. We almost, I think we are handling the largest pool of employee in the entire country. So we are a very humble and very important stakeholder in the entire exercise. By including me into this discussion, well, I am feeling honored and I am feeling highly obliged. I am feeling grateful. Yeah, I am able to contribute. I am able to show you the administrative side of this entire exercise. This specific object is not at all difficult to be achieved. This is very much within our reach. Seeing the scale of my scheme, I can confidently say we can easily hit the target. Only a particular strategy, which department? There are a couple of departments like mine irrigation, groundwater, then irrigation, then revenue department, which identifies the lands. There are a couple of 6, 7 departments who will be taken on board as stakeholders. Once they come, their officers come, and our labor also and our finance also move. They don't have funds. They have only information. We have funds and we have the manpower. Once these two energy, they converge, they synchronize, I know we can easily create very good results. So I will come personally also to Kanpur and meet. Well, this may not be a right, maybe I will not get a sufficient time to speak to you. So I'll come personally there, I'll explain the entire thing, and I shall rather saying how river resources, how to be to be handled, or maybe which stakeholders we have to take. We all know the farmers, the laborers who are staying in the village area, they are the stakeholders. They want to engage themselves into fishery. They want to engage themselves into floriculture, horticulture, into agriculture. They are already engaging. They have only two things: either they have water or they have a land. So we cannot. The land will survive. Land will cultivate only with the water. The underground water is depleting very fast. We don't have mechanism to stop it because of the agriculture practices, and rivers also getting polluted. So our stakeholders are very clear. We have very sufficient or very mappable stakeholders. We have funds and we have administrative will also. And we have the will of parliament of the country. We must do this. So all Manrega in entire country, 65% of the resources will be invested on the natural resource management. Last year, we touched 1 lakh crore in entire country. the budget of Manrega, 65,000 crore were invested in natural resource management, which was Jal, Jungle, Zameen, water resources, forest resources, and land resources, their conservation. So our agenda is also clear. Everything is like in line. Only we just have to like call a offline, a physical meet of the stakeholders. We identify these are the rivers, these are the DMs, these are the CDOs, and this is how it will be implemented. These are the Gram Panchayats. Everything will come into shape, sir. So from my side, that was, sir.
Thank you. I will, because you have to leave. I will have some reaction from my side on what you said. So if I have understood correctly, you have resources to spend on the manpower, right? At the same time, you probably have, as in charge of the Manrega program, also have the autonomy to decide on which area you can use that lever, right? Now, the question is how, because this is your personal drive, how can this become a nationwide thing? So what kind of facilitation that you think is required so that the drive that you have taken, particularly of restoring rivers, small rivers and ponds so as to help the local people, how it becomes, kind of a mandate for everybody rather than, just your initiative. That is one thing. And if I have understood correctly, you probably need a support in terms of what needs to be done, where it needs to be done. Isn't it, in terms of technical or survey or data or information, because some of the work is done probably sometimes it is useful, sometimes it's not as efficient, and sometimes maybe even counterproductive, though it is done with a good intention. So what do you think? And the last question that I have is, do you think that any law or regulation prevents you from doing things, or you think we should have any new law or regulation, only then your work can be facilitated?
Sir, this can come out from this individual effort kind of thing, from person-oriented effort, once it is institutionalized by a higher body, be it Niti Aayog or be it any ministry from the central government, which becomes a central nodal ministry. There will be a resource, MIS will be created. This is how these many rivers are being taken for this specific year. There is nothing which prevents us spending money on river rejuvenation. There are states, Rajasthan, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, already they are investing huge funds on river rejuvenation. They are requiring water. We are also requiring water. So nothing hinders us at all. There has to be MIS only. This is how we plan these 25 rivers of UP will be taken up in this year. These rivers are flowing into these Gram Panchayats. These particular Gram Panchayat will start work in so and so month, and they will finish work in so and so month. This much of on the website we are showing this is the L section and C section of the river. We will dig up, we will work in these sections. 10,000 plants on the left hand side, 10,000 plants on the right hand side. These are the 15 ponds on the left and 10 ponds on the right. These will also be rejuvenated. Once a particular plan comes into force, no DM, no officer like me, and no anybody else, they cannot stop it, because there is a specific timeline. There is identification of the targeted areas, and that identification has been done by a higher body which is sitting, which is like operating from Delhi, and it is the mandate for all the departments. They will contribute, including our scheme. We will contribute. So we have to start it from a coordinating body, which I believe Niti Aayog is the most trustworthy and most accepted body. If they launch any kind of portal or maybe any exercise which is GIS-based technology, which has intervention from GIS and all, that will go beyond anybody's control. Nobody can stop that. First is that. Then regulation and law, there is nothing, no such regulation and law which is preventing us at all. Only it is our limited knowledge. Only it is our limited exposure, because we are sitting in a very big state. And without the introduction, without the inclusion of technology, we cannot, without the inclusion of technology, we cannot generate results. So we require very much completely, we should rely on a trustworthy technology which can be done by a good team. We have people from GIZ. GIZ is a German institution, and which are providing us GIS like technology, and they have sent their experts to us. They are very few. Seeing the size of UP, they are very few in number. So from my side, if we are having such quality institutions working in their directions, and they are having a bigger teams of engineers, so I know at the grassroots level, the implementation is not a big deal. Implementation we can ensure. Sir.
Some of these are probably may have to do it repeatedly, like some of the actions that you have taken, desilting and other things. So this is a kind of ongoing process. And if I believe Manarega also in a way is an ongoing process. Okay, so you think there is a good synergy between the two, and then we also kind of avoid migration of the labor, because there is lot of employment can come, and on a continuous basis it can come. It's not one time action. Of course, not every year, every pond or river needs to be done, but it is a cyclic process. Maybe it needs this. So what is your reaction on that?
Of course, actually, in Mahatma Gandhi Narega, there is a mandate that once in a lifetime of a river, it can be rejuvenated. Yeah, it can be restructured once in a lifetime. But there is a provision ki how do we define the lifetime of a river? Whether it will be historically all 2000 years, starting from there, taking a broader timeline, or very long timeline, or we take smaller one ki every 3 years there is a siltation. It gets filled up completely. So every 3 years the river dies, and then again we have to revive it. So there is a lifetime of a river which can be decided or which can be determined by doing a practical, a statistical analysis, and we reach to conclude that every 3 years this rivers will have this much filtration, and we should be able to clear through Manrega. So the idea which you are saying, it is a cyclical one. It will be a recurrent exercise. It's a brilliant idea, and it is implementable, and it is accepted also in the rules of in the rules book. So we definitely. We decide these specific rivers have a life cycle of a lifetime of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and every 4 years, every 3 years, every 2 years, the labor will be deployed for purpose of desilting, and for the purpose of plantation, for the purpose of pond rejuvenation. So we'll keep doing it. So sir, I will be with you. I think my flight is delayed. My flight is delayed by 2 hours now. So I am here now. So I can listen to other participants also.
Okay. So we will come back to you again, and thank you very much for this. And of course, just it may not be of interest, but I think this experience is very useful. And if you are available tomorrow between 11 to 1, I would even like to give you a keynote speech for the benefit of all, if that is acceptable to you and you are available.
I'm in Delhi. I'm attending one more lecture there, one more event, which is
so you can even go to NMCG between 11 to 1 if that time suits you, and then we can have it from there. I will be in touch with you on call subsequently on this.
Sir, I shall try. I can try.
Okay. So can we and I'm happy that you are here and you can give further inputs on this as other people give their opinion, and you can also have your views on that. Okay. So can we now move on to Mr. Suresh Babu? Suresh? He is from Wildlife Institute of, WWF India.
Yes, sir. Thank you again, and very interesting. So I'm just going to...
Suresh, your voice, please, can you raise it a little bit?
Okay. Is it better, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the key question around identifying the key stakeholders for river and wetland conservation. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, still, if there is some scope, you can do something. I think that will be better. Yes, it is, but it is very feeble still.
Okay, so probably it's my mask that is creating.
Yeah. If nobody is around, you can.
Hello?
Yeah.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Yeah. So in terms of, I'm just sharing some of the experiences that we have in identifying stakeholders in conservation of rivers and wetlands. So
The author come.
These bonds has mentioned about stakeholders and actors. In our approach, what we have been doing is to use a filter which looks at the interest of the stakeholders, the support they have in the interest, the power dynamics, particularly the influence of these stakeholders in taking decisions. So, for instance, the dependency can be very high for a local stakeholder, who is a farmer or a fisherman. But equally important will be a hydropower operator or a regulator, who may decide to come up with a dam. So, how do you sort of bring these kind of stakeholders together into the discussions around river and wetland conservation is very, very important. One of the tools that we have been using, and this is a customized tool adopted by the Ramsar Convention, which is the rapid assessment of wetland ecosystem services. This is come in as a very handy tool to understand the level of ecosystem services, the importance, and at what level it operates, whether it is at a local level, it's a regional level, or at a global level. So there is a guidance that is used. So what we have been using is to meet and understand different dependencies of different levels of stakeholders, which gives us a very, very interesting perspective about what role each of these stakeholders can play. Now, coming to the question about empowerment, I think it's not just about capacity building.
Can I just quickly ask a supplementary question on this? So whatever stakeholder engagement that you have, and based on that you determine at a particular place, is it possible to generalize, or we will have to do this exercise for every stretch or every this thing? Is any kind of generalization based on few case studies is possible, or every stretch we need to do that?
So this is where the probably a zoning of rivers will be very important. I'm not really in favor of a generalization, as you also agree with, because several rivers may not have the same kind of features and challenges. So one approach that we've been using is to look at a typology of rivers. For instance, if a river is totally degraded because of a particular kind of dependency, maybe it is agriculture, maybe it is industries, then probably that kind of a framework is applicable. But it's always useful to have local level information and data that is generated. Now, with the Ministry of Environment and Forest, we've been looking at, I'm just giving an example, a framework of wetland health cards. That is kind of at a regional scale, it gives a comparison between how a Ramsar site in Punjab compares with a Ramsar site in Tamil Nadu. So that's at that level. But if you were to really look at an action, you need to actually deep dive and get into the nitty-gritty of how a particular component of a wetland health is at a particular state at a particular given time. So that kind of a detailed analysis will be definitely important. So I'm not in favor of a generalized one, but a general metrics for a certain typology of rivers, or a zone, if we were to do a zonation of different rivers, then that may be helpful to sort of decide on a deeper dive. That's number one, sir. Number two, on the issue of empowerment, I think with respect to some of these stakeholders, what is important is to help them chart a journey of a learning process. Because here what we are really looking at is changing the mindsets. We have our own assumptions. We have firm beliefs. Like for instance, I believe in flood irrigation. That cannot be changed unless I see my peer doing an alternate practice which is yielding a higher level of economic return and economic gains, and thereby creating some kind of an ecological benefit as well. So that's the kind of learning process that we will need to undertake. And like Mr. Yogesh was talking about, the mindsets need to change right from the top till the bottom. From a water user to a decision maker. How that change process can be can be facilitated is something that we need to take. We need to think. It's iterative, it's chaotic, and it is an interactive process. What we lack today is that we don't have time for all the three. It has to be iterative, it has to be interactive, but we need plans in 2 months, we need to implement things in one season, and we need results in no time. So I think giving that, taking that time and space out for facilitating these conversations and facilitating these processes will be very, very important. I think I'll end there, but one last point I wanted to take is, if you were to, like you, in one of your graphs, you showed the river health and the values. Similar to that, if you were to actually plot a chart to look at interest and influence, we will see that there are a lot of people who are interested in river and wetland conservation who are lower on their influence. And it is important that we need to lift those groups of high interest to a high influence level, and people who have high influence but a low interest to a higher level as well. So it's kind of an bottom-up and a top-down approach for facilitating those conversations and that transition that is very, very important. And our work with Mitras, for instance, the Friends of the River initiative that we have in the Ramganga, we've tried from both the levels, working with the district administration to the local villages. We've been able to work with different stakeholders. But what is really important is that for many of these rivers, at a basin level, there is no one platform which can actually take decisions. Even if 1,000 farmers or 100% farmers take decisions around changing their practices, there will be impact. But who will actually keep the basin perspective in mind, address the larger regional issues as you have defined in your questions? At that regional level, at that basin scale, certain decisions will need to be taken. So that kind of a meso level institutional structures remain a vacuum in our discourse, and that's something that we need to probably focus as well. And that institutional framework need to also facilitate the learning processes as well as the decision-making processes and the evaluation monitoring that you mentioned about.
I just want a quick reaction of yours on the suggestion that is made by Mr. Gisborne, that those who are less influential but high on interest, as you mentioned, we give them virtual rights or whatever. You think that will be helpful in our situation, or it may be even counterproductive in some cases? Because at some point of time, once you give the rights, then they also tend to take the national level processes for ransack, or regional level processes for that. How would you react? Is that a workable, and how do we any suggestions on that?
I will be a bit cautious on that particular model because of the political nature of water in India. I think what is important for us is not the trading of water rights, but a much conscious effort to build the momentum for a shared vision for our rivers. It's not just about water rights. Like you said, it's about sediments, it's about fisheries, it's about energy, it's about so many other interconnected issues that we are really, really talking about. So I'm not really in favor of a suggestion that if you give water rights to everyone, things can be sorted out. So the question is that who will have the right for water for the river? So there are certain things related to that as well we need to discuss. So given the political...
It's not exactly giving rights to them for water, but increasing their influence. So they, unless until, if they have substantial right, unless they say yes, nothing can happen. And they will obviously be talking in terms of interest of the river. Only then they will give their rights. That's the point. It's not that they will actually take that water for themselves. That is not the meaning of the water right.
No, I understand that. I think there are several other ways.
Okay.
In basin.
I think there is some connectivity problem. So we will come back to you again. Can I now move to the next panelist, Dr. Ruchi Vadola? Dr. Badora?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Very interesting discussions going on. And Dr. Suresh Babu has, in fact, in detail outlined the entire process of identification of the stakeholders. But, as you raised this question that does it have to be done at the, basin level or at the macro level or at the micro level, I think that, this is a constant process which goes on from the micro to the macro and macro to the micro. So these linkages have to go back and forth. Stakeholder identification, stakeholder analysis is not only site specific, it is also subject specific. For what objective we are doing. The role, the interest of the stakeholders, their mandates will totally change from one issue to another. If it is related to fishing, the power and the stake and the influence would have a different picture. If it is related to mining, it might have a very different picture. If it is related to water abstraction, it would be a different. So it has to be very specific to the issue at center of it. And then as Mr. Bond said that it is not engineering. I definitely agree it is not engineering, it is social engineering. And social engineering is very complicated, very dynamic, and definitely a continuous process. And the first step in this entire process, I always believe and say, is exit policy. Whoever goes there, whether we are creating a management plan, whether we are going with the NMCG project of 10 years, 20 years, or we are going for 5 years, or the Sea Ganga is going, we have to understand from day one that we are outsiders. We may have more influence. We are actors, as Mr. Bond said. We are not the stakeholders, and therefore whatever strategy we design will need to be done in such a way that the system can support it once these projects or these actors move out. So the system will have to be created in such a way. And the key players in the system will have to be visualized from that point of view, that what will happen when we are not providing a backup, we are not intervening, and there the issue of institutions become very important. Another issue that I also wanted to flag was what Mr. Bonds talked about, the slum dwellers. As we work along the Ganga River, along the tributaries, we find several areas where there are migrants, where there are illegal settlers, and there is a constant state of conflict because they are de facto users, and de facto use will often be illegal because they will not get any legal rights. So these issues also need to be dealt with at appropriate levels. We've had examples in the country where such issues have been dealt officially and sorted out. And those are the peoples who have become biggest cause of the system. So this is one thing. Then another thing, the process of empowerment of stakeholders. And I think we have learned a lot from our Ganga Prairie model, where we actually started working with the communities, with the youth, with the children, with the women along the Ganga River. And to my mind, what I learned was actually I had to unlearn a lot what I had learned all my life. What I learned was that this whole institution of Ganga Prairie, if I may say, has to be very, very loose. It has to be very flexible, yet very organized. And it is a huge challenge. It has to be left alone, yet we need to establish linkages. People need to have all the flexibility to do whatever they are capable of doing and whatever are their interests, yet it has to go towards a common goal. So with differing objectives, differing interests, we have to move towards a common goal. So that meant the picture of the institutions that we've had in mind all our lives, very systematic, straight-jacketed at times, and with clear-cut objectives, vision, and mission, may not be the picture that will emerge in this basin. Because it is a basin of variations, climate, geography, topography, social, economics, cultural. It is all about variability. And creating a system and institution that is able to embrace all this variability and also move forward. And at the same time, it is able to establish linkages with the established government system. And that is another learning. What I feel is that we have had enough institutions. We have too many institutions. And these are very good institutions, actually. The only thing is, that there was that excellent intervention from Mr. Yogesh about Manrega. What a powerful tool which can be used for people's livelihoods as well as for restoration of rivers and streams. NRLM, all these are huge programs, huge resources are available. It is the only, these are very small steps to walk, yet very difficult steps to walk. The distance between the district headquarters and the concerned and real stakeholders at the village level. These are very, as I said, short distances to walk, but very, very challenging distances to walk. And this is where we need to walk the talk, because we've experienced it, and wherever these linkages have established, we are getting beautiful results. Because even, and Mr. Yogesh will agree with me, they are also looking for areas, for stakeholders, for people who are genuinely interested in working, because they are there to extend all the help to them. So this, again, this linkage is very important, sir. And the third one is the question of empowerment of the stakeholders. So empowerment has many facets. And the first and basic facet is awareness, training, skill development. A person can only be empowered with this. In a country like ours, this is the empowerment we need. When we started working with the communities, we were overwhelmed. Where do we start? With whom do we work? How do we identify these stakeholders? And we did know that it is a huge challenge. But then we found certain interested people, and we just started talking. That, okay, what you can do for the river. They said, we want to do something, but we don't know what we can do. We don't know how to do it, what to do, and from where to find the resources. And therefore, we started building up this institution of Ganga Prairies, which I said is a very, very flexible institution. We have old people, we have young people, we have highly educated people, we have professionals, we have totally uneducated people, who are illiterate, I would say, I will not say uneducated, but very, very aware of the river ecosystem, its ecology, its functions, and so on. Very interested to work. We had a huge challenge in bringing women to the forefront. This was the biggest challenge. And even Dr. Suresh will agree with me that when they're working with Ganga Mitras, bringing women to the forefront is the biggest challenge. But once it is done, then the ball sets rolling. And this challenge, particularly in states like UP and Bihar, where culturally and socially women don't come out that much, was huge for us. And we had to look for novel. And that's why I'm saying, sir, that we always have to keep moving between macro and micro. We had to look for very, very specific interests, how to bring the women out, how to engage the women. And we were able to do it. And today I'm very happy to share with you that 50% of the Ganga Prahari cadre is composed of women. And you yourself have seen them at various forums, how they are working, how the process of empowerment has taken place. And what gives me immense pride, it gives me goosebumps to see them when they come to these platforms and stand on those stages where even my feet will shake to speak. But they are able to speak because it is from the heart. It is from experience they are telling us. And it is that beautiful knowledge which is coming together. So empowerment, this is the first step. And the second and very important step is, sir, that any kind of conservation, any kind of restoration activity that we are planning or doing will need to make economic sense to the community, what Dr. Suresh Babu was also saying. Conservation needs to make economic sense. Because the community along the river, and Earth Ganga, I think, is a beautiful concept where we can align all our efforts. And I will just share you the very, very small example which we launched last year. That was the Ganga Dolphin Jalad Safari. So in 6 places along the main stem of Ganga, we gathered small groups of fishermen and boat owners, who were just plying. They had small boats, and we offered to paint their boats, and we trained them as eco-tourist guides, on the river. And we said, when you, rather than fishing or, just taking people on your boat, you actually charge 10 rupees extra. But when you take people, you tell them that you're going to tell them about dolphins, about gharials, about, these riverine birds and so on. And we were able to launch these safaris at 6 places along the river. Constantly, we are getting, calls from people in other sites also. We also want to become a part of this because they are able to show people, they are functioning. They are earning little better than what they were. And most important of all, they are saying we are earning the respect and we are supporting the government in its efforts for dolphin conservation. So these are the softer sides of social engineering, where motivation, respect and recognition play a very important role. So they are also a part which, along with economic empowerment, have to be built into the system. And I have seen that once the community, because all these institutions are existing at the grassroots level, the entire district administrative machinery is very actively available. It is only a matter of linking. So once these people are empowered, they get a platform and a voice, they are bringing all these to the doorstep. So many of our Ganga prairies, they have become Gram Pradhans. They are getting support from IIMs in their ventures. So many other people are ready to take up their non-governmental organizations. And the thing is, once we have made these Ganga prairies, we have given them wings, they need to fly. We don't need to keep them with us. So that is the beauty of the program. They are drops of perfume which have to be dropped into the society. And then this social movement has to be carried on. So we have to work at all levels in this service. And this small work in small pockets will automatically spread, whether it is Ganga Mitras, whether it is Ganga Doots, or whether it is Ganga Prairies. It is how we have trained them, how we have motivated them, how we have held their hands for a certain time. You don't need to hold hands for a longer time. And once we hold hands, we walk a few steps with them, themselves, the entire system is available. So I very strongly feel that social engineering at the lowest level is a very powerful tool. And that is why the pyramid is very important. So thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I will get what you said if there are any opinions, but I think by and large what you have said, there is hardly any scope for any disagreement. But still we will get some supplementary or supporting views on that. Can I now request Dr. Anshu Mali?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
And I again request you to please be focused on the subject matter. Of course, there are many things to talk about. It's a very wide subject, but at a time, if we just take up one subject, we probably will be able to move in a direction.
Right. Thank you very much, Professor Tare, for inviting us. I have listened everyone, including Yogesh ji, Dr. Badula, and Dr. Suresh, and they have given and Mr. Bones for giving a lot of information about the role of stakeholders in river conservation at local. And my point is here very crystal clear that we should adopt a panchayat model for controlling or restoration and conservation of rivers at local level. Panchayat model, why I'm saying panchayat model, because still we do not have land cover planning at panchayat level, where local rivers, surface water bodies make a very significant part, ranging from 2 to 6%. So panchayat model is very important to address the subject at local level. That is also in the frame of administrative setup, because panchayat is the smallest administrative unit in India. So we have to encourage restoration of rivers at panchayat level, and by using the concept of delineating the LULC at that level. So restoring the change. So why it is very important? Because conservation of river at panchayat level is addressing 3 very important pillars of our society. That is climate change, livelihood practices, and water security. So my most important comment on today's panel discussion is we have to adopt a panchayat model. Already Yogesh ji has given a lot of information, practical information about the success and unsuccess of the project implementation at local level. So it is very important to design our whole approach in terms of restoration of river, covering LULC classification at panchayat level. Okay, so it is very important, because this formula of LULC.
So one quick reaction to you. How can these panchayats can help in guiding what Yogesh ji is doing, so that he gets the right whom to give, what to give, how much to give, because he is sitting in the office, probably is occupied too much. So how can useful input can go to him, so that he takes a judicious call? Yes, that's genuine, this is not so genuine, or this is most important, this is second priority, third priority. Any suggestion that how we can have, because every panchayat will ask for more and more, whether they are needed or not needed, and how somebody like Yogesh ji decides on that, who is genuine and who is not genuine.
Yes, you have said very rightly, sir. But panchayat people are only the ultimate receiver of the resources provided by the government of India through state policy, through district policy, like that. So it is very important, sir. Without panchayat, we have to make this subject at panchayat level, river conservation at panchayat level, and already through different kind of law given under 1992 by the 11th schedule, we have seen that subjects are given to panchayat. But now we are focusing on river disappearing at very fast level at panchayat level. So we have to target panchayat, then we can achieve at local level. Panchayat is a administrative setup, smallest one. So we have to take into account, only because we have to take this LULC plan at panchayat level have enormous impact, sir. For example, linking the forest with the river at panchayat level, right, sir? So it is very, very important. We cannot link a river at local level unless we are interlinking the landscape, for example, forest. So we don't have any clear-cut picture about forest and river at panchayat level. What area under river body, what area under panchayat forest, what area under agriculture practices. So
I just have a small, so panchayat level empowering is one part. Do you have any model where we can say, how do we fix accountability on the panchayat? Whether they actually do what they are required to do. Yes, somebody like Yogesh ji gives them the resources under Manrega or whatever. But then whether will they be able to take on their recommendation? But will the panchayat take the responsibility so that Yogesh ji can justify that giving it to this panchayat was something which has yielded the result? So any proposition on how panchayats can be made accountable as well?
Yes, sir. For example, yes, it will be the duty of panchayat people who are office bearers in panchayat. They will implement the project, and the district authority and the people sitting in the state level, they will monitor by taking up as a model project, and then they will propagate it in different panchayats in form of individual level or consortium. So panchayat people will start implementing like creation of surface water bodies, management of groundwater, fisheries, like that. So it is put in place and already in practice. So starting this kind of innovative idea at panchayat level will be very fruitful, and it will give enormous positive feedback on the survival of people in those panchayats, including the livelihood practices, sir. Because it is very important. We have to start now from panchayat. Panchayat is most important experimental model place where we can do this job very easily and effortlessly, because already people are involved, people are placed in those organizations.
Okay. I think it's a good point that you made. Maybe we will ponder over it and take it forward. Can I now move to next speaker? Professor Vikrant Jain. Vikrant?
Yeah, very good afternoon. Thanks.
Yeah.
So we had very good points raised about the social engineering and how to include the people. And in the next five minutes, I'm going to put more emphasis about the interaction of the physical sciences and then the local community, that it cannot be at random. So I will highlight some of the challenges. First thing is, of course, it has been mentioned in your initial talk that now the approach is to move from the lower order to higher order streams, and that's where that we have to involve the people from the lower order streams. So, so I agree with Professor Bonds that It is the basin scale approach is needed everywhere, not even at the planning stage, but also at the implementation stage, because ultimately it will define that whatever disturbances or management we will do at one part of the basin, it will be reflected, and that reflection will be part of the river connectivity or basin scale connectivity, which is nothing but the understanding of physical processes. So if the system is connected in terms of water, in terms of sediment, then whatever changes we will make at the upstream or any part of the basin, it will reflect. But in the disconnected system, it will not be reflected. So basin scale to basin scale or sub-basin scale, this approach may vary, depends that how well we understand the connectivity structure of the river basin. Second aspect is, of course, at the reach scale, then again, it is the connectivity from upstream to basin scale or from tributary to main channel. We can think about many processes like bank erosion, flooding, soil erosion process. The processes are occurring at the local scale, but its impact will be there at a different parts. So we have to analyze at the basin scale. For example, we see that there is a flooding impact at the downstream because of the siltation process. So the solution lies at upstream where the soil erosion or landslides is there. Now, if we have to involve the community, then at the downstream community may have a different preference, but the upstream community who is involved in agriculture activity, they will have the different preference or their priorities. So the integration of the different community as the basin scale, as you had also rightly mentioned at the initial talk, that how to involve the community along the river channel. At the reach scale, we can involve the communities because these research problems or the main river hazards are very well clear. But when we integrate the processes at the basin scale, then the major challenges will come at this part. So integration of communities and then integrate in such a way that it could be very well justified on the basis of the physical processes of the system. This is just one part of the surface. Same thing about the groundwater surface water connectivity. We can make the check dam, but it will depend whether the aquifer is there and how deep is the aquifer. So at some point it will be useful and some other point it will not be useful. And so that community interaction needs to be very well soundedly based on the physical understanding of the part. And I will end out on this part that we all know that in New Zealand, one of the river has been provided a legal status as a living being. And that legal status has been defined as a thing that who will take the decision? It is the local community who is going to take the decision on behalf of the river. But if that understanding of river is not sufficient, then that decision may also be wrong. And that challenge become bigger when we're talking about the larger river system like a Ganga river system, when from all over the Himalaya, we have the different hinterland zones, sediment production zones are there, and all along the river, even the tributaries of those rivers acts as a main river system. So if we think about the involvement of those local communities, it is a welcome space, it needs to be done. But the integration needs to be done at the with the understanding of the physical processes at the basin scale. That's all I would like to say.
Okay, thank you. So you make a very different point, very important, and of course it needs to be much more work is required to be done on that aspect. Basically, you're talking about the physical science part has to be understood by the local communities as well, and only then they will be able to take right decision. And unless they have that, only empowering them may lead to counterproductive activities or whatever. So that point is well taken. Can I now move to Professor Manish Goyal, IIT Indore?
Sir, good afternoon. Very good afternoon. I think it was a great experience to listen all the eminent speakers. And thank you so much, sir. First of all, this like river resources, they are like a river channel composition, including biotic and embiotic. I agree with Mr. Bone, where like river is like a human body. We need to make the necessary changes, implementation of the project at the basin level, because river is like a spinal cord of our environment, and the basic constituent of our human body as well as the river is water, because we all are made of the water. So that's why, and the human body like inhales, exhales, expands, contracts. Similar kind of changes are happens in the river systems in terms of groundwater, in terms of surface water, air quality, quantity. So, I think here, I think the river system is much more like a human body systems, and it should be considered as a basin by instead of channel composition, where we include the biotic and abiotic components. Second thing, coming to the stakeholders participation, where Dr. Suresh has elaborated on various aspects of stakeholder analysis. I think there are a few things that I would like to add in this one, like how to identify the definitive stakeholders in some of the consulting process, or where we would like to implement some kind of a project. Because many times we see there are the dormant stakeholders. They just come, say, don't participate, they are the dormant stakeholders. Some are the discretionary stakeholders. And then we have some demanding stakeholders. I was the part of one of the Pong Dam consulting projects. So one stakeholder is, whenever you go to the meeting, they're just demanding. So demanding stakeholders. And some are the basically dependent on the river ecosystems. So they are the dependent stakeholders. Then few are the dominant stakeholders out of these stakeholders. So based on these different kinds of stakeholders, we need to identify who are the definite stakeholders in order to reach the consultation process and then make the project viable and implementation process. And also that there are few dangerous stakeholders, so that should be avoided. And as the Mr. Suresh mentioned, like power and interest. Something like in the context setters, there are high power, they may have the limited interest. And players for that region, they have a high powers as well as high interest. So based on the games of power and interest in terms of quadrant, so we can define who are the real stakeholders and what they are working on. Another aspect that I would like to say that Dr. Ruchi mentioned, exit policy. Exit policy is very important in any of these management plan. How this management plan will survive after the actors, or they will leave once the project is completed. So sustainability point of view, that must be considered in order to make some kind of river resources management. And coming to the last point, that empowerment of the local marginalized stakeholders. So I think the mention was awareness and training, like capacity building of these stakeholders in terms of giving some kind of monetary benefits or some kind of rights. That way, I think I can say that the empowerment of local stakeholders. So, sir, that's all from my side.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we can come in the second round if there is time. Finally, may I request Professor Mohan? He has been listening very patiently, and he of course has a lot of experience, so he can reflect on what all other panelists have said. Maybe that will make my life also a little easier. So Professor Mohan can share you based on your experience in that part of the country, and then reflect on what the other panelists have said on the subject. And of course, you can express your own views on the subject matter.
Thank you, Professor Tarrant, for inviting me for this panelist. And first of all, I think congratulations to all the panelists. And like they always say, talking last is the easiest because there's nothing to talk. No? So obviously our highly learned panelists have put up many points. Just I want to draw here and there some attention so that we can possibly revisit them. One of the things, of course, it is there in your definition, rightly so, but still I want to put that clearly. When we talk about the river system, we are talking about the whole water system, including the groundwater, ladder zone, and things like that. No? So obviously that is the whole entity we are talking about. So then only we'll be able to manage. You are able to hear me, Professor Tarek?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So having said that, you very nicely put it up, your own Ganga action plan from top-down approach to bottom-up approach. In fact, really I liked it, where the planning or even understanding for that matter should start from bottom-up, whether it could be small watersheds, to watersheds combining to become sub-basins, sub-basins to basin, like that we need to understand. And obviously, we all know very well that each of these sub-basin, watersheds or sub-basins, they may or may not be safe. We all thought, we know it also. But one interesting point, which probably I agree with you and probably Bones will have, Professor Bones will have a question about that. Whatever the river system flowing through that stretch, what we are talking about, I agree with you that it gives a signal of whatever it is happening. Okay? In the sense, I see it as a flux which is entering that area. Whatever the flux, quantity, quality, whatever it is, then something goes out of that system on the other side. Okay? So obviously, if I stop all the water, nothing goes out. If I pollute that water, it obviously I'm going to send a water which is more polluting than which entered into the system. Obviously, the use of land use pattern, the way we use water in that area reflects in that river system. I agree with you in that sense. In the sense, it at least gives some sort of an indicator in terms of what is entering and what is going out. It will tell us. Okay. Having said that, we should also understand the hydrology, which we are all taught, and things like that. And most of the time, especially take groundwater, it could also be surface water. Whatever we take care of it very well, will generally benefit the downstream people. Okay? And that means we keep it very well, that the benefit is gone by somebody else. And obviously, people will flip the question, why the hell I should keep it so clean and neat? And they, especially groundwater, I make it very well, recharge, I make it very well. I can never get that, somebody gets it. Having said that, we should also go back in the same space, go upwards, and somebody keeps it well for us. And obviously, it goes up to the headworks. We need to, head reaches of the watershed. So we should understand that doing our job in each of these small units, keeping it very well, will really benefit not only locally, definitely, like many stakeholders, many panelists already were pointed out about in terms of environment, ecology, who will have the first pay, all that will automatically improve. And definitely it will improve the downstream side. I think to that extent, definitely the river, I agree, is some sort of a monitoring device which we should take care. Equally important to see that, like almost we'll always be talking about Professor Tare, like the polluter pays or polluter cleans up. Okay? If I use that water, I must be able to clean it up and let it out. It could be as well as sewage or whatever I'm talking about, or even irrigation flows which are happening. Some of them, what we are talking about is all natural, man-made systems which we know how we can handle given the science, technology, resources which we can manage. Some of them which are very slowly cropping up, which we have no control or which are really alarmed, is the geogenic and the sediments and things like that. For example, we are looking at in many places across the country, due to the geogenic things which were not there are cropping up. It could be arsenic, it could be chloride, it could be nowadays uranium, for example, all these things, which is really, really worrisome, which we have no control, except as scientists, we try to give that explanation. There is oxidation, reduction, there is something else happened, rock leach. So till now, the sources which are highly dependable, highly, it is giving us all the things, it suddenly becomes a questionable sources, These are all the things which are happening. All the more, we must be able to understand what is happening in the natural system. Having said that, I think the planning and upkeeping from the watersheds, from the sub-basin scale, at a basin scale, if we try to maintain it very well, which we need to, in terms of whatever is happening to resources which we can draw, obviously the way that we should go across. And definitely, I think as far as the stakeholders are concerned, of course, we are also taught between what we call the command area, downstream of the dam, vis-a-vis the catchment area, the watersheds. So all the things are done in the catchment area, but the benefit is drawn in the command area on the other side of the dam, whoever is doing it. This is always a catch between the two. This is exactly the miniature you can imagine what all we are trying to do in many places. That's what is happening. Now, coming to the stakeholders, I agree with many of the panelists, rightly so. Every person living in that sub-basin or watershed or whatever it is a stakeholder. It goes without saying. Obviously, he has a stake. But the purpose for which he picks up water also becomes very important, which many panelists very clearly put it, whether it is agriculture, drinking water, irrigation, the environment, ecology, it depends on what purpose. And more important in all these things, what we should understand, and somehow it didn't come up in the discussion, is the time scales of the hydrology, what happens in terms of given the rain. When we have the excess, nobody wants it. Nobody wants that the flood, they want it to go off. Whereas in the drought season, they want to latch on to whatever water is happening. They don't want to leave it out. How do we address this issue of the extremes in these river courses? is another very, very challenging task because it's the same place. And we are also seeing the rainfall patterns is changing, urbanization is happening, a lot of water is being sucked out, a lot of, I hope not, sewage has been let out or treated water is being let out. I think we need to really look at some of these balances. So coming back to stakeholders, everybody is a stakeholder. We have many already the departments, government departments, it could be quasi-government departments, it could be even some private players, stakeholders are available. It's only a question of not to create any new stakeholder. We must be able to talk to them with open data. I think the transparency is the key. Many times being involved with government, I can tell you, somehow they, other than talking to only few limited people and things like that, a whole debate will not take place of whatever projects or whatever things are happening. If that happens, I think the lot more, ideas will come and probably it will become a little more open-ended. And I think it came up in the discussions, many people in different ways, they talked about it, something like, already we have the elected representatives, more so it could be like a water parliament or whatever we want to call them, the stakeholders, that should come automatically to address this issue.
Your voice is not coming. You muted? You muted yourself.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So, sorry. So, already there are many governmental institutions already they're available. We can empower them by giving the proper data, being transparent with them, I feel. Many times even the governmental department themselves are at the crossroads. For example, you take drinking water versus the industrial board it could be, versus it could be irrigation. They are all at the crossroads, and I mean they'll be at some sort of a in the opposite side of the arguments.
If I understand correctly, what you are trying to say is everybody is a stakeholder, but every stakeholder can be handled if we have a proper knowledge and the negotiations among what earlier Dr. Manish Goyal described, some demanding stakeholders, some dangerous stakeholders, something balance can be maintained if we have the knowledge and put them on the table with that knowledge, with transparency. Then probably negotiations can happen. Even the dangerous, so-called dangerous stakeholders can also be handled. Okay, I think.
Yeah, the main point is they are not informed properly. For example, you take the water quality, some chloride, uranium, something. People are not understood. You and me probably, you are a professor, you know what it is. They have to be told properly. It could be there, it need not be there, in what form. These are the things which we need to really understand. And I think I always see that mechanism needed is already available in local entities, regional institutions. It's a question of transparency, talking to them, and then conveying what we want to convey. That's what I feel. And last to ask the difference between Ganga and here, obviously we'll be fighting for every drop of water coming from the south. When we try to look at, we won't even, honestly, we wouldn't have seen so much of water what we see in the north. Having said that, we are also going through extremes. Right now, you saw in Chennai, in Bangalore, everywhere it's flooding in November and December. Can you believe it? None of us can believe that. The flip side of the question, are you ready to handle such extremes? Can you use such resources? Can you manage? These are the type of questions which we should ask. But of course, it goes without saying, it all depends on how we manage our river courses, whatever we are trying to do. I'll stop there. And I think most of the points have come, and some of these extremes also we need to really think about it. And involvement of all stakeholders and transparency should be there. Thank you
very much. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I will, because Mr. Kisbon started first, and many have commented on some. There has been by and large agreement. Others there is a slightly different viewpoint. And also, he has probably got more information from what is the kind of situation that we have. So, Mr. Bonds, can you react on that and reflect on that?
Thank you, Professor Tare, and thank you for all the distinguished panel members for their comments. And this talk is too short to cover all aspects. And so I think we should include all comments and build on that and not sort of only react on each other, because everybody contributes and we have to build on all aspects. One thing that of course I did not want to say that monitoring the river would not give us good information. I agree with you on that. It's just that to me it's not enough. It's not enough to consider only the river or the channel as the indicator. So the statement, if the channel is okay, the rest is okay, that is not, I don't agree with. But to use the channel as a good indicator, among other indicators, I would agree to that. So that is true. I think the comments on the different aspects of the stakeholders were very valuable, because I fully agree with that. There are so many different stakeholders with different interests and with different attitudes. And that's I think why this a good stakeholder assessment is very necessary, and the rapid assessment that WWF mentioned, I think is a very good tool. So I would strongly recommend using this experience, especially because you have people in India in the basin that are already working with it, rather than using some foreign or whatever tool that has to be adapted. Please use what you have. That's very good. I think also the distinguished comment of Yogesh Kumar is very interesting, because on one hand it shows that the management level is very willing and active in wanting to implement things, but respectfully it also shows that the scope that each individual officer is working on has boundaries, so that they are not always capable of looking or acting, especially acting, they can look, but they don't always can act beyond their spheres of influence. So you need to combine all these levels to get real results, because it's not enough just to take some actions to dredge or to whatever. That's a very minimalistic approach to river restoration. That is polishing, I would say. That is coloring. It is not a structural change to the river system. We have to talk about employment and agriculture. We have to talk about the future of urbanization in India. These are the fundamental things that we have to talk about when we talk about river basin management. The Gange study that we did showed that if all planned, even theoretically planned interventions are fully implemented, by 2040, the basin will be in bigger problems than now. Not because those measures are not good, but they are not sufficient to counteract the impacts of population growth, food resources need, and so on. So we really have to look the problem in the eye and not just try to look at the symptoms. And I think that it's very valuable to have people like this IAS officer to participate, because we have to do it all together. That's my first comment at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are almost over time. But Mr. Yogesh Kumar, if you would like to quickly say something, if you have from your side, based on whatever has been said.
Well, we have to operate like a basket of different nature resources orientation. I have heard the comments from all the speakers, and I can only tell about how government officers can react to it. I have been district magistrate in 2 districts already. I have worked as CD also. I understand their limitations, their viewpoints, and their outlook. How do they look at these bigger projects? Any river, because it is crossing across multiple districts, so we have to engage the district administration for all those districts. Then ridge to valley approach, bottom up approach, etc. In order to take that, we have to give them a planned thing, because at the district level there are a lot of other works other than the rejuvenating a river. So they are engaged into various things, and this becomes the least and lowest priority. In order to bring it to the top priority, local community engagement can be very, very easily ensured by paying them something, and through Mahatma Gandhi Narega, we can easily pay them on like for a number of days in a year. So on sustainable basis, we are having bigger scheme, as NRLM rightly pointed out by Ms. Ruchi Badola also. On implementation aspect, we are very comfortable and very well placed now. At least in UP, I can confidently say Rural Development Department and Panchayati Raj Department both are quite sensitive towards these kind of operations. But the only thing, we have a reach, we have an influence, we have a kind of capacity, or maybe we have a skill level. Beyond that, we require the higher people, higher persons in better institutions, technological institutions, those who will develop some tool which can give us idea of how the river basins are to be managed. Once that specific idea comes for all the district, block, or GP, we will implement it. We don't have any problem. So I can assure very confidently things are well placed, and once we are able to pull them together through a higher apex agency like Niti Aayog, or be it cabinet, be it any other agency sitting at Delhi level, just we pull all 10 departments and give them a particular MIS. This is how you have to operate. So we'll all will start doing that thing, and you will see very good results. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you. If any other panelist has a very pressing comment to make, I will. Otherwise, we will close. Anyone who has a very pressing comment to make? Okay, I think it was very interesting, and once again I thank you all. I'm sure we will be able to summarize it and take some cohesive lessons from whatever we have learned and take it forward. So thank you again for participating and sparing your time. Hope to see you again in some forum somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, all the panelists.
Thank you, sir.
तो डिस्कनेक्ट करिए प्लीज.
Delhi, and Mr. Ashish Mathur of Tulip Compressions also joining from New Delhi. The government officials, Mr. Dinesh Jagdale, who's at Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and our colleagues at NMCG hopefully will join in a few minutes as there is some parliament sessions going on at the moment and they have been pulled in, but we're quite hopeful that they will join in some time. So question really is, what's Ganga got to do with hydrogen? Well, of course, a lot of you would know, and I'll request any one of you, whoever goes first, to firstly just briefly explain our audience who are joining, who are seeing the live stream of this particular session, to just briefly explain all the different colors of hydrogen that are available in the world, and of course within India. But very briefly, producing hydrogen from renewable sources is fairly well understood, from solar and wind sources being the source of electricity. And but interestingly, a new trend is emerging, which is producing waste or converting waste into hydrogen, or utilizing hydropower to make hydrogen, or using sewage, gas, and sludge to produce hydrogen. And that's where Mission Ganga comes into play, where significant amounts of solid waste is generated in the Ganga basin or throughout the country. Why can't we utilize that to produce hydrogen? The run-of-the-river electricity sources, hydropower sources, can be utilized to produce hydrogen. And if we do so, it will provide a continuous source of power, because solar and wind will still remain intermittent sources of power. So to bring down the cost, we have to look at continuous source of power where capacity utilization of the hydrogen electrolysis plant is higher, and run-of-the-river hydro can, of course, provide that. And of course, as I mentioned, waste coming out of sewage treatment plants or through the municipal sources can also produce hydrogen. So we'll divide the session in sort of two parts: what's happening within India and what's happening around the world. And to kickstart the proceedings, can I first invite Mr. Rajan Marshni to provide brief remarks on what is happening in India in the hydrogen space, and more importantly, what NTPC is doing in this sector. Mr. Marshni, welcome. Over to you.
Good day, everyone. I'm privileged to speak on this topic, which is so close to my heart. And clean environment, clean river, clean water, clean soil, everything is interconnected. In India, we are trying to fight the climate change by various means, and hydrogen is an important part of that decarbonization. What COP26 targets have been announced, commitments have been done. So it is an important component of meeting those goals. In India, a lot of activities have started. Prime Minister, our PM Modi, had announced hydrogen mission on 15th August. Before that, in the budget, Finance Minister had allocated 800 crore initially for hydrogen mission, and the document, hydrogen mission document, is being prepared at a fast pace. Comments are being given by all the stakeholders, and very soon PLIs for using for making electrolyzers in India will come up, and similarly fuel cells will also be promoted, and these are in the planning stage, in the works. When the mission document is declared, these will come. Meanwhile, so many companies in India have come up with their plans. Reliance has declared 75,000 crore for new energy areas, which include hydrogen and fuel cell also. Adani Group has announced much more amounts than this, and Jindal and ArcelorMittal and many other L&T and others, all big institutions, all big industries are coming up for cleaner products. So for that, hydrogen is required. Basically, hydrogen has the advantage that when it is used, it is not, even if it is not burnt, it produces electrochemically energy with combination of oxygen through fuel cell. The product is water and energy and heat. Similarly, if it is burnt in IC engine also, mostly we get no CO2 because H2 and O2 becomes water. High temperature steam will come up, and basically the decarbonization is being done to fight greenhouse gas effects. And when we can cut CO2 and CO emissions, so heating will definitely be combated, and we can, if we go in for hydrogen applications in every field, because hydrogen is an energy carrier which connects various sectors. I'll come to that in a minute, but basic thing is, if greenhouse gases are not emitted or are very much controlled, we can reach the prescribed target of 1.5 degrees centigrade, limit the heating to 1.5 degrees centigrade by the end of century if we follow hydrogen, use it in various applications. Now we come to some of the applications. 18% of the India's energy requirement is electricity, but it emits 33% of GHGs. Even this can be controlled through renewable energy like solar, wind, hydro, and we have a very ambitious target of 500 gigawatt by 2030 of renewables. But to sustain this renewables, which are really intermittent, because at times wind will not blow during nights, evenings, early mornings, sun will not be there. So to and there are fluctuations also. To make this electricity dispatchable at constant value, at the required amount, at the required intensity, to meet the various fluctuating demands, we have to have some stabilization. And this stabilization can be done if we can store, make hydrogen and store it for the time when energy is surplus, and use it when renewable energy is not available or less available, and use hydrogen through fuel cell to make electricity. So this is one way. And second thing is storing hydrogen for long term, because hydrogen can be stored for long term, like even for seasons also. Like during summer season in some countries, there is a lot of sun, and during winter, sun is not there. So that stored hydrogen can be used to produce electricity and other forms of energy. So one use is like integrating the renewables, increasing renewables into the grid sustainably. Second is power storage. Third is if we can use it for decarbonizing hard to abate sectors, like where high heat is required, like in steel, cement. So already green steel is being produced in some countries, and some companies have done the pilot already. Similarly, in cement also, and other things like uh, in hydrogenation, green hydrogen can be used. In petroleum refining and fertilizer, maximum hydrogen today is about 70-80% hydrogen is being used in these two industries. But they are producing it through SMR, steam methane reforming of using methane, which produces a lot of carbon dioxide. 1 ton of hydrogen generation from gases, methane, produces 10 tons of carbon dioxide. So if we can use green hydrogen there, we can cut a lot of carbon emission. Similarly, in transportation, in mobility sector, around 15% GHG emission is there. And if we can cut these through hydrogen mobility, these also can be very much reduced. And some people say that in transportation we can use batteries, but batteries have another different problem because the energy intensity is very low as compared to hydrogen, and lot of weight is there. In battery, the fuel is stored in the electrochemical fuel is stored in the battery itself. Here, hydrogen is separately stored and oxygen is taken from the air. So we can continue to produce energy as long as hydrogen and oxygen is available or supplied. But in battery, these things get, and the inputs get exhausted after some time, and the weight is also quite high. So in heavy transportation, like heavy duty trucks, etc., rails, etc., batteries can't be successful because the trade-off between distance to be traveled in one fill and the weight to be carried, there has to be some trade-off. So if you increase the storage battery size, then you cannot carry more load, and also you cannot go for longer distance. But in hydrogen case, this problem gets solved. In present conditions, even different types of hydrogen are being talked, colors of hydrogen are being talked. The green hydrogen presently is costing around 3 times the gray hydrogen, which is generated through gray hydrogen is generated through SMR process, and green hydrogen through electrolysis or from waste and other things. So if we can scale up this green hydrogen, which is the target of various like US NREL and Reliance Group has also announced, and some other hydrogen coalitions have announced that they want to bring green hydrogen at less than $1 per kg within this decade by 2030. And it can be very easily possible if scaling is done, if automation is done during electrolyzer manufacturing, modularity is used, as, standardization is there, and the costly metal like platinum is replaced with some lesser value, lesser price at molecules, metals, or nano technology related things. So it is quite feasible, and the green hydrogen cost will come down. Now, for generating power, another use which we discussed about fuel cell, even the hydrogen can be fired into gas turbines, and we can generate electricity and heat. Also, we can use hydrogen in the form of ammonia, which is easily transportable, and a lot of ammonia trade is happening across the world. These hydrogen turbine, NH3 ammonia turbines are also available, and also blend of in various ratios are also available. And some of the plants, coal-based plants, are being replaced with these hydrogen and ammonia turbines, and also co-firing is being done in some plants, like some percentage of ammonia is used along with coal, or some percentage of hydrogen is used along with coal, or all the three are used. All this reduces the carbon intensity of the power produced. So these are the major uses, and other uses we know about. In glass, hydrogen is used in hydrogenation of oils, the vegetable oils, in making vegetable oils from oils, vegetable ghee from the oils. This is used. So all these things need to be uh, tried, and the scale has to be increased over time. For this, the policies have to be there, supporting regulations have to be there, and uh, planning like hydrogen hubs, like in a circular hub where outside the areas are supporting the, say, waste, jungle waste, whatever, forest waste, agro waste, municipal waste, and in the center, the hydrogen hub is there, hydrogen production is there, and in between the industries are there which utilize hydrogen. So similarly, airports can be made hydrogen hubs where the hydrogen can be used for planes. Similarly, ports can be made hydrogen hubs where for ships, methane and hydrogen can be used, and even for export also, hydrogen can be done easily from ports. So these are the major applications, and main thing is hydrogen is being used, produced from even sewage waste, municipal waste. Various companies have started doing pilots, and some have even taken won many tenders also, and the work is going on very fast on that. So if we can curtail waste from going to the landfill site and utilize it for producing hydrogen, like even bio waste are also being used for producing hydrogen, even used tires, plastics, and other waste, mixed wastes are also being used for producing hydrogen. One company, Waste to SH, is producing uh, hydrogen from mixed waste, including agro waste. One other company is producing hydrogen from uh, cow dung and dairy waste. There are other companies which are producing hydrogen from mixed bio waste, like mandi waste, slaughterhouse waste, agro waste. So if we can treat this waste and utilize it effectively for producing energy giving hydrogen, lot of GHG emission is stopped, is avoided, because bio waste especially gets decomposed and continuously emits methane, CH4. And this methane is 84 times more GHG potent than even CO2. If we
Mr. Vashni, can I just ask you to just finish in 30 seconds? Because then
Yeah.
we'll come back to you, because we need to get other people also
Yes.
to speak, right?
Yes. And NTPC is also coming up with so many tenders, and even applying for tenders in various companies for electrolyzers. And we are putting our money to keep ourselves ahead of the curve and to get into better situation. We have one project in Leh Ladakh. Other, we are doing hydrogen refueling station at Badarpur for giving for filling hydrogen in buses which we are procuring for uh, Delhi, Agra, and Delhi, Jaipur. This thing routes. Then in Leh also we are procuring some buses and hydrogen refueling station and the fuel cell and electrolyzers. Similarly, in one of our townships, we are uh, piloting the blending of hydrogen with natural gas. In Delhi also, hydrogen HCNG 50 buses are being run, and they are being filled by HCNG by IOC. this has cut the pollution by 70%. Estimated reports which are coming up, they're telling us that 70% pollution is reduced and no other extra expense, no change in bus, only fine tuning is there. Similarly, tuning is changed. And similarly, we are also going for DG replacement, hydrogen backup at one of our NCR locations. And then we are going for CO2 capture and mixing it with green hydrogen to make methanol, green methanol. So it can be like carbon negative or carbon neutral fuels are being produced, and some other schemes are under the way. And very soon, lot many companies like BPCL, IOC, HPCL, ONGC are coming up with their schemes for utilizing hydrogen. Thank you. I will pause here and then let us come back again.
Sure, sure. Thank you, Mr. Vashni, to give a very comprehensive overview of what is happening in India, and most importantly, what's happening within NTPC. And we'll come back to you with discussions and during the discussion. Can I ask Mr. Vinay Maheshwari, followed by Mr. Rakesh Jha, to also very briefly talk about the India landscape for hydrogen? And please do not cover or repeat the points Mr. Vashni has already made. Mr. Vinay Maheshwari first, and then Mr. Rakesh Jha.
Okay. I think, thank you very much. I think Mr. Vashni has really covered a complete spectrum of the hydrogen and the full. In fact, JBM has an interest in hydrogen since long, and in fact, we are already into waste to energy. So we are producing waste to energy. From energy, this we can always produce hydrogen. We are in solar, so from a solar we want to produce hydrogen. We are already making CNG cylinders, for which we need a type 4 cylinders to be produced. And JBM is also already making buses, electric buses. So where we can use the hydrogen, green hydrogen again, for the purpose of fuel cells and hydrogen buses. So that's an end use of this. But how to produce? In fact, production is definitely a key thing. Today, waste to energy is a very costly energy. Though that energy can definitely be used as a green energy to produce hydrogen. And definitely we are looking forward for that, how the new policy framework will support waste to energy to produce green hydrogen. Similarly, the sewage treatment plants, which a lot of plants have been installed in the Namami Gange project, those plants are producing the methane, and this gas can be converted into definitely a green hydrogen. Similarly, we are already putting up a CBG plants, and from CBG we can either produce directly hydrogen, or we can produce from CBG to power and power to hydrogen. So that is the scenario we are looking in. But definitely a broader framework is required, a better connectivity between different agencies is required, from end-to-end ecosystem is required, from producer to the consumer. And as Mr. Vashni said, a hub is required to be created, so that like even for the complete riverfront, we can have the complete waterways running on the hydrogen. So that type of ecosystem need to be created. I'm sure we are working on it, the policies are working on it, and we are definitely going to be part of it. I think after that we'll go for question answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maheshwari. You say a broader framework and a policy framework to support this ecosystem development is required. Rakesh Jha, could you comment on this part? You are advising a number of companies and the government on this.
Thanks, Amit. Pleasure to be part of this August gathering here. And as you rightly mentioned that hydrogen had different colors, many colors now. So I just jokingly say that it has more color than the rainbow has. So I'm already aware of 8 colors of hydrogen coming from different sources. India is very well poised to become a good leader, if not world leader, but can be a very serious player in the hydrogen sector. And all the forces are aligned towards achieving that potential that the country has. As Mr. Vashni mentioned already, that the government of India is already trying to come up with a policy document, and very soon the policy will be out. And we are one of the good users, in fact, serious users of hydrogen. And all these sectors are identified, like refining, chemical, iron and steel, fertilizer. These sectors are already identified where Government of India is already trying to, or already has started the blending process. The question here is that in order to reach where we intend to, what are the issues that India specifically need to focus on? I'll say first and foremost with the cost, because whatever you do, if this is not cost effective, certainly there will be no takers for that. Very fortunately, in today's circumstances, we are one of the world leaders as far as the lower cost of renewable energy is concerned. The recent bits of solar and also wind, round the clock power, it has showed that there's a good mix of, I'm talking of round the clock power, a good mix of RE, and still the price is on the lower side. Solar, we are talking of almost 1.99, 1.92 rupees per unit. So that way, it's really very cost effective. And this will certainly help making hydrogen greener. Second is, as somebody else also mentioned, that not only production, rather the entire value chain of hydrogen is very important. And especially if you're talking of electrolysis, the process through which you can get hydrogen, this process is quite costly, especially because you're using precious metal. So this process itself is around 60 to 70% of the entire capital cost. So this is one area where we need to take care of, and rightly so. I can see that there are movements in the market. GAIL has already come up with electrolyzers tenders of 10 megawatt capacity. Similar movement, I can see movement from all the fronts, government sector, public sector, private sector people. They have already tried to do something. They have tried to gear themselves up to get into this sector. Till the time your transportation and other value chain ecosystem becomes quite cost competitive and very good to harness, it will be prudent to have co-located hydrogen or near-site hydrogen plants. And this initiative of yours, where if sewage water treatment through waste to energy, if we can do that, then certainly that will create a very good win-win situation. Today, we are aiming to have the cost of producing hydrogen, say by, targeting around $2 per kg, and very soon there are statements coming in the market, in the Indian market, and the bigger players, they are saying that in 10 years' time, they will try and bring this cost to half. That means $1 per kg. So if these kind of serious players are there, and these kind of serious commitments, they are already there with. I'm very sure that the future for hydrogen is quite bright in India. NTPC, GAIL, IOCL, L&T, they all have a very serious plan. Reliance has, Adani has, and many other players in the sector. They have very good plans for getting into hydrogen. Fishner, India has been working with lots of these plants, and we have experience of more than 30 years in the hydrogen sector, and we have been present in the entire value chain, right from preparation of technical documents to the setting of the plant. So that way, we are aware that where the industry is going towards. And now is the time when the policy document will be out very soon by the ministry. This macro level policy will be converted into policy guidelines. Say, for example, when you are converting using renewable energy and you're terming your hydrogen as green, there will be a process required for certifying this, whether it's truly green or not. And this is again a different area in itself. And so I'm sure Government of India is already thinking in all these directions, that how the macro level policy will be fragmented into policy guidelines. And it will certainly a good thing to watch. And I'm very sure that the industry will respond very soon to the policy. And as Mr. Bosni said, that PLI is also coming. So with these kind of incentives, fiscal and financial incentives, I'll say that the future of hydrogen is quite bright, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakesh. You bring out a new dimension, which is certifying green hydrogen, because that's one of the biggest challenges. A lot of people say that, look, where gas is involved or hydrocarbons are involved, we are doing carbon capture and storage. But whether that carbon capture and storage works or not in reality is a different matter. So certification will be quite an important point. $1 to $2 a kilo, that's very interesting, which is, 1/6 of what the 1/5 or 1/6 of current global pricing. So maybe I can bring Liron Dor from Israel. Liron, what you've heard so far, how practical, how feasible do you think it is to achieve the $1 to $2 a kilo target? And perhaps you can talk a little bit about your experience from outside India looking in and bringing innovation to the market. And then I'll come back to my other Indian colleagues in a minute. Liron.
Thank you very much, Sunmit, and I'm pleased to be here in this panel. I wish it could be physical. Maybe next year we can have a physical one. I was also very pleased to see India stand in Glasgow on the hydrogen and the global climate impact. I think you touched a very good point now, Sunmit, in your last comment. The certification of green hydrogen is going to be very critical. And we are very happy to have been certified as a green, new renewable hydrogen in the European context of the Green Deal that they're doing, because they're seeing that the creation, as the predecessors mentioned, the creation of hydrogen from waste and biomass and forestry residues is a very good, stable, and feasible way to go forward. The prices that are mentioned in the targets of 1 to 2 euros per kilogram via electrolyzers will of course depend on the power price. And when you're looking at the power prices that are currently in India, which are roughly 2 euro cents per kilowatt, that's an advantage that India has, which of course, as we know, today in Europe, it's not even close to that. The prices in Europe today have skyrocketed, and they're heading for a very harsh winter. But even on 2 euro cents per kilowatt, you're still looking at between 1.5 to 2 euros per kilogram LCOH, levelized cost of the hydrogen at generation on the island on the solar field. Then you have to take it into account transportation, availability, providing the hydrogen at the 100% of the time at the city center where it's actually needed, for the whether it's for power or whether it's for transportation, etc. So the target is to get to an LCOH of 3 to 4 at dispense. So the number we should be looking at is LCOHD, not LCOH, because that's the real cost that the consumer will have. Whether the consumer is a private person with a car, or whether it's a municipality, or whether it's an industry, that's the cost that is important for us to understand. And we at Basson can reach this 3 euros, which is equivalent today of this the one before me mentioned the rainbow color. It is equivalent to the blue hydrogen cost today. And that's mainly and that brings in very interesting situations where in a public-private partnerships, everybody can utilize it. Everybody can gain from the resource, whether it's a farmer on the agricultural waste or the forest residue, or whether it's the city on the general waste, or whether it's an industry on the industrial waste. So we could come into very interesting situations where it's a win-win for everybody, where the public makes money on the resource, which used to be a problem, and now it's and as well as the private companies can do that. I hope that answers the question. I can go.
Thanks, Liron. Very, very interesting. And you say that, look, don't worry about the cost of production. Everyone should worry about the cost of at the point of consumption. So an earlier point two of the panelists made, which is we need to create an ecosystem, and that'll be very, very interesting. Can I bring Ashish Mathur? And I believe We also have Mr. Rajneesh Chopra at the, yes, he is there. Mr. Rajneesh Chopra, welcoming him onto the panel as well. He is with Babag, one of the major contractors who are operating in the wastewater space. So point of consumption and is a key point. So firstly, Ashish Mathur of Tulip Compression. Ashish, 2 points were raised. One is point of consumption, very interesting. Second is blending of hydrogen with methane, and you are in that business as well. So maybe you want to comment on that, Ashish?
Thanks, Amit, and I'm very happy to be part of this very august panel. And so I think what we heard so far from the very eminent speakers, the future of hydrogen in the country definitely is very, very bright. An important thing, as we just talked about, the blending of hydrogen, which is with the methane, we call it hydrogen or hydrogen enriched. I think the point which remains is there's been experiments and successfully it has been done so, and there are the plans which was pointed out earlier by one of the speakers to start the buses on the long run. What I would first want to actually point out here is the overall, I mean, what are we looking in terms of the future of mobility as a whole? And that is where I think the price at the end consumer price will also be very, very important, because what we are looking at this point of a time, if you were to look at moving from one area to the other, we are assuming that by essentially 2030, hydrogen as a fuel will be embedded practically in everything that we are doing. And I think all of us agree to that particular point, that in every, whether it is industry or the mobility, which would actually be a major consumer of hydrogen as a fuel going ahead in that time. And at this point of a time, when we are talking about 18% kind of a blending with the natural gas, once again, it remains an experiment till the time the cost of production of hydrogen comes down, because at the end of the day, so far as subsidy is there, but with subsidies taken out, the cost of the entire value chain at the end consumer level is still very high. And I think I'll just give you a couple of numbers. I mean, we talked about it, but very interestingly, just reiterating the point, first, just to share with you, while the Sanmit, of course, started the conversation with the various colors of oxygen, of hydrogen, and while we're talking about gray, green, blue, a number of things, and somebody said that there are more colors being given to hydrogen than the spectrum itself. The kind of hydrogen that we are talking about taking from biomass is essentially turquoise. I mean, that is once again given by the body in the world. And if you look at it, just to share with you some numbers, if we were talking about electrolysis of pure water, and if you're talking about, say, 40 kilowatt, this is the data which is there, that per kg of hydrogen essentially yields about 40 kilowatt hour of energy. And if you were to look at that as constant, and if you were to use the traditional technology, we're talking about approximately 55 kilowatt of the green electricity, if you're using it on a pure water, being used to produce 40 kilowatt kind of a output with there basically. And if you take up the numbers, because you talked about the consumption, talked about the price, the cost point, if I were to take about the consumption, if we're looking at the renewable energy sources at 3 rupees per kilowatt hour kind of a thing, the cost per kg of production is 165. At the end of the day, we're talking about something landed cost at the end user is about rupees 301, which we're talking about if we are using the normal conventional process. As against that, as we said, turquoise hydrogen, which is the biomass that we're talking about, use that. We significantly reduce the consumption for the same amount of energy output, which is 40 kilowatt per kg of hydrogen. For the same amount, we are talking about 35 kilowatt green electricity is still once again taken from the renewable sources. But here, which is something which is very, very important, is we still have 3.24 kg of natural gas. That's what we're talking about blending. And thereafter, we have recovery, and this is where the certification part also comes in, the recovery of the carbon, which is very, very critical. And if we look at this process that we're talking about, which is taking away, basically producing the hydrogen centrally at the biomass production level, wherever the biomass is actually being collected out through the technology. And therefore, we are using, and if we are we're talking about using the natural gas and using the electricity, we are actually talking about recovery of about 2.17 kg of carbon. And there is a market for it. And there is a price point which has been attached to this carbon. So we are talking about actually looking at this, all of this dynamics, which is same for the same price points, using the new technology that we're talking about and taking out the carbon from there and using it, and once again selling that carbon to recover as a cost recovery process, to bringing down exactly what our friend from Israel has done, has said, bringing down the cost of production of hydrogen to about $1, which is less than $1, which is rupees 7 per kg. Now these are the numbers that we need to be looking at, and this is possible all along because all the cities that are on the river bank in the river basin of the Ganges, and where we have the sewage plants, we have the biomass collection plants. This is possible to do in a decentralized manner, right at the point. And unless we focus on this thing, production of hydrogen at a decentralized manner, as near a point of consumption as possible, so that all of your other carrier costs come down, we have the possibility of bringing it. And this is where, when we talk about hydrogen in 2030 and the movement, the journey from this point to that point, when we are talking about hydrogen enriched natural gas going forward from 18% to more and more, I think it is a possibility. Would we need policy framework? Yes, we need policy framework to incentivize these decentralized plants at various locations, bringing in the new technology, and thereby reducing every other possible cost and bringing the end user cost to come down to where it is affordable. Would certification be required? Certification would be required. Would there be a ready-made carbon market? Of course, it is already existing, and more people would come in as the traction comes into the picture. So taking away carbon, using the technology to take away carbon, and thereafter making it as a recovery process, I think that's where the crux lies at this point of a time. Technology will change going forward, but at this point of a time, moving away from the conventional method of producing hydrogen to actually coming into the biomass part, and thereafter using every possible renewable resource to meet the energy requirement for the same energy output, we should be in a position to reduce the cost.
Thanks, Ashish. A few interesting points that you make. You've emphasized on the decentralized production and the policy framework. So maybe a couple of people, Rakesh and Mr. Vashni, you can start thinking about what is that policy framework that we need to bring into play to incentivize the decentralized production of hydrogen, because large scale, long distance transportation costs will kill the proposition. And one more point I'd like to mention, where we're saying the cost of renewable energy in India is pretty low, agreed, but that's at the production, that's the wholesale price, not the retail price. So we have to take that into account, that if, okay, you are producing electricity for captive use of hydrogen production, then of course the wholesale price comes into play. But if you are buying electricity from the grid, then you're buying retail or commercial tariffs. And there, I don't know if we can achieve the $1 per kg mark just as yet. But we'll come back to that in a bit. Can I invite Mark Tonkin? Mark, Ashish mentioned of certain conversion ratios. 1 kg of hydrogen is 40 kilowatt hour of energy. You produce hydrogen from waste. Could we first have some interesting facts on what is the energy transformation and how much, what sort of calorific values you're able to derive, and what sort of quantum of hydrogen you're producing from 1 ton of waste? Of course, it all depends on what's in that waste. So maybe a couple of compositions, a European composition and what an Indian composition could look like. Mark.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. So let me introduce Hope Resources first, just very quickly. We are a, if you like, relatively typical waste to energy company. We take mixed, unsegregated waste, anything from car tires to sewage sludge and everything in between, and convert it to hydrogen and captured CO2. I think one of the first points that I would make, or actually agree with, is Liren's point about the whole issue of hydrogen is not in the production. There are quite a lot of ways of isolating hydrogen and making it available. It's the distribution and getting it to the consumers and having the infrastructure for all of that, which is really the barrier at the moment. So far as the actual figures are concerned, I would defer to Chris Turo, because he's the chap from our company that can tell you all the details on that. But what I can tell you is that with our process, it is a very untraditional way of producing hydrogen from waste. And we are not a million miles from the sort of target figures that we're talking about here already. I don't know much about what Liren does, but I suspect he's also probably quite close to that too. And so the issue with hydrogen, in my view, is simply how it's distributed and used. But one of our key things is that we're also taking mixed unsegregated waste. We don't have to do great amounts or any preparation of our feedstock first. We can take everything you put in your bin, virtually everything that goes into landfill, and we can go and empty landfills as well and produce hydrogen at very low cost. Our plan is that we should do it in localized, so that we produce the hydrogen where the waste is generated, and most centers of waste generation will turn up to be where hydrogen is going to be used as well, in our view. Chris, do you want to actually more directly answer Samit's questions about production quantities, etc.?
Yeah, some of the efficiencies of the process, I think, like Mark mentioned, the key is the distribution of the hydrogen itself. Where we are at currently is we are looking at, it's a self-contained system, so buying power from the grid is not required, which puts the efficiency of conversion around kind of 60% on an energy basis. We can process around 1 ton of mixed waste and produce, it's between kind of 10 and 15% hydrogen. So, at the top end, you're looking at about 150 kilos of hydrogen per ton of mixed waste. That is dependent on the energy densities of the waste. I think the key is that we don't have to segregate, as Mark mentioned. It is mixed waste in mixed quantities. We can take relatively high moisture content wastes. If there's a requirement, it may need to be blended down to have a lower moisture content, but it is not a restriction on the system. It's a restriction on the efficiency of the process. So around 150 kilos per ton of mixed waste that we're processing.
If I could interrupt 1 second, that is a relatively low energy input value waste.
Correct. And if you look at that into kind of the conversion of hydrogen, a hydrogen bus, I think as Rajan mentioned earlier, will operate around 30 kilos of hydrogen per day. So per hour, you can produce enough waste for kind of 5 buses to operate for a day. If you're running it 24 hours, you can do the math on that. You can power a large fleet of buses or lorry or commercial vehicles from mixed unsegregated waste.
There's a lot of that in India, Chris. And that's where things start to become very, very interesting and exciting. Of course, there is your classic green hydrogen from solar and other renewable sources, but I think waste and will be very, very interesting segment. Speaking of which, can I just invite Mr. Rajneesh Chopra. Rajneesh, you're on the wet waste side, liquid waste side. I know you're working on this subject as well internally within the company. Your initial remarks and thoughts.
Thank you, Sanmit. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I'm really delighted to be on this esteemed panel, and thank you, C. Ganga Group and NMCG for inviting me here. Now, we are a water and wastewater management company. We are operating in India, Europe, Middle East, Southeast Asia, almost every part of the world. The only thing we can claim in terms of renewables is that in our sewage treatment plants, currently we are generating around 39 megawatts of renewable energy by, getting, scrubbing H2S and feeding the pure methane into uh, gas turbines and, gas engines and generating. So the basic purpose was to create power neutral plants where entire captive energy is this thing. Off late, as a water treatment company and also a major desalination player in the world, I think a lot of inquiries started coming for desalination plants from the people who want to set up hydrogen and ammonia facilities. So that's the time we started exploring the possibility that, when desalinated water is used, obviously it's an energy intensive process. And what is going to be the cost of the water since being on the water side? And when we actually got into, details of this, we realized that, yes, desalinated water definitely, there are desert areas where probably they want energy and desalinated water, it's feasible. But there is a huge potential in terms of the wastewater which is going out of plants. Now, if we calculate the total what is available in India, the treated wastewater, which is being used for, electrolyzers for generation of hydrogen, it is humongous. So all this, we've been promoting to be used for the industrial use, and of late we realized as a country also that entire consumption cannot be only for industries. A lot has to be given back to agriculture or aquifers. So that's where we thought that how we can, use this water. We already have credentials of treating water up to direct potable reuse. We have even treating for industrial use water up to this thing. So when we checked with the electrolyzer manufacturers, since they also wanted a certain quality of water, we realized that, treating the already, treated wastewater from a sewage treatment plant is not a challenge. Now, another innovation which Dr. Tarek can, bear me out. See, our R&D is currently working on how do I capitalize, both on the hydrogen and oxygen when I'm using treated wastewater from a sewage treatment plant. We realized that one of the major components, apart from desalinated water, was the energy when the electrolyzers are being used. So if, I'm able to generate 99% purity oxygen and take that oxygen back into my sewage treatment process, we believe that the heart of our plants, which is the aeration, which consumes the maximum energy, will be able to, maybe half the energy consumption of a total sewage treatment plant. That will help in overall reducing the cost of hydrogen. And also, I will set off a major energy cost, which is not only the cost, even energy by a green fuel when I'm using it in a sewage treatment plant, which otherwise I'm using biogas for that. So coming to that, we realized that if it currently work, although I think we are looking for collaboration, that soon we'll have our first pilot up and going, and if we are able to achieve that, we'll be able to take some energy from a renewable source, balance will set off what is already being used in the sewage treatment process, and we'll be able to term it as a green hydrogen, and at the same time, maybe try to bring the cost of green hydrogen much lower and much faster than what it is expected. Since it is at a conceptual stage, I will not be able to give more details on this at this point of time. This is our thought process. We feel that with this innovation, maybe we can contribute to this journey of renewable energy and green energy. Thank you so much.
Very, very interesting, Rajneesh, you talking about creating cross subsidies within your existing plant. So one part of the business or the process subsidizes the other, and utilizing the O2 for aeration purposes is a very interesting concept. And let's dwell on that further, if not today, then offline on another forum. So thank you for bringing that particular aspect into the mix. Just before I move on to the other panel, so currently, how do you see both sludge as well as the current the gases being produced? Just can you give us by way of example and numbers? So let's say a 50 MLD plant, what sort of hydrogen generation potential would it have?
A very valid question, Sanmit. I may not be able to exactly quantify, but I think one of the previous speakers already spoke about it, that, we are generating CH4, that's pure methane, after scrubbing the H2S in most of the sewage treatment plants. So definitely that is a component of H4, which can be converted into hydrogen. We have not exactly quantified that process so far, since we are just entering into this particular space of renewable and green energy. So maybe beyond that, I may not be able to speak on this.
Sure. No, that's a homework for us to do. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Rosie Agarwal, Executive Director of Finance at NMCG, who's just joined us. Good afternoon and welcome, sir. We've had a very, very interesting first round of comments on the hydrogen space, and we're just starting a whole Q&A session. I'd like to just go back to Mr. Vashni and Mr. Jha on the point of the decentralized aspect as well as the ecosystem of where consumption would happen, production would have to coexist over there. What are the policy frameworks should the government be creating or thinking about for that to happen? Mr. Vashni first and then Rakesh.
Yeah, actually, there are technologies already available and they are being, as I had hinted, they are at say TRL 3 or 4 level maximum at most. But our Israel panelists may help us in having a better ecosystem here, because they have a technology transfer authority of Israel, which helps in transferring the pilot technologies and and makes possible early commercialization with funding. Here, whatever we have, no funding is given. Fund has to be brought in by some venture capitalist, or that technology innovator has to arrange from different sources. But that is not always feasible. And in Israel, what I know is they give you fund, and if you are successful, you have to repay only the interest. Otherwise, if you are not successful, then there is no question of returning it. Here, everything has to be returned, even if you are not successful. So such innovation has to be brought in for this is like if a technology is requiring say 5 crore initial investment, but if it is successful, it can give 5,000 crores in 2 years. So this thought process has to come, and such policies have to be brought in. Uh, like I know some companies here in India also who have demonstrated 2-ton waste to hydrogen plants and all, but it requires 10 crores now for scaling up, and that 10 crore nobody is going to give, and at least not the government is facilitating that. So policy has to be like initial, that has to be well understood that out of 10 technologies, maybe 2-3 will succeed, but that 2-3 will give you so much capital back to invest in hundreds of such pilots again, that it can be a rather profit generating process. So
Thank you.
this has to be there.
I can talk
just
on.
a minute. One question you had said about what quantity of hydrogen can be generated from that 50 MLD plant. Actually, in Tokyo, Waste to SH company is doing one project where they are generating hydrogen from sludge. So in that, from 1 ton dried sludge, they are able to generate 50 kg of hydrogen. They have a technology, and this is the first pilot. Now they are signing up pilots across Europe also. So this is the level, but that sludge, somebody has to tell 1 ton sludge will come from how many MLD sewage treatment plant Delhi.
Maybe Dr. Tare or Rajneesh can. This number Rajneesh would definitely know.
as I said, we are already doing it. But if you're talking about a hydrogen, probably we are trying to use only the wastewater currently. And that how, with electrolyzer, when we split, we use both the components. Because most of the projects where we have desalination inquiries today, everybody is blowing the oxygen into the air. So that's where we thought that we can use both the components and set it off. So currently that's, as I said, it's only at a conceptual and a pilot stage. So I think hopefully in the next few months we'll be able to demonstrate that and exactly quantify. But
Sure, Rajneesh, we'll come back. You didn't want to put you on the spot, but a casual question. But on the point, Mr. Vashni, you mentioned Leron has a lot of funding available from his own. I know for a fact Leron will disagree on that point. So I think this is a universal issue. Technologies which are at TRL 4, 5, 6 struggle to attract commercial capital, because everybody says the research and innovation ecosystem, largely in the university space or coming from the government, will say, now you have proven your tech in the lab, now go find money in the commercial world. The commercial world says, put your first plant up, and then we'll fund the second plant. So that is the chasm that 70-80% of the technologies fall through. And I think a lot needs to be done, and something we are definitely attempting in our ETV program, the Environment Technology Verification Process, where both Mark's technology and Leron's technology are enrolled. And hopefully in the coming year we'll make good progress on that. But that's a whole different subject, Mr. Vashni, on how do you fund tech commercialization. So we'll take that offline. Can I bring Rakesh now? Rakesh, in terms of policy framework, how do you incentivize decentralized production?
Decentralized production. I mean, I'll first go to the history of development of, say, the allied sector like renewable energy sector in India. The sector has evolved through a process of fiscal and financial incentives. In fact, if you remember wind energy, a couple of years back, we already had the accelerated depreciation benefit. When solar took place, we had a very high feed-in tariff. And when the sector has the ability to stand on its feet, then you withdraw the fiscal and financial incentive. So similarly, I'm quite sure that Government of India is quite cognizant of this fact that this is an upcoming huge potential sector, and certainly incentive has to be there. It could be performance linked incentive, production linked incentive should be there. And as we know that there are lots of leeways for captive consumers in electricity sector. So if you are trying to produce your own electricity, there are lots of charges which are not applicable to you. So something of this kind should also be there for incentive generation for decentralized generation. So Government of India certainly should provide some fiscal, financial incentive. Fiscal, I mean, it could be some rebate in taxes. Financials could be some percentage of subsidy related to your capital cost. That could be certainly thought of. Then depending on the color of hydrogen, you can stagger or you can link the incentive accordingly. If you're more near to the green, then certainly the incentive will be on the higher side. So certainly these kind of incentives will be required for the sector to respond. And I was reading somewhere that the cost of carrying hydrogen through pipes is cheaper than the transmission of electricity. So if you compare these two things, then certainly this is a good input for the government, and government certainly will be aware that wherever you feel that there are refineries, chemical industries, iron and steel, which are like guzzlers of hydrogen, where this could be used. So in place of, I mean, in order to promote more uses of hydrogen, you also incentivize having network of hydrogen transportation. So these kind of incentives should be provided.
Does anyone have any comments on this aspect, on what policy parameters should the government include?
Yeah, this is Maheshwari. In fact, right now we are assuming a power cost of almost 1.5 per unit. That's a solar power. But looking into the virtually the down phasing of coal-fired power generators, definitely this power scenario will change. So definitely in policies we have to see when the down sizing of coal happens, how the power is still continue to be at a lower rate. So that policy framework will need that of thinking.
Mr. Vashni, would you have a comment on that? You are the largest thermal producer in the country.
Yeah, actually, solar cost will also come down in next 4 5 years. So the point which Maheshwari ji was making may not be that much creating any effect. Rather, the cost will overall go down only. This presently, which is lowest tender, is by L&T has taken from Jepsil. This this is 1.94 per kilowatt hour. So this is even after all these duties and all whatever we have been hearing that cost will increase. So really it will keep on decreasing. And when indigenized this Adani and Reliance will come up with uh, right from silicon to cell to module, so the cost will be around maybe in 5 years. I expect it will be 1.2 or something rupees per unit. So overall, we will be in a better situation rather than what we are today as compared to power cost. And if we take the electrolysis in hydrogen generation, more than 70% of the life cycle cost is electricity only. Electrolyzer cost is also coming down and electricity cost will also come down. So all this will make even through electrolysis route hydrogen cheaper. But the waste to hydrogen is definitely even presently it is quite cheap, and it has enough side products, byproducts which can give value. And if we can properly market those byproducts, including oxygen and the CO plus H2, the water gas, then a lot of I think it will be negative cost rather hydrogen, because we are using the waste, which is otherwise also to dispose, that it is a responsibility, it is a cost. But in that case, we are saving that cost as well as generating something which is combating the climate change. And moreover, costly landfill sites are getting vacated for this, so that land value is also unlocked. And other thing which you were saying about this decentralized generation, basically these electrolyzers and fuel cells all are small units only. Even if we go for larger capacity plants, we have to stack more numbers of them together. So it is when scaling happens, even the smaller module will also be cheaper, because that is the basic module. So it will definitely be cheaper. And already in many, like I had also said, we are going for DG replacement through hydrogen storage in one of our offices. This is a 500 kilowatt thing, but already in houses also this rooftop solar with rooftop hydrogen has come up. Enapter is supplying small hydrogen electrolyzers, and some other companies are also in the fray. And in Germany, many most like a lot of diesel based backup is there, and they are replacing it with garden hydrogen plants. So all this is coming up quite fast, and in 5 years the situation will be much more better and cheaper also.
Interesting, interesting. So you're saying that as such, the hydrogen production through electrolysis is decentralized and modular. Even the scaled up plants is stacking up of those modules. So we are very much in that framework already. Can I just switch back to Liron and Mark? Liron and Mark, the policy incentives that you're seeing in UK, Europe, elsewhere, what are those, and how can they, and what would you like to see from the Indian government in terms of a policy incentive for a faster rollout of waste to hydrogen, because that seems to be quite an interesting fit with India.
Go ahead, Lira.
Okay, thank you. So in Europe, there have been a few interesting funding projects, mainly on the based on what they call the Green Deal that came up from COVID and the Fit for 55. And there are two schemes. One is what they're calling it IPSI project, Important Projects for Common European Interest, and the European Clean Alliance. At Boson, we were lucky enough to be awarded projects from the IPSI as well as from the Clean Hydrogen Alliance. And basically the idea there is, as mentioned by one of the earlier talkers, to bridge this valley of death, so to speak, on the TRL from TRL that's higher, TRL 7 to TRL 9. At Boson, we already have we've been able to put in our pilot plant and our demonstration plant, so that helps from that angle. The lower TRL levels is helped in Europe from the Horizon program, which has R&D money there. It's a very cumbersome process. It's very hard. They announce a lot of money every year, but it's very hard to get that money. So I think as a policy in India, not just to make the money available, but to make it easier to get it. What you see is that a lot of small companies just don't have the resources to even apply for the application because of the way they structure it. And it requires several funding rounds just to get the application correct. So I would say to make the application simpler and easier is a very important key, especially for lower TRL companies who still do not have the resources they can to write a decent proposal. From that angle. In India, we of course are very lucky to be, as you mentioned, Tommy, we're part of the ETV process. We're very happy with that, and we have our discussions in Kanpur to grow our first plant, which we have now changed to be from hydrogen, and we're talking to the Reliance Group and Adani to create synergies with their ambition hydrogen plants. But the goal we see for especially the clean Gange content is the waste management and a joint partnership with the municipalities where they can jointly benefit from this transition, as well as also in biomass and agricultural residue. The farmers can actually benefit because now there's room for upstream, it's called even upstream recycling and sorting and recovery of the minerals, silica, etc. It's down to, as Mark said, it's down to eventually to chemistry, carbon, hydrogen, and minerals. That's where it all comes down to, on the very basic of, one would say high school chemistry, where we just separate and we just benefit from the resources and create a circularity so we can come back and provide it back into the society.
If I could just add to that, I agree with all of that. But I think, well, certainly in the UK, the government approach is totally scattergun. The government don't really have a clue. They know what end result they think they want, but they don't have a clue how to get to it. And as Leon says, they just make it impossibly difficult. They announce all these wonderful things, but actually making it happen is a total nightmare. And it requires a huge amount of time, and a lot of small companies just don't have that time, apart from anything else. And once they do, they don't necessarily know how to put together the application. We are also very lucky, obviously, to be part of the ETV program, and we are also part, actually, of a grant scheme with a power company over here. But those things are complicated, and I think from an Indian perspective, obviously, we don't have the experience in India, obviously, to be able to tell the Indians how they should be dealing with this. What we'd like to do is join with companies in India who do know how to do it. But from the perspective of policy, I think that there needs to be a very clear direction that this is what is going to be done in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, and this is the route map for doing that, and then make it really easy for people to, there has to be a weeding process of some sort, of course, but the key is to make it easy to get your foot on the ladder and get it seen by people who can actually make sensible decisions instead of weeding people out just because they haven't been able to fill out a form terribly well. That's my view.
I'll just sort of refocus the discussion a little bit and moving it away from early stage technologies to more mature technologies. Both of you have technologies which are, I wouldn't say very mature because the space is very relatively new, but you both have commercial demonstration plants operating.
Oh, yeah.
If we were to incentivize the larger installation and establishment of waste to hydrogen in India, what are the incentives that you, or policy frameworks that you're looking at? Mark, you mentioned the government would set out a 5-year or a 10-year roadmap. You know, should that be coexisting of hydrogen production with other forms of waste to energy, or should it be moving to hydrogen en masse because large waste to energy is largely failed in India for n number of reasons? Mr. Maheshwari can comment on that as well. And if we are to move to hydrogen, then somebody mentioned the point that there are other revenue sources also available that may kick in. So if either or all of you want to elaborate on that, what is that policy framework that needs to be put in place to incentivize faster, greater rollout of waste to hydrogen?
In its very simplest form.
Go ahead, please.
In its very simplest form, it needs to be enabling. It needs to be looked at it in a very positive light, and nobody can predict the future. So prescribing one route to the solution is just not necessarily the right way to do it. It requires flexibility, and I know this sounds ridiculous possibly, but common sense. It just needs some common sense applied to it, and the policy itself needs to be positive, enabling, and encouraging. Companies like ours, and I'm sure the same applies to Liran, we need the opportunity. We're not asking to be given whole loads of, we don't need to be given bucket loads of cash, or we don't need to be given a requirement within India which says you must be using this amount of hydrogen. Hydrogen needs to be the obvious and the economic choice.
Liran?
If I will, thank you. Please go ahead, sir.
I should let Liran answer, and then I'll come to the Indian team.
Okay. From our side, what we see, of course, the most, as Mark said, enabling, and enabling means basically permitting and regulatory frameworks to make the plant easier to be able to be established. When you do sector coupling, and you can see that, as Mark said, from 1 ton of waste, you could get between 100 and 150 kilograms of hydrogen, depending on the waste type. You can easily quantify that, and the government can see what does it mean in terms of reduction of transportation emissions, reduction of the CO2 capture, reduction of actual transportation of getting your logistics in the waste management field, and you can reduce the mileage of distributed plants. But then you're coming into always everybody talks about NIMBY, and in Boson is called the IMBY company, because we believe in my backyard, and it has to be close to the resource, and you have to be responsible for what you generate. You can't If I take Delhi, for example, you can't have waste being generated in North Delhi and dumped in East Delhi in Gazipur, or etc. Yeah, you have to be, and then you become very efficient, and you can monetize on this efficiency, and that has to allocate into the scheme. But what we find usually the bottleneck is the permitting and the regulatory body. If that is enabling, then the market condition will drive itself, whether it's hydrogen vehicles, whether it's speed charging, and provide the power to the grid, whether it's CO2. There are various ways of commodities you can use. It can be the CO2 when it's green, CO2 in the EU, green CO2 in EU. It goes for between 200 to 1,000 euros per ton. So I don't see these prices happening in India, but there are enabling of green CO2 for your emission, to take the CO2 and put it into greenhouses, or put it into the dry ice manufacturing process. There are a lot of synergies between the different industries you can utilize. The other point, I think, as Mark said correctly, is we should not look at one process to fit all. There are niche applications. There are niche applications where electrolyzers will be more benefit than us. There are niche applications where AD is better than us. If you're looking at the waste streams, cow dung or chicken manure, etc. There are niche applications where even between Mark and ourselves, I'm sure that there are niche applications where we will be beneficial, and there are niche applications where Mark will be beneficial. So there has to be, to make this work, there has to be a joint effort from everybody, and an enabling platform for everybody to come in and succeed this.
Thanks, Leron and Mark, for your inputs. Efficiency, monetization is an interesting part, Leron, that you make, because each ecosystem, each city would be very, very different, and no one size fits all strategy would apply. So, much like the previous discussions we've had in other panels on sludge or wastewater, it's the same issue over here, that production is the easy part, right? It's what makes economic sense is a function of where the offtake is happening, right? And how you're supplying the input feedstock, in your case, the waste. So thanks for that. Ashish, you had a point to make?
Yeah, I think so. A couple of things, Amit, because once just mentioned about the waste to energy plants in the beginning in India, they haven't really succeeded. Of course, there are multiple factors for that not to happen. But in terms of the policy framework that we just discussed about, and and one of the interesting facts that we all have talked about is that this particular kind of technology that we are talking does not really require segregation of waste, which has been a major impediment in getting the waste to the right place, and thereby, and after that, converting into the energy. Because the calorific value of that combined waste otherwise comes down, and here we are not using the calorific value of the waste as such, and therefore the hydrogen production is through different methodology. Now, important part here is that if we can get the municipal corporations of the city to agree to have these plants, and by way of incentivization in some mechanism, through some mechanism, and thereby the moment hydrogen is generated out there, and as I said, one of the important factors that we need to envisage and acknowledge is that mobility is going to play a major role as a consumer in times to come. And if that hydrogen at that point of a time is available at these plants in a city level, and then you put up these compression units basically to put that hydrogen into the vehicles straight away from there. Thereby no transmission cost of the hydrogen, nothing. It's just generated at that point of a time. The municipal corporation comes into the picture by way of getting the waste at a particular location instead of carrying it too large distance in a smaller community part. Thereby you have a small station which is generating hydrogen, and you have a compression unit right there, which is basically putting this hydrogen into the vehicles. Now, this chain, if we can complete it, then you are making the end user having a very, very clean gas at I guess, a very, very low price. And it's possible through the induction of technologies and putting the mechanism in a way where all the stakeholders, the municipal corporation benefits, the new technology which is brought in, they also, because there is an end user and they get the money straight away from the end user there, and the compression unit. So you have all the three factors coming together, making a clean gas available to a taxi driver or to a vehicle, basically, which you're talking about, because that is where it is. Today, all of these vehicles which are running on CNG, tomorrow can run on hydrogen if the overall cost factors and overall mechanism comes into the picture and it is available to him as petrol or diesel today is available to it. That is, if we can do that, then we are talking about a systemic change into the way the mobility is going to be envisaged.
And one interesting point, Ashish, I'd like to bring out, which I think we got missed out, is the capacity utilization factor. See, um, I think Mr. Vashni mentioned that solar and wind will remain intermittent, right? And whilst they are categorized as green hydrogen, but they can never produce what's called baseload hydrogen, which is 24/7, right? And to produce baseload hydrogen, you need to have access to the input feedstock and waste to hydrogen or hydropower, run of the river hydropower to hydrogen can give 90 to 99% capacity utilization factors, or PLFs as we call them in India. I think that's a very, very interesting point. And if Mark or Leran can go into the Ghazipur waste dump and mine it and continuously produce hydrogen, I don't see any reason why DTC, the Delhi Transport Corporation, will not take it. And same goes for across the Ganga belt. We're looking at creating transport corridors, and if those corridors, the trucks and buses plying on those corridors can be powered by the hydrogen coming from the Ganga ecosystem, I think that's the paradigm shift that we are really talking about. So I think a system view is required, and within the system you have a lot of building blocks. Some cities and towns would have different kind of building blocks based on what is their population, what's their demographics. Is the hydrogen coming from solar? Is the hydrogen coming from wind? Is the hydrogen coming from hydropower? Or is the hydrogen coming from waste, or a combination of all of the above? And that's what the system view we need to have figured out. And then ultimately, how close are they to the off-takers, the steel industry, the cement industry, and the transport industry? I think if we have that matrix mapped out, it'll be a very interesting space to watch out. Can I just go back to Mr. Vashni and Rakesh in terms of the policy? So unfortunately, we couldn't have Mr. Jagdale from MNRE with us, because I'm told he's still stuck in the parliament, and we will go back to him for his comments. If you want to see anything in that policy framework, what would you like to see? So I would go to all three, Mr. Vashni, Mr. Jha, and Mr. Maheshwari.
Yeah, I would like to say that the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan 2.0 has been launched. The basic parameter should be like about 50 housing societies, say, or about wherever 1 lakh cluster can be formed of people. The enough waste of 10 ton, 20 ton, or in that range, segregated if required, or if unsegregated also can be treated near that location only. And this new technologies which are coming up, they are in that range only, 10 ton, 20 ton, 50 ton, 100 ton. So they can produce lot of hydrogen, and it can be continuously produced, because waste is like again intermittent. Someday you will get 100 tons, someday you will get only 20 tons. So these capacities are like they chose like this, that they make 2-3 modules, 5 modules, 10 modules, and use them in a way that economically can be used for generating hydrogen and other revenue streams. So this hydrogen can be used as pointed out by that it can be used in mobility. It can also be used in heating, and moreover, AC load is increasing day by day. People did not use AC 10 years before, but now everyone is having multiple ACs in their houses. So this AC is again creating GHGs, like in the GHG effect rather. You are taking out heat even if somebody is not there in the room, and liberating to atmosphere. this is again recycling heat and heat, a vicious cycle. So if this can be done through this, while generating hydrogen, the heat is used for cooling applications, district cooling, or say refrigeration and all, through VAM or heat pumps. So all this can be very green and curtail that emission intensity. So this needs to be in the policy. Waste will be also tackled, and it will not be transported. Like in transportation also, you are losing, you are burning fuel and all, and then for days it is there, and it is emitting out CH4, which is the most costly gas which we are discussing. From CH4 only we are getting hydrogen. So the policy has to be supporting local treatment near the housing complex, near the industrial complex itself of the waste, and generating valuable things out of that. Waste is something which we are calling waste. It is not really waste. It is rather very valuable. Even some time
Great.
back, when petroleum was not being used, some 100 years back, it was called waste. But this is the situation. Like, we have to find value in this. Right.
Great, Mr. Vashni. So localize the treatment and utilization is your request to the ministry. Rakesh?
Yeah, I was thinking over that what would be the starting point, and a good push from Government of India certainly will help to shape the sector, which has prominent potential. Uh, in India, especially electricity sector, we have this renewable purchase obligation targets assigned to solar and non-solar sectors. So can we think of having a separate target for waste to energy based generations? This will enable companies who are into generation, they will focus more, they will invest more in waste to energy segment. And this will certainly create a win-win situation, especially under this kind of project where you are dealing with a pollution of water, and you are also dealing with waste, which is like we have situations like Gazipur dump yard, I mean, typical nuisance, nonsense, in fact, everywhere. So if we could do that, that will certainly help getting better investment. Somebody was mentioning about green carbon price in Europe is quite high, almost 200 euros he mentioned. Something of this kind, if first the mandate to use green CO2 and some kind of assured market, assured pricing, if that could be done by Government of India, that will certainly be quite useful. A third development which is already taking place in India, CDM, as we know, for projects in India, there is hardly any CDM market because the prices are very low. And India didn't have a domestic CDM market, domestic carbon credit market, in fact. Most probably, Government of India is trying to come up with that. And as and when this comes, if we have a dedicated kind of pricing for these initiatives, or even green hydrogen certification. So if some of the industries which are mandated to use green hydrogen, if they are not procuring it hydrogen, then they can purchase certificate, and that certainly can be promoted by Government of India. This is apart from all the fiscal and financial incentives that I mentioned earlier. You can provide dispensation like lower tax, maybe some bit of accelerated depreciation kind of benefit, especially for hydrogen-based projects, especially for those projects which are catering to both the issues of water pollution and uses of waste to energy for green hydrogen.
Thank you.
Samit, I would like to comment.
Please, Mr.
Yeah. Since a lot of persons have talked about waste to energy, and I'm the person who is virtually producing power from waste, I would like to bring three things in picture. One is the waste to energy sector in India is still deorganized. Virtually, the policies available, but every state, every city has its own policies to award the waste to energy plants. and they are always based upon the urban policies. And because of that, hardly 5 or 6 plants are virtually working in India. And that's the reason the Dimapur and Gazipur hills are available. The fact is, we had been advocating that there should be one central agency to manage the municipal solid waste. This is definitely a big problem in India, everybody knows it, but there is absolutely no framework available. And that is where we need a central agency, like something like a National Highway Board, something on that line. We should have a waste management system. Otherwise, it is not going to be successful in next 20 years. Second point which I want to make is that like CBG, we are producing CBG in small points. Mr. Washington said small places. That is exactly the way the decentralized CBG plants, not CBG, will convert them into decentralized hydrogen plants. And that's where we are going to feed the basically transportation or the small consumption. And definitely large plants will be required for industrial use. But the small plants, small CBG plants from the organic waste can definitely be produced, can definitely be made available. The only thing goes back again is a financial viability. Today, there's nothing less than 200 ton per day feed stock and making about 8 to 10 ton of CBG is viable. Less than that, it is not viable because of the various things, various availability of the technology, other things. Make them viable to provide the incentive. So again, that type of incentive is required from the government. The policies has to be created for that to make them really viable. That's what my point of view from the waste to energy, because that is definitely one important source to produce the hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashish, do you have any final comments? And then I'll go to Rajneesh as well for any final comments.
I think it's been a very interesting discussion, and all of us, I think, are converging to two facts. One is, of course, which is the localized production of hydrogen as near possible as a source, and also then end user also being brought through mobility as one of the major consumption unit. And so you have a compression unit attached to the whole plant. Incentivization for waste to energy. In fact, just one thought occurred to me just now as we were discussing, because as you would know that earlier I was running the city, Jamshedpur city, and there we experimented a lot with waste to energy, and that's why we know how it failed and why did it fail. Now coming to this one now, it can actually be a very interesting scenario where you do the first kick from the waste to energy, you produce hydrogen, and then you start using hydrogen to start burning the waste. And excess hydrogen is what you give it to the mobility. You are actually talking about an ecosystem of a very, very low cost, excellent fuel available to the end user. I think, and if we can see this vision, if we can converge into this vision, we should be talking to the authorities to make it happen through incentivization, because it is possible. In bits and pieces, it's happening. All we need to do is to bring it together. I think that's what I would want to submit.
Thanks, Ashish. Rajneesh?
You know, we are just entering into this field and using our core expertise to see how we can bring down the cost.
Can't hear you, Rajneesh.
Hello.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, we are just getting into it, and we are only doing a pilot. Our endeavor will be how to, bring down the cost of green hydrogen. And as Mr. Varshney also mentioned, that how we can generate it locally, because obviously we realize that, storage and logistics is currently a challenge and a big cost in the whole ecosystem. So, and you also mentioned that, why, that entire Ganga belt cannot be used for this thing, and a Ganga corridor. You can have hydrogen dispensing stations there, as NTPC has already initiated in Ladakh. So I think at this point of time, I'm not in a position to comment on the policy, but being a technology provider, we will like to use the waste. You mentioned about sludge. On sludge, still it is at our lab stage, so I cannot comment beyond that. But on the water, we have already realized that by using treated wastewater, treating it further, and using both the components, I think we should be much lower than what the current green hydrogen price is. So we are already on it, and we would like to contribute our bit in the process. Thank you.
Great. So we had a fantastic discussion, lots of points of convergence on decentralizing and co-inhabiting the production and consumption, and utilizing sort of cross-subsidizing one part of the process which is inefficient with the other part of the process to seek that efficiency gains. Lots of interesting points on different types of technologies, different ways hydrogen can be produced and used was also very, very interesting. I now sort of hand over for the final kind of wrap up Dr. Tare and Mr. Agarwal, and then we'll bring the session to a close.
Thank you, Sanmit. So far as this session is concerned, I would rather say that it is better to be a listener rather than opening my mouth, because I think I consider myself to be quite illiterate so far as the science, technology, and the commercial aspects of the hydrogen is concerned. But looking at whatever is being said, I think the future looks very exciting. Okay, and I was doing some back of the envelope calculations. If I know whatever amount of waste that is generated in Kanpur, it appears that one would get something like 2.25 crores per day from the Kanpur West. Even if I assume the minimum $1 per kg and 150 kg of hydrogen per ton of waste. So that looks very exciting. Of course, so far as waste to hydrogen is concerned, I guess at this point of time, we are only talking about the methane route. Okay, so waste converted to methane and then methane to hydrogen. So whatever pluses and minuses are there for producing methane from waste, they will of course be there in the whole process. Okay, but from the point of view of Gange Hydrogen Forum, I think there is a lot of information that has come out of this session, and a lot of scrutiny is required to make projections as to how it will generate economy around economy in the Ganga basin from the waste. And of course, we have talked about whenever we look at the waste, internalizing environmental issues will actually change this. And some of the point Mr. Varshne mentioned, he of course relied upon internalizing the environmental issues, because he all the time was talking about anyway we have to take care of pollution, anyway we have to take care of the waste, and those costs are nowhere accounted for. So if we take sum total and finally contributing into the climate change issues, because anyway that cost also we have to bear some way or the other. So if you look at all that, I think it looks very, very exciting. And it's a lot of homework for us in Sea Ganga to kind of comprehend all these kind of things and make a projection how it will get into the river conservation and cleanup program, and how it is justifiable, making sure that the huge amount of investments that we are making in Swachh Bharat or Namami Gange or Jal Jeevan Mission can give dividends to us as a nation and as a basin. So it's very, very exciting. And I think we did a good experiment. I think it's very successful experiment to have this session on Gange Hydrogen Forum. And there is a lot of future for us to take this as a subject matter and of course have more consultations. So this is all my take at this point of time. I will not get into, but it's a very good information. And I think I got educated, my knowledge has increased on the subject, and I look at it in a very positive way to take it forward.
Thank you, Dr. Tare. And final words from Mr. Agarwal.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Uh, I apologize, I could not be part of the discussions in the early part, but I was privy to the discussions which were happening subsequently, and they were very interesting discussions. In fact, some of these discussions we had during our Ganga Connect exhibition in London also recently in the month of November. A lot of good ideas came up, for use of hydrogen and basically, from waste to wealth. So we need to work very, I would say, in a focused manner to take this agenda forward. It's a in thing as of now, and will definitely be the future as to how we generate wealth out of lot of waste which is coming out from various sources, especially in the Ganga belt and other parts of the river and ecology also. So I think there's a time for all of us to sit together, work out a plan, engage different stakeholders and bring them under a uniform umbrella to see who are the ones which have waste, and who are the ones who can actually deploy this waste to create wealth. So that is a challenge which we face, and NMCG in partnership with the Sea Ganga will be working very closely and also with various partners who have joined us today also. And as I said, we have been partnering with a lot of interested players and stakeholders across the globe also. So we need to take it further, and we will definitely, have some kind of a good write-up, a concept paper emerging out of this very edition of IWIS, especially during this discussion on this platform, and look forward to very closely engaging with you and further working on that. So thank you very much for joining us. On behalf of NMCG, I convey greetings to you once again, and have a wonderful evening. Those who are in India, and of course those who are in London and other parts of the world, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you, Dr. Tare. And once again, all the panelists, thank you for taking out the time, and all the viewers who are logged in from various parts of the world. Hope you enjoyed the discussion and found it meaningful. As Mr. Agarwal and both Dr. Tare said, that there'll be an interesting concept paper that we will prepare on this subject. I invite all the panelists and your peers to join and contribute in preparation of that concept paper, but also I'd encourage, let's have start dialogues, individual dialogues with your respective organizations on how we can do more and more pilots in this area. On that point, thank you so much. Have a good evening and a good day ahead. The next session starts in 9 minutes, which is on India-UK collaboration as part of, that's the final session of the day. So thanks a lot, and we'll see you soon.
Yes, bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
May there.
Hello.
Afternoon.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Fantastic. Good to see you.
Hey, Sanmit.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, Samit.
Hi, Jazz.
I'm trying to work my
Sanmit, your voice is a bit distant. No.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. Sorry, I was sitting back. We just finished a 2-hour intense session on hydrogen. So.
VJ. VJ, I keep on missing you in every event. I got your number off Summit, and every time I see you, you pop up and then you disappear again.
Oh, we were there on the event, the Ganga event.
Yeah, and then Summit invited you to the Agassi event as well, and I went to look for you afterwards, and you'd gone, you'd come and gone.
I was there for an hour.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I tried to catch you before the end, and I think you.
Well, from the few days I had cerebral flu, so I went for Summit for 1 hour. Then I left after that. Yeah.
We have Girdhar, we have Srini, Vijay, Veda, Jace, Jazz. So we're missing 2 more people. Give it 1 minute. Delighted to have DG Sir also joining along with Mr. Agarwal.
Summit, how's it going? Good.
All good, all good. In the interest of time, we should start and let the others join in when they can. So, good afternoon to those joining from the UK. Good evening to those joining from India. Welcome to the final session of the penultimate day of the India Water Impact Summit. This is the 6th edition, and we've had a fantastic day and a whole week of interesting discussions and dialogues, and have taken the contributions and insights to a whole new level. As all of you know, that every year we put together a number of international sessions, international partnership sessions, and UK has been a great friend and an ally to India in our journey for a clean Ganga and a rejuvenated Ganga. And most recently, as all of you participated in the Ganga Connect exhibition, so we thought we will focus this year's session on the uptake, the insights, the suggestions and ideas on how should we take the Ganga Connect platform forward. So welcome all of you on behalf of NMCG and C Ganga to perhaps kickstart the proceedings. I'd like to request Mr. Rosie Agarwal to give opening remarks, and then I'll go to Dr. Tare and then DG Sir to welcome everyone. Just for your benefit, the entire team that's joined from the UK was heavily involved in the Ganga Connect exhibition or the success of Ganga Connect exhibition. And Mr. Agarwal, you met some of them, and DG Sir, you met some of them virtually, both at the Glasgow leg and the London leg. And of course, Dr. Tare was there, who met some of you physically as well. So firstly, Mr. Agarwal, and then Dr. Tare, and then DG Sir, and then we'll open it up to our colleagues and partners from the UK.
Thank you, Sanmit, and good afternoon to all our friends from UK, and good evening to everyone here back in India. I can see some very known and good faces, whom I met in London about 2 weeks back, and good to connect with you again. Thank you very much for joining us again on this platform. And we did have a very engaging, fruitful discussion during our entire journey of Ganga Connect, starting from Glasgow down up to London, London, as you know, was a summary or summarizing of whatever we had done in UK in about, 15 days time. And thereafter, we connected again with large number of technical experts, scientific community, academic institutions, young people, who have fresh ideas and fresh minds, and fresh suggestions to take forward, not only from the technical point of view, but also in the investor community, and a lot of ideas came up from the financial community as well. So this is another platform, to just brush up as to what we did during the Ganga Exhibition Connect, and then what are the challenges which we have as of now. As you all know, we made a series of announcements during the finale, which was hosted by the Honorable High Commissioner, and those announcements we need to work very closely and take them forward. They are a mix of technical, you can say, announcements and some instrumentations of financing models, and some partnerships which we have explored anew, not only in London but also in Glasgow and Oxford and other parts of the UK. So we need to cement them further, take them forward further. And yes, we have very young minds like Jas is there, Medha is there, who will definitely, connect us with large number of youth and the energy across UK and probably across the world also. So I once again, on behalf of National Mission for Clean Ganga, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, I welcome all our dear friends and colleagues from the UK and look forward to a very engaging and interesting dialogue once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Dr. Tarek.
Thank you. Yes, it is again very nice to see the faces which we had interaction with in the UK Ganga Connect exhibition. And I echo the spirit that Mr. Rosie Agrawal spoke about. We are now looking at taking it forward. As I said in the other international sessions, so different international sessions are at different stages. And from that point of view, the interaction with UK and in this particular session, I would say we are at an advanced stage compared to the other nations with which we are engaging, because we already had highest level of engagement at technical scientific level of engagement with the collaborators from UK. Now it is the time to take it forward from the Ganga Connect exhibition. In fact, we were about to release the report of the UK exhibition, but today only I got the message that the High Commission also wants to give some more inputs to preparing that report. And so we have because today was the last time for us if we had to release it tomorrow. But since today only we got that they would give us by middle of the day in UK, but that would be too late for us to, kind of compile and wind up and then be ready for. I'm sure we will be able to do that very soon, immediately after the summit, release that report. But anyway, everything is in our mind. And I think all those who participated in UK know about what the way forward is and what is likely to come in that report. So we did not wait for that report, and today's discussion can take it forward from that, our knowledge of what we had agreed upon and how we want to take it forward. And I think in this summit, that's the opportunity that we want to have. Some thoughts on what is the way forward. Of course, I have received mails from many of you, but my apologies, because as soon as we returned from UK, we got busy in organizing this event, and it was rather difficult for me to immediately respond to the queries that you had. But I'm sure we will take it forward after this summit is over. So with these words, I welcome you again and look forward to taking it forward based on our interaction in London last month.
Thank you, Dr. Tarek. DG sir, could we have some opening remarks from yourself?
Thank you. I am so happy to see all of you. I was not as fortunate as Rosie and Professor Tare to meet you all in person, but virtually I have been joining you people and met some of you virtually. So I think as Professor Tare very rightly said, this particular international session in India Water Impact Summit is quite different. I mean, here we feel so comfortable with each other, and there is so much of warmth, and we are already quite advanced as compared to many other places where we are trying to build new bridges, know each other, whereas here we have already known each other, and then we have already committed to work for some sort of common cause. It's also really very heartening. I mean, I was just looking at the list of participants, and what's really very heartening to me as a DG of this mission and also personally, that I see Ganga Connect reaching in so many places in UK. There is a Scotland chapter, Midlands chapter, Ganga for Youth, Medha is there. Then we have got Mr. Goel, London chapter, Midlands chapter again, co-convener, Finance, Ganga Finance Forum BC, Ganga Finance Forum. I think we have really spread all over, and that's something truly satisfying to me. You will also be very happy to know that the work of Namami Gange has spread all along the river Ganga. Recently we had a Ganga Masal which started from Rishikesh and went all the way up to the Wakhali beach in Ganga Sagar area, Bengal. And everywhere we had several people. What we are talking about Ganga Connect in UK, we have Ganga Vichar Manch, we have got Ganga forums all along the river Ganga in different districts, in different places. And today one feels so satisfied that we have our presence, we have our fraternity, we have our network at the field level, and we also have that network expanding to the global level. IWIS, India Water Impact Summit, some of you, I'm quite sure, would have attended in the earlier season of this summit, annual summit. But this also is a great occasion, and Sea Ganga is such a forum we are supporting from NMCG. It may be located in IIT Kanpur, but it does not represent only IIT Kanpur. I mean, through Sea Ganga, we have a network of several academic institutions, experts, and through Sea Ganga, again, not only within India, we are also able to expand. Today is the 4th day of this summit, and we had a discussion on different subjects. There were different subjects on science, policy, technology, new energy, water energy nexus. I mean, all kinds of things. I don't want to discuss so much in the opening remark. But the way the whole concept of rejuvenating Ganga is getting strengthened, the way we are getting support from the entire globe, that proves the point that Ganga is not only important for us, it's not only important for Indians, it's not only the lifeline of Indians, it's a global heritage. And that is something which is very heartening, because several people, they do research. I mean, several of you in London, in Oxford, several universities, you know, the interest of people in Ganga or this river is tremendous. So many books have been written by foreign authors, by authors in USA or in Europe or in UK, in several places, about their association. So I think there is something in this river which attracts people. This is a kind of unique river. I mean, what very typically I was talking to Mr. Mike Pandey, the well-known filmmaker, who is presently making a documentary on Ganga, the river from sky. The name is really very apt. This is a river from sky. It's a gift of gods. It's a divine gift to all of us. And it's for us to preserve it. It's for us to keep it for the next generation and keep it as a kind of global heritage. I am really so much touched by all of you joining us, giving support to our team when they were in different parts of UK, and showing your commitment by coming again here. And I am quite sure this association will grow further, and then the only way to work out a solution for such a kind of vexed problem, I mean very typically a wicked problem like rejuvenating Ganga river, and not only river but the basin. It's basically not rejuvenating the river, it's rejuvenating all of us. Because the habitations, the cities, the villages, the people who live along Ganga, if they know how to behave, how to respect nature, how to respect water, then only this river will survive and the river will thrive. And its health is not important for river, its health is important for all of us, for our survival. So I think I feel really energized, motivated by your presence, by your commitment, and I would be really very happy to listen from you what all has happened, what all are your thoughts, and how you plan to carry forward this particular association, how we strengthen our association, what are your thoughts, what you want to do, and I would be very very happy to further respond and come back with more clarifications or answers. And mind you, I will also come back to you with more demands. So be prepared for that. And I once again very warmly, very heartily welcome each one of you, and look forward to listening from you. Thank you.
Thank you, DG sir, for those lovely, warm, encouraging words. And let's now hear it from from each one of the panelists. I'll start in the order of the exhibition. We started in Glasgow with Dhruva Kumar, who's the head of department at City of Glasgow College and co-convener of the Scotland chapter. And Dhruva, just before you give your points and comments, a request to all of you, maybe you can divide your address in two parts. Just your experience, what you felt in the Ganga Connect exhibition, your comment and feedback, and then looking ahead what we should be doing. So if you can just structure your thoughts in that order, that'll be very useful. So I'll quickly say Dhruv first, then Jazz and Udayji. Although we went to Cardiff, but unfortunately our colleague from Cardiff is unable to join us today, and he sends his warm regards. So we'll go to Birmingham, then the Midlands, then we'll come to Oxford. Meda was in Oxford, and then the London team with Vijay, Sriniti, and Jayesh. So that's the order with which we will hear your contributions and comments today. So firstly, Dhruva Kumar from City of Glasgow College joining us from Glasgow. Dhruv. Dhruv, you're on mute. We can't hear you. Nope. Why don't you fix your mic, and then we'll move to Birmingham in the meantime. So Jazz, why don't we start with you, and then Uday bhai.
Hello, is there any chance? No, sure.
Okay, Dhruv, we can hear you now. Okay.
Thank you. We hardly use the WebEx, but no, I'm exploring that. So thanks for, sorry for this late. Thanks for having me here. It's really good to see all the faces which we made during the Ganga Connect. And I must say that I did watch a couple of the sessions briefly, and this is very informative and the solution-oriented summit. We go to many summits and we find that we come out with no more further thought. But this summit is really having impact and solution-oriented. And I'm sure we all can collaboratively work together for the sustainable, holistic water economic growth through the Ganga and serve long-impact regeneration with science, technology, and innovation. As Sanmit asked me to divide it in two categories. That's how the Ganga Connect was in the UK, and then how I can collaborate from the City of Glasgow College and University of Strathclyde. So I should say and begin with, following the massive success, it was a massive success of the Clean Ganga exhibition in the UK, rightly started from City of Glasgow College. amid COP26. So climate change was happening right, left, center in the Glasgow, and it happened at my place. I'm very proud to be part of this project. And we ended up with 10 key strategic announcements, a very way forward to concrete our actions in the best interest of the India environmental changes and having India prosperous water-led economic for clean Ganga and very ambitious 2017 zero carbon ambitions is all intertwined with each other. So following from that, the way I see is the effectiveness and the success to measure the success of the Clean Ganga event in the UK was our key participation at this summit. And now we are spotlighting on how we can go forward and put our words and thoughts and into implementation phase and planning phase and take it forward. So this is the really right measures to measure the success of that summit exhibition happening in the UK. I would like to also say that this is a very exemplary work of the post-minimalist strategies, growing out of our conceptual practice into some meaningful and visible actions on the ground, which does not much happen into the many exhibitions. And here you go, that's where we are. I've conceived 3 key strategies out of the 10 UK exhibitions, and that's where I'm, and I would like to be heavily involved, and I'm quite heavily involved into that. One is UK-India scientific collaboration, impact project using water economic, which we call Earth Ganga or Sampan Ganga or Samruddha or different frameworks, and Ganga Connect UK Scotland Community Engagement Chapter. So I'd like to put a spotlight on how these are some technicalities and how we can achieve it all together, working together. We did have a discussion into details into the wide uses of the Ganga water and associated economic sectors such as agriculture, forestry, aquaculture, coal distilleries, tanning, paper, pulp, hydropower. But my involvement and our from the Scotland here is into the big potential and very interesting opportunities such as Ganga water smart canal, amenity and recreational, leading into the green inland water navigation and development of the green employment and workforce. Nonetheless, innovation and technology will be the very key to the rapid redevelopment and task forces. When we look at the Ganga flowing through, entire basin of the longest spread 1,560 miles of Ganga has a very huge potential to develop a wide range of recreational and amenity uses of the water that can be broken down into contribution to the huge tourism and water dependent and waterborne visitor attractions. Itself Ganga water dependent, recreational, culturally and commercially, that Ganga waterside amenity navigations and entire ecosystem can be transformed. The inspiration I got it for it and the way I'm more wide into in this is a very unique and world-leading quality of Scottish canals and water economics we have here in the Scotland, and which I have very big confidence and experience hand to be involved more actively with the Ganga project and water-led economics. We have worked with the ACPA, which is a Scottish Environment Protection Agency, and have studied their growth. I would like to just to give a one figure about the impact that led into 20 million trips per year to Scotland, and that contributed nearly £2 billion back into the economy, which is in Indian terms at this moment would be something 10,000 Indian crore rupees per annum. This is what here, of course, the entire dynamics and the model and the financial and expense per capita changes, but still there is a phenomenal opportunity is around the clock to all the seasons like winter, rainy, even though it's very limited of the water usage and volume of water in each facilities. But as long as when we know the opportunity and the limitations and the risk, then assessing the risk, putting into the right planning, and all those preconceived and unforeseen circumstances. So of course, working with NMGC and IIT and other water bodies will be good starting point to designate different freshwater directives. And of course, a case studies and pilot project to develop one port around the basin of Ganga which could carry a freight of the 15 to 20 million tons to carry, which will massively cut the truck haulage and carbon emissions. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the concept and planning of a smart Ganga canals. What is the smart Ganga canals could be that could help manage the flood risk, allowing the areas of many cities around the Ganga and where that can be regenerated while providing the safe, active travel routes for people to walk, wheel, cycle, and commercially carry goods. The Ganga Smart Canal could use the predictive and post-predictive weather technology with sensor prior to lower the water level to the canal by 10 cm before the period of the bad weather, creating somewhere by 50,000 cubic meters, which is equivalent to 22 Olympic swimming pools. And that capacity of freshwater runoff from the residential and business area to flow into the canal through the urban drainage. Again, using the predictive model of the weather, the tourism industry and the cut and navigational can be put into which we call autonomous control center. So setting up a autonomous Ganga shore control panel, which we call autonomous Ganga shore control center with artificial intelligence, satellite networking to monitor and operate in a semi or autonomous way would be very way forward. And of course, the success factor of the greener energy into the inland water navigation is massive growth of today's offshore. And certainly we can learn the lessons from what the European country has made the mistake and make sure we do not repeat the same and we go forward on that. The way I see is Ganga Namami project, and I can work together to develop a consortium to comprising of the greener energy companies, waterborne industries, and different bodies to let's start work on conceptual development and feasibility.
Can I just ask you to just shorten up? We have so many speakers to get through. So
yes,
please, one more minute, please.
Yeah, I mean, at this moment, let's tune into the real problem, which we have, is the main key strategies present, and also the problem we have into the green inland economics, water prices, and local bodies, behavior changes, which perceive all the world. But there is a different opportunity which I presented. We can work together. Now I hand over to Sanbit for any questions or observation to add into.
Thank you, Dhruv. You've suggested smart Ganga canals as a key project to work together on, where you'll mobilize the Scottish know-how along with Strathclyde universities and the Scottish EPA and others. So thanks for that input. I don't think we'll have too much time today for a dialogue. So if everyone can just be brief and concise in what they are suggesting, at the end we will try and sum it up and encapsulate in a single document, a concept paper, which is an action paper going forward. So thanks, Dhruv, for your inputs. Can I invite Jazz Soul and Udaybhai from Birmingham and Leicester, respectively?
Yeah, absolutely, Sumit. So, namaskar, good afternoon, everyone. Speaking here from the West Midlands. So, very briefly and quickly, fantastic event held by Ganga Connect, and we managed to visit Glasgow as well as participate in Birmingham and at the final event in London. There were a number of ETV technology providers who attended, as well as those who are dealing with odor, those who are dealing with sludge management, those who are dealing with gas capture and upgrade. And all of the ETV participants found it very useful, very keen and eager to see how they can move forward. We also managed to get a lot more interest within the marketplace of other technology providers, including counterparts who are providing forward osmosis. And we hope to bring many more onto the table as well as we rally around industry to try and see what the appetite and the interest is there to look at tech transfer and knowledge transfer. Very happy meeting all our colleagues from Sea Ganga at the exhibition and the seminars as well. Everyone was very warm, everyone was very inviting, and it was good to understand a lot more about what the strategy is moving forward. One of the interesting conversations, Samit, that came from the discussions was the twin of rivers, and being a international business mentor for British Water, I was then approached by our CEO, who then has contact with the CEO of Thames Water, who's very keen to start looking at an action plan of twinning the Thames with one of the rivers in India, hopefully Ganga. And another aspect which got a lot of interest was community engagement. We had a number of participants either from academia or again from industry who want to get more involved. So I think, picking up on the previous speaker's comments from Glasgow, I think we should look at how we can create a consortium, how we can create a partnership, how we can then work together and see what we can do as a collaboration, which involves not just seniors, but also the youth as well. Not just involves academia, but also industry as well. Because there seems to be a lot of appetite there for those who want to learn, or those who want to participate, or those who want to knowledge share, or those who want to tech transfer. So what we do not want to do is lose the momentum. And Summit has been speaking with me closely on bringing together an event in the West Midlands where we hope to then bring a lot of the diaspora or bring a lot of diaspora together, mobilize, where we can keep the discussions live and ongoing, and then let them filter through to communities, through cultural events, through academic institutions, as well as industry. So a lot to go at, Summit, and listeners. A very good event, found it very useful, really nice to see all of you who attended, and I think it'd be good to try and find a platform where communication was proactive and how we can then move the dialogue forward.
Thank you, Jazz. And Ganga Connect is that platform. So as Dr. Tare said, we didn't get a chance to thank everyone and get back to. We got a lot of emails. So as soon as this summit is over, within the next few days, we'll activate the Ganga Connect digital platform, so each one of you can stay engaged. So thanks for your contributions in Birmingham.
And Summit, sorry, just to add, sorry, I must say this as well. A lot of the young who attended as well found it very interesting, very useful. And what you guys did, bringing Ganga Connect to the UK, it wasn't just about industry. It wasn't just about what the UK can do with tech and knowledge transfer, even though there's a lot there that could perhaps be spoken about through dialogue. But also, you open the eyes of a lot of the youth who weren't aware or who wanted to learn more but didn't know where to go and where to look. So I thank you, thank everyone personally who made the journey all the way from India, as well as everyone nationally, as well as everyone locally, be that Glasgow or Birmingham or Cardiff or London or Oxford. It was so warmly received, and since then we've been forwarding on a lot of what had happened, and we get more and more questions. So, a big thank you from the young to what you guys have done to keep that dialogue going about culture, about initiative, about sadhana, and it's not just about tech and knowledge transfer. So sorry, I just wanted to get that bit in as well.
Thank you, well received. Can I invite Uday Bhai from Leicester?
Thank you, Mananiya, Tareji, Agarwalji, Mishraji, Namaskar. On the day the Prime Minister of India visited Kashi, it's a pleasure to join you from Leicester City. My colleagues, Dr. Ryan and Minesh Patel, did a presentation on day one, and I'm absolutely delighted that their project is going to go forward. I'd like to just add a few appropriate points briefly. The motivation to engage came during our visit to Dr. Kalam when he was Vice President at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Dr. Kalam advised us to serve our home country, UK, with greater integrity and loyalty, but also reach out to our umbilical connection with India to enhance India's civic and socio-economic life. So it's a pleasure to be involved. Can I first of all express my deep gratitude to Samit ji and Mathuria ji on a cold winter day in Birmingham. They got in a car early hours of the morning and drove 4 hours to see our test site, and I'm most grateful for that. It really shows change of direction in India that I've experienced in recent times. In terms of Midlands chapter and East Midlands particularly, I'd like to say, in terms of the ops project, we have in process a memorandum of understanding with Loughborough University, Water Efficiency and Development Center. It is well renowned. I have done 2 projects with them, one in Uganda and one in Bulgaria, and they're very keen to work with us on this assignment. Under the auspices of Indo-British Trade Council, we'll be delighted to host the Namami Ganga exhibition in Leicester. Subject to COVID restriction, we have the tentative agreement of the Indian High Commissioner to attend a business dinner, which will be a fundraiser for the Ganga, Clean Ganga fund. We also have a commitment to endow 2 scholarships to enable academics to visit and develop research and have a formal link, if appropriate, with IIT Kanpur. We also have undertaking to endow 2 study trips by young adults. I think the point has been made by Joelji that unless young people buy into the value proposition, then I think we will do our best and there won't be any legacy. So we are going to endow 2 study trips by young adults to visit appropriate Ganga site with a BBC journalist with the view to capturing a wider audience. Dr. Tarji, you may or may not be aware that David and Richard Attenborough are the 2 famous sons of Leicester. And so David has supported me in a couple of programs in the past, and I'm very much looking forward to reaching out to him. In the end, if I may submit, in each of the families in Leicester, we have a bottle of Ganga water, and it is the last quench of the people who are departing this world. And you'll be delighted to know that we have supplied Ganga water to each of our hospices in Leicester as well. Finally, Choti Gaon ki Badi Khaish. If any of you gentlemen are visiting UK, we'd like to think you'll take the opportunity to visit our Chota Gaon. I know Vijay Goyal, my dear friend, is also online. London has its charm, but we like to think Midlands and Leicester does its own bit for India as well. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
Fantastic, Uday. For those of you who don't know, Leicester has the highest concentration of Indians in the UK. And Uday, correct me if I'm wrong, majority people are from South Asian origin, correct?
Absolutely. Mainly Gujarati, Punjabis, and a lot of Indians from Portugal as well now.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. So the High Commission is very, very keen, as we know, that the exhibition carries on roaming, and she's recommended that we should definitely take the exhibition to Leicester in the next few months. So we look forward to visiting you, Devai, and making sure we make good use of the momentum and the interest that is there. And thank you also for all the suggestions on endowments and research scholarship. We'll definitely follow up offline with you. Moving on, we after Birmingham, we visited Oxford University. Medha, your university played key host. You're also the co-convener of the Ganga Youth Forum. Your insights and good words, please, Medha.
Thank you, Sanmit, for having me. First of all, also thank you to DG sir and Joint Secretary sir for making time on UK time. I can understand it's quite late in India. The exhibition, it was in Somerville College and Oxford University, as Sanmit mentioned, and it really, I think efforts like these are really important to connect the international youth who are doing research, trying to find a way to work on India and do something that will be concrete, that the government can use, the nation can use. So that effort, that exhibition in Oxford University was a moment of pride and joy for us, to be very honest, not just an awareness. And then I went to London at the High Commission, where we had all these brilliant minds talking together about how to try and solve the problems. So that is something which was very important to see, how the country is actively trying to do something about it. And I think more engagement and more involvement on that is definitely necessary from the youth side, but more, I think the youth gets more inspired when they see the government officers and the scientists and everyone actually pulling together to do it. One important takeaway from the High Commission discussions was that Ganga is a massively important river, but Ganga represents the entire river ecosystem of the country. And that is something when I came back to Oxford and discussed it with my professors and even the people that I worked with, that this is a movement. This is not a single initiative or a mission for a single river. It's a movement that is going to cover more river ecosystems in India. And also it is something that the world can learn from, really. And another important bit was obviously that in order to have the main river clean, we need to first focus on the smallest of tributaries that can get locally polluted. And I think that sort of, we all say local to global, but what does that really mean? So that a very clear pathway and idea of how to do it was also very important. Coming to the Global Youth for Ganga platform, what my vision, Sanmit, and I have been talking about it, is that to have, as soon as the Sea Ganga Connect goes online, we first probably would need an online platform where we can first raise awareness and get people talking, and it's not just an India-UK initiative, it's going to be an India international initiative. So we have brilliant researchers, young professionals, students who are working on India in different universities across the world, not just Oxford, but of course, even in the US universities or European universities. And the idea is to first find out what they are working on, how they can contribute and how they can be more involved. And a key thing here is to also include the youth in India. So there's a lot of youth in India as well doing fantastic research related to the subject area. So getting them all together on a platform and having discussions, meetings, panel discussions, and then laying out proper action points in terms of what they can do to be involved, support the government, and take this forward. And as Jas said very rightly, we can't lose momentum. So I would see that as a very crucial bit. So that's it from me, and I'm very open for questions from anybody.
Great. Medha, thank you. Thank you for being championing the Ganga for Youth initiative and taking up the mantle right from the front. So we're delighted, and thank you. Can't thank you enough. So great. Look forward to cooperating with you in the weeks to come. After Oxford, we move to the final leg in London. Can I first invite Mr. Vijay Goyal, who's the co-convener of the London chapter? Vijay.
Hi, thank you, Sanmit. Thank you, Agrawalji. Thank you, Udayji, and everyone participating. It was a great event in London, and we really enjoyed. And I'm involved when Gadkariji visited London. We had a dinner at Anil Agrawalji's place. So from that time, it was a lot of commitment, a lot of talk, and good thing to do. So the exhibition went very well. The final went very well. So my request would be to keep the exhibition on. So maybe as a London chapter, we will combine our forces to find a place where exhibition can be on, and maybe in different part of the London. So we will make effort on that. We will also try to galvanize all the Asian or Indian community here in UK who can participate with their thought, with their money, with their contribution to this great initiative. And I have another thought that one of the Indian company going global, TV, they have a platform to run AGM of like Reliance or any other company. So maybe let's say we do an event participating everyone from the whole globe. Let's say the event like which you are doing in India, I can ask that company to host on their platform, maybe complimentary or maybe at a very, very nominal cost because they are friend to us, so that we reach global audience in one go, where people like say 1,000, 10,000, 20,000 people from many countries can come to a single platform and share their thought process in a pre-agreed manner. So that's the one. Secondly, the same company also create a video content. Nowadays, like related to Ganga, there are various issues, various objective, various opportunities. It could be related to cleaning, it could be related to renewable, it could be related to hydrogen or anything related to that. a small appealing video can be put on the common website where people can get influence or get information very effectively. So, and that could be done maybe self-made videos or maybe taking help of this company. They can help us to create that, powerful message. And along with that, we in my firm, Singhani and Company, I have various at. I'm chairman for Indo-European Business Forum, partner at Singhani and Company. I was chairman at ASSOCHAM. So under various head, I can certainly create a momentum, create a visibility, create and participate what we are trying to achieve. And we also own Singhania University in India with 50,000 students in Rajasthan. So if any help is needed from university point of view, although IIT Kanpur is very much involved, but if we can contribute anything, and some of my other friend in India, they also own 20, 30 top universities across India. So any thought process where we need to plug into those universities, happy to connect, or wherever possible. We are also very much plugged into all the super rich NRIs community of UK, which were present at the time of Gadkariji's event at Anil Agrawal's house. So slowly we can rope in to them for this moment and make it really successful. Sanmit has done a great job and everyone in the committee and the whole team. And we would like to continue that so it becomes a real success, not just as a, like one of those events where we come and attend and forget. So I think with that, I'm always there for support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijay. And I would say it's not just me. There are dozens of people who made the exhibition success, and they worked tirelessly over days and weeks. But your contribution, Vijay, of bringing in some heavy hitters will be extremely important and welcome. We saw that when Gadkariji visited. I think DG sir and Rosie Agarwal sir were also there at that time. That was very well received, and it started off with great fervor, and now we must carry on that momentum. So thank you, Vijay, for your contributions.
Sanmit, if I could just quickly add one small thing about continuing the exhibition.
Please.
Yes, so I had mentioned this at the High Commission as well, and what Vijay sir just said about continuing the exhibition is that there's going to be the Global Water Summit in Madrid, Spain next year in May. And I have already put forward a verbal invitation to DG sir and everybody involved for the Namami Gange team to be there, because we will have, it's going to be a global summit where internationally we will have representation from mostly all the countries who are big names in the water industry. And I think that could be a potential opportunity for greater growth for this initiative. So that's it. I will send her out formal invitations closer to the event.
Thank you, Medha. And finally, to the finance team based in London, Srini, followed by Giridhar, followed by Jayesh, your brief comments and insights, please, from a financing perspective. You're all co-conveners of the Ganga Finance Forum.
Thanks, Samit. Happy to go first. Well, first of all, I thought the event was fairly, very brief and to the point, and then especially the finance forum we convened in London. What was good about it is we got legal representation, which always seems to be missing in these kind of, especially the kind of scientific elements of it. In the past, we've convened people who can actually improve Ganga as a system from a technology point of view. But in this London event, at least, we found there's a very good clarity on what the legal and regulatory perspective would be for us to issue a bond, something like this, whether we call them impact bond or a blue bond. We having that framework from, both Vijay's team, and also we had Joyvin as well, who gave a very good perspective about, where the kind of legal and regulatory framework would be. The second part is naturally what the bankers generally view as a potential kind of possibility for such a bond. Naturally, we had somebody from, if I'm not mistaken, Merrill, Morgan Stanley. He gave a critical perspective about it. I think overall, we have done a fairly good job in understanding what the projects would be within the Ganges plain. Now, with this forum obviously being in place, we can create a foundation network in terms of what really needs to happen beyond it to actually come to a bond. there are a number of stories which is building underneath, whether we call them conservation or insurance or flood mitigation, for example, or drought resilience, for example. All of these projects have to come into a financial instrument. And those instruments need to be actually marketed out to the market, both from investment brokers and also from investment banks' point of view. So my request, obviously, is we have to keep this momentum by having regular forum updates, whether we can have a monthly meeting or bi-monthly meeting, which means we can continuously see what the pipeline of projects is coming underneath. If there are any issues when it comes to bond issuances, what they would be across both UK India corridor and also on the other jurisdiction as well. You know, let's not forget, like in Luxembourg, got one of the biggest kind of green bond issuances platform, and there are other countries where, you know, Texas just briefly recently completed about 500 million bond issuance for their water infrastructure. If you look at the way they've actually gone about it, is they didn't necessarily talk about just water infrastructure. They've also clearly specified what the economically distressed areas within Texas and see how they can move the money to actually benefit them, along with biodiversity as well. So we can take some of those as templates and start to create momentum behind this bond, which is one part. The other is related to bond natural use insurance, which is something we proposed in the previous meeting as well, is we don't necessarily see insurance as a separate thing that basically sits out there. But if we can create a flood resilience all the way from Uttarakhand to West Bengal, where different areas get both flood and drought, Bihar is a good example where we get both sides of the story. The farming ecosystem is potentially, you know, bearing the brunt of it when there's lack of water or excess water. We can combine what India can offer from an insurance point of view and cross-border insurance as well from London market. Given this is going to be a large-scale insurance program, we want to start somewhere really, really small by working with Clean Ganga team to see whether we can mobilize an insurance program. And the eventual idea is this insurance will act as a credit enhancement when we come to the bond market. That means people don't necessarily see this as a separate kind of program, but by having it, you are trying to reduce basically the cost of credit, especially if you're coming to the overseas market. And so I think my request would be to continue keeping momentum in both those areas. Conservation is something we touched upon. Let's not forget about the carbon sequestration potential across the entire Ganges plain. If we can map out a really good carbon sequestration potential on various projects, there are enough institutional interest in this part of the world about moving money to global projects. We can say every single project that we are receiving money, whether it's infrastructure related or community related, if we can throw the conservation and carbon potential to it, that can really help from a COP27 point of view in terms of what we can potentially do as a country. So I'll put those three key points in terms of like what we ought to do, but then hand it over to my colleagues Giridhar and Co as well.
Thanks, Srini. Giridhar?
Thank you, Samit, and thank you, Rosie ji and DG sir and Dr. Tare. It's a great pleasure to see you and everybody else on this panel, you know, people whom we met when we were in London. You know, first thing is, Samit, the Ganga exhibition for me was very informative, and I think in many ways, I mean, it's a little probably shameful to accept this, but it was eye-opening for me. And therefore, I wanted to suggest, like a lot of people did before me, to explore the possibility of having this in London and more broadly in the UK on a more permanent basis. Find a permanent home for it where you can have this one, maybe tie up with one of the institutions or with one of the, you know, museums or any place where we can have this on a more permanent basis. And I think that will also help to generate and create the retail level interest, individual interest, both within the Indian diaspora and also for others who are interested in the ESG space. And I'm kind of thinking about this in the context of financing, and from a financing perspective, you know, I think it'll be good for us to, you know, while it may sound a little ambitious, I think it'll be good to set ourselves a target of trying to raise maybe $1 billion in 2022 by way of green bonds, and and maybe something for blue bonds, either in 22 or in 23, possibly. And just to put this 1 billion in perspective, the approximate issuance of green bonds from India last year in 20 or in the last 12 to 18 months has been about $7 billion. So it is not a small money, 1 billion target, but it's not a very large one. There are other governments and institutions who are and have done a lot more in terms of green bond issuance, and I think India is kind of quite far behind on the green bond issuance sort of league tables or tables. So, and I think considering the amount of work that is being done in India, there is not sufficient visibility that is being generated. And I think a bond like this, and especially with the Ganga tag, I think that will it will have a lot of different benefits and positives. So I think that is something we should work on. And obviously, Srini touched on the insurance aspect. There are two other elements which I would like to suggest. One is I think we should develop a framework for the verification and maybe some sort of certification for usage of the funds. And this is not obviously mandatory. This is not a legal requirement, but it is just to enhance the investor comfort from an end use perspective. And then, of course, there is the other element of the FX risk we need to think about, because if we want to do this in the international markets, which is, I think, where we should do it, it will obviously be done in US dollars or possibly in pound sterling. And then we need to think about the end usage and the ultimate, which is in Indian rupees. So we need to think of the way to manage the FX risk in this. A lot of groundwork and preliminary work has already been done, and I'm happy to say that in both in respect of the FX risk management, in terms of the structuring and work, there have been conversations, informal and preliminary conversations with some of the potential global issuers, with the global investment banks who could help to structure and place these bonds. So I think it's something which is worth setting a time frame and target on, and we as the Ganga, the finance forum, could potentially meet as soon as possible and start working on this once we have the blessings and the green light from DG sir and others in India. I'll stop there, Sanmit. Thank you.
Thank you, Girdhar. And last but not the least, Jayesh.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everybody. My thoughts about the event. It was actually really insightful seeing the exhibition and also meeting the Indian delegation here with both DG Sir, Professor Tare, Rosie Sir, and all the accompanying team. What was really, what I thought was very productive was the great mix of people that were here at the event, from academia to community to government and regulatory bodies, to really trying to tackle as to how we can actually start looking at implementing projects within Ganga Forum itself. And really the finance and insurance markets, as Srini rightly said, they are projects are formed on the basis of these other collaborative partners. What was very eye-opening for me was looking at some of the new initiatives coming forward. For example, the waste to biogas, the waste to hydrogen, some of the trading platforms which are now being created, and also some of the wastewater trading schemes in a circular economy, which is going to come to the forefront. If we focus now on some of the technologies which are coming to the forefront, it was interesting to see there were at least 11 technology companies already working within the Ganga River Basin and seeing how these technologies can be implemented further. I think looking back and contemplating on the event, I think that there are many advanced technology projects out there and frontier technologies that could be brought in as part of pilot projects, and then the financial wrappers could be placed around that to start demonstrating practical implementation steps, because I think it's key, as Giridhar said, is that we need a target of at least $1 billion, and we need to start thinking about what these pilot projects could be to really enhance and demonstrate both the circular economy and the sustainability impacts. And this will always come back to the key metrics of measurement that are required in order to at least engage the investor community and the follow-on bond markets too. And I think it's exciting times now to really take a step back and start thinking about the implementation. There's actually lots of frontier technologies which are getting attention of both VC markets, both in the UK and in the US and in India too. There's much VC money being pumped into infrastructure-related technologies, and I think that Indian companies must capitalize on this. And I think 2022 will be really the year as a follow-up to COP26 and some of the new ESG initiatives being formed and structures in Luxembourg, which are being created specifically for sustainability. So it's going to be exciting times, and I hope with the group we'll be able to start looking at some of the technology implementations that can occur.
Thanks, Jayesh. With that, I'll pass back to DG Sir for your comments and reactions on what we've heard from the Ganga Connect UK team.
I think before me, Roji would like to speak
Sure.
something, and then I will join.
Again, I'm sorry to barge into the DG Sir's domain of summarizing things, but since I've been engaged with this project and program for the last about 4 years, I thought I will put what has gone behind this and how we have toiled and worked hard to bring this connect here. So basically, this entire Ganga Connect in United Kingdom came out of a Clean Ganga Fund which we have under Namami Gange program, and there was an attempt to form a subset of Clean Ganga Fund in the United Kingdoms, either through a way of charity or through any other sub-charity. So we set this motion into process in 2017 when the then Honorable Minister, Mr. Gadkari, along with the Secretary, Anav Secretary, and then DG, went and had a roadshow where Mr. Vijay was mentioning that there was a dinner at Mr. Anil's house. And thereafter this talk started as to how the Indian diaspora can come forward to support both in terms of financing, in terms of technological support, and also by way of assisting through scientific route also. Thereafter, we had a couple of meetings, under Sea Ganga with the High Commission, with other partners in UK also. And thereafter, there was another attempt to hold a roadshow in 2020 also, in February 2020, when the COVID struck in March 2020. And then we had a lie down for quite some time. But we were continuing to set up the UK charity chapter in United Kingdom as a subset of Clean Ganga. We had discussed with the High Commission, Mr. Sanmet and Sea Ganga were helping out onto that. But we could not take it beyond a particular stage, and therefore this need was again felt that we should go again to United Kingdom, have a Ganga Connect, then explore the possibility as to what is the enthusiasm of the diaspora and the technical partners and also of the scientific community to join hands with us. And thereafter we rolled out this Ganga Exhibition Connect also. There were challenges in the beginning, especially about the number of places and how can we manage or sustain such a long, you can say, journey of Ganga Connect in UK, but thanks to everybody, starting from the High Commission to Sea Ganga to our partners in various universities in Glasgow, Cardiff, Birmingham, Oxford and London, we could actually make it happen. And that is why we had this, and now we are discussing on this platform to take forward. Very quick few points before I hand over the final summary to DG Sir. We need to tap into a lot of technical support and enthusiasm which is coming from various quarters within the United Kingdom, especially through the ATV model. We already have a few projects which have been lined up, which we announced during the finale event also. And there are other technological innovations and projects which are lined up. We need to actually take them to the ground and bring it on the cutting edge level, so that we can make the Ganga Rejuvenation Program and similar programs in India benefit out of that. The number 3 point which I want to mention here is the connect with the youth. One great discovery during this Ganga Connect has been the youth, the connect with the youth, whether they are of Indian diaspora there or they are youth from the UK itself. So we need to connect to this youth and take forward this program to the youth, invigorate them, make them join with this connect, and make them ambassadors of Ganga Connect and river rejuvenation across the world also, So we need to tap in this resource, and very quickly we need to do that. I think Mr. Jazz and Meda will definitely take this connect forward with a lot of enthusiasm which they have and what they have actually, seen on the ground there. Fourth point which Mr. Vijay was also mentioning was the immense Indian diaspora support and activism which is there for Ganga, for improving ecology and for impact also. I was talking to Jas during the London visit, and he was very happy to see that these projects, bringing social impact on the ground. And I must tell you here that these are actual projects which are bringing social impact, ecological impact on the ground, and therefore they have a lot of respect amongst the international community, which we need to further tap and take it forward. One more point from my side is the finance model. I will be very frank in saying that we have been talking about this finance model for the last couple of years now. Sanmit is privy to that. There is a lot of support in terms of financing. Some people say 1 trillion finance can come, some people say 5 trillion finance can come. But where is this finance? How do we bring it to Ganga Connect? How do we bring it to the Ganga Rejuvenation? So we need to work upon a paper, we need to work upon a model as to how will we get this financing stream into Ganga Rejuvenation Program. If we do that, then we'll be able to take it to the Government of India, develop a mechanism to safely, transparently and objectively bring this amount to the Ganga Rejuvenation or for any other program of such nature and expanse in the country. So I think this is a forum again this time. We have had enthusiasm, but we need to take this forward, and it is between the NMCG, the Sea Ganga, the partners there, especially Srini has been our good friend for the last so many years now. We need to develop a good, robust forum to see when this money, this funding, to Ganga Rejuvenation Program. And last point, UK exhibition, we have been aware of this, and we have gone back to the UK High Commission of India in UK to again verify the names of the Board of Trustees of the UK chapter and come back to us, and we assure you once it is there with us, we will take this logically forward to ensure that we have a subset of Clean Ganga Fund in UK very soon, which will then be a leverage, it will then be a sieve or a tube, which will pass on the funding from UK to the Clean Ganga Fund in India. Last but not the least, we have been able to develop this mechanism or this model of Ganga Connect across the world in UK. We started with UK, and the world is eyeing us, seeing us from all over the world. I've been getting calls from Singapore, from US also, from Australia also recently, that they have been witness to this Ganga Connect in UK, and how do we propose to take it forward. So a challenge for us to take it forward further, and to aggravate whatever we have been able to do in UK, bring it down to the grassroots levels, implement the projects, implement the assurances, takeaways, and then make it a robust model for application across the world. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. So, Rosie, I think Rosie has made my task much easier, because more or less point-wise different issues he has said. What I see, there are certain common threads in our discussion. One, of course, is about finance forum, and I will come to that. One thread which is emerging from all of you saying is, one area could be bringing technology, developing certain projects, like what Dhruv told about a smart Ganga canal. So I think that's a great idea. So there could be similar such ideas in different components, and then we perhaps need to work out little bit more on that, develop some sort of concept note, share with us, be also share with the stakeholders here, because Ganga is such a large river with so many aspects. everything will not be also handled by NMCG. There will be different ministries within government, different governments would also be there. But what National Mission for Clean Ganga can do is to anchor this whole dialogue. So I think some of the projects could be directly taken forward by NMCG, some of them could be done in association with some of the other partner ministries. So I think a Smart Ganga Canal is a good example of developing an idea. I think government in India is also quite serious about looking at such kind of thing, because we can really save environment if we can shift some of the transportation to the waterways from road. I think so that serves the purpose. So I think this is one program. Then there could be similar such programs. We are aware through ETB process, lots of technology, lot of other specific technology related projects are already there before us, and then we can work on that. Another very important thread which I see, I mean one very beautiful, interesting idea came was twinning of the river program. I mean river twinning program, Thames, Ganga or whatever it is. I think during this IWIS itself, while it was going on 2 days back, I also had a meeting with US Army Corps of Engineers. Their whole delegation was here in India, and they organized some training program, and they also came, and during that discussion again this twinning idea came. Like why don't we look at Mississippi River experience of USA on Mississippi, and then Ganga, and then through that twinning program. Now I mean, because I had discussed it only 2 days back with them in detail. So what I am saying is let's develop it further. Twinning program means what? I mean it's not going to be enough we just name 2 rivers and say that now there is a twinning program. So I think while this idea emerged, we were discussing, okay, let's look at that river and this river, look at the path of the river, look at the cities. In India, we have developed a concept of river city planning. With Ganga only we have started. So I think what are the river cities on Mississippi? What are the river cities? What are the towns on Thames? Let us say. Then on Ganga, then can we develop some of the twin city program, twinning of some of the river cities? I mean, we pick up 2 rivers and develop it, elaborate it further, look at agriculture both sides, look at pollution abatement measures, innovations, technology. So I think we pick 2 axes, X and Y axis, 2 rivers, and through that plot the whole lot of collaborative things which could happen. So I think that was that idea we discussed 2 days back here in NMCG office, and then it was emerging. They were also quite excited. They said that they will also develop, and we are also planning. So I think this twinning program is a great idea. Let's elaborate it further. I am quite sure government to government collaboration is very good. We have got an MOU between India and UK. There is an MOU with Scotland also separately. So I think these MOUs exist. These MOUs are very generic in nature. They are very permissive. So I think if we can elaborate it, perhaps we can very specifically come back and say that, okay, under this MOU, we are going to do this twinning program. So I think we need to take it forward. We need to really connect all the dots, and then really develop a kind of whole contour of this twinning program. But this could be very good thing. And through that twinning program, several of your ideas which came, I think one idea was about Youth Connect, Student Connect. So I think again on the twinning, this twinning will be a base, and we can pick up few academic institutions from the both countries on the bank of these rivers, and then we can have a kind of partnership among those. Through that, I mean, there was Uday Bhai told about study trips to young adults, a scholarship for research. Mr. Vijay Goel also told about the universities, his Singhania University, and then their partners having several universities. So I think these are several extremely nice ideas, and we need to perhaps put all of them together and then see how we can integrate some of these ideas and come up with 2-3 big programs, and then something very specific will start emerging. I could immediately think of linking this twinning program, and through the twinning program linking several ideas, whether technology, whether academic institutions, whether partnership of students, etc., etc. we can do. See, about universities, let me, before I come to more to the youth program, about universities in India, in our NMCG Namami Gange program also, we have started, see, be focused upon school students in the beginning, in a big way. We organize a kind of quiz, annual quiz program, online quiz. Now, next time that online quiz comes in 2022, because of this forum, perhaps we will also come back to you, and then through you, we will try to expand it further. This year, in 2021, we organized this quiz program, and then it was online. It could reach out. We could reach out, though a small number, but we could reach out to almost 100 countries. Indian diaspora mainly, but some non-Indians also participated. So I think that was not limited only to school. It could be college, it could be universities. So I think what Medha was talking about, Youth for Ganga program, and then with that energy, can we look at when we organize this kind of quiz? Can we energize this youth forum for Ganga in UK, and then let them own it up for about a month or so, and then spread it out. That will be a great time to reach out to the people who can participate in the quiz. And this quiz is not just you answer few questions. I mean, they are in different stages. So this builds your knowledge. This is that kind of platform. We have also launched a portal, continuous learning and activity portal, CLAP. I mean, basically the website is CLAP for Ganga. So I think like you are Ganga Connect, so we have also named it CLAP for Ganga. So I think these are some of the things which are being readily done by NMCG, and if you can spread, if you can organize all those things, perhaps we can multiply our efforts very quickly, because in that CLAP for Ganga portal, if you see, there are certain cultural programs. See, I mean, you are talking about exhibition, I will come to that, but in this CLAP for Ganga program, you can actually see all the episodes of Rag Rag Mein Ganga. Rag Rag Mein Ganga was a travelogue, 2 series has come. Through that travelogue, actually you can visit every place. I mean, along Ganga, along Yamuna, along some other tributaries also. So you can see the lifestyle, you can see several things. So I think that's again something which is very much possible. Youth connect is very important, because I think several of you, a common thread came that citizen connect should also be there, people to people connect should be there, and looking at universities, looking at some of these colleges, universities, and then connecting youth can be tremendous. And I can also tell you, I mean, it's a great learning. What is happening in Ganga, what are the new things we are doing, there will be a lot of interest, not only from the Indians who are studying there, but several other people who are doing research. It's also very important to get some authentic material about research, because often I know, I mean, Medha was talking to me some other time, and she was saying that sometimes we basically depend upon newspaper reports about some of the things. So I think getting in touch about the and knowing about some of the authentic thing will be really very, very good, and then we are trying to do something on that so that you can also get into that. About exhibition, I think all of you, thank you so much to all of you for appreciating the exhibition, telling that it was informative. I'm quite sure several of you, perhaps when we are little distant from our country, sometimes we don't think that lot of things are happening. So it is a good, pleasant surprise sometimes that, okay, something is happening, something good is happening. So I can very truly understand that feeling. Now the issue is, what can we do with this exhibition? I mean, very excellent ideas are coming up. I think we will need your support. We have taken up with the High Commission. Rosie also said, if there could be a permanent place, but that is something which perhaps the help has to come from your side. It could be put. We could also develop some more virtual kind of exhibition, and then that also could be put there. But virtual exhibition has its own advantage. It's also having its own limitation. I think reaching out and having physical thing and gathering around the panel in that hall and having a small discussion, I think that has its own advantage of connecting people, more in real sense connecting people. So I think we will need to do something like that. It will be very good, because see, what we are learning through Ganga Connect in UK is also opening our eyes and possibilities for doing something similar. What Roji also said, that some demands are coming from some other countries as well. So I think one could look at this, stabilize our work in UK, and then look at building up on that for the other countries where we have good Indian diaspora. And about this particular financial side, I think what Roji said is true, but I really welcome what you people are saying about developing certain bonds. What perhaps we need is to go little more professionally, and you people will have all the expertise to write down a kind of pathway about what could be done, how it could be done, and then maybe a kind of a smaller group we can work it out. We would also need to involve finance ministry here, because there would be also a cases of certain Indian regulation etc. to bring it. I am telling you, this will be future, because no matter how much we are spending from government kitty, we have also brought PPP into Namami Gange program, but for Ganga still there is good resource support from the government, but ultimately we also realize the work is so large and it is also continuous in nature. We will need to keep on building resources. What we have also realized by bringing heavy annuity and some PPP, that actually that brings responsibility also in execution of projects if you also get fundings of this type, because you create more responsible stakeholder and they also become little sensitive about how the money is being used. So that's why the suggestion from Mr. Girdhar about developing some certification for usage of funds, impact. See, we all know the corporate sector will be very keen, and this is also a time the whole world is talking about ESG. And ESG is, I mean, various investments would be analyzed about their ESG impact. And that is where projects like Namami Gange has its own charm, because I think investing in project like this, undoubtedly you are moving in a positive direction as far as ESG is concerned. But I think the idea of certification, idea of assessing the the impact of these investments, I think these are all very, very important areas which we'll have to develop. But I feel that the three of you, Mr. Srini, Mr. Girdhar and Mr. Sonil, I mean, you have given excellent ideas and you have also been working on it. Whether it is bringing these kind of bonds or institutional investment or waste to energy or circular economic ideas. So how we can actually, I think I am also addressing Sanmit from here, that how we could really write down certain proposals, develop a kind of blueprint of how to move ahead. And then so that I can also organize a kind of discussion with some of the bankers or some of the people in the finance ministry, and then bring them here, and then try to develop a kind of more specific roadmap where we can move ahead and we can really see something. What could happen perhaps more in short term, what Roji also said about Clean Ganga Fund. This is a trust chaired by the finance minister of the country. I think this trust is already existing and we have already got lot of donations, etc. The donation from NRIs has not been much, but the donation from the corporate sector in India has been substantial. The donation from individuals, the Indians, some of these donations are really very moving. I mean, there are some people who give a small amount every month, 500 rupees, 1000 rupees, a small amount, but the fact is the person is thinking about Ganga and trying to contribute his or her might to the extent possible. So I think that's already happening. And in touch with High Commission, we are also trying to develop a kind of daughter fund or a kind of local trust in UK, because I think we were told that perhaps that will help the donors in UK, because you will get certain tax benefits, etc., which may not happen in the present form. So I think that is that's also reaching a kind of present stage. So I think those who are willing, they could start picking up certain projects and doing it. But I understand that's a charity. But what we are talking in the finance forum more is a kind of investment and bigger projects. So I think that is no substitute for what three of you gave suggestions, but that is some way those who are willing, they can perhaps start moving in that line also. But I understand the two tracks are different, their approach is different, their target, their aims are also different. But we can perhaps do on both sides and then develop a kind of timeline about how we'll move in what direction. But I would be very keen that we develop this further and then really move ahead on that. There was also an invite for Global Water Summit May 2022. Medha was very kind to invite NMCG. I think that will be a very good opportunity, because through that one would also be able to go beyond UK and reach out to a global audience. We could see the benefit of our participation, which I think the last time we were having the dialogue, Honorable Minister very vividly told you about the Stockholm Water Week. I was also there, and that actually created a great buzz in that exhibition. And then in fact the India Pavilion, I think I'm quite sure it is a matter of pride, because the India Pavilion was the only place where the King of Sweden visited, and then he has spent almost 10 minutes with us. And that motivated him. When he was coming to India after a few months, he gave a message that he will like to see River Ganga. So I think when I said that Ganga is not only important, it's a global heritage. So the King and Queen, their Majesties, they visited Haridwar and Rishikesh, and they also saw inauguration of one STP, our project, and they spent almost half a day, made night halt there. So I think 2 days they spent along Ganga. So I think that's the kind of connect, that's the power of this river. And then they now also keep on writing, they keep on sending some messages and all that. So that connect got really strong. So I think I'm quite sure, I think that would be a good opportunity for NMCG, what you are inviting. And then I'm quite sure NMCG would consider. But I think we have a few months time, but I'm quite sure the dialogue will take place. So once again, I think I could go on and on, but I know everyone's time is also, there are time constraints. So, but once again, I convey my real heartfelt thanks to all of you. गंगा इज ए ग्रेट कनेक्टर, ये सब लोगों को जोड़ती है. सो आज हम लोग भी इतने दूर से भी बैठे हुए हैं, लेकिन हम एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़ चुके हैं. So I think जो ये जो जुड़ाव है, this connect which is we feel even if we are sitting so far from each other, I think that connect should remain permanent. उसको permanent करने के लिए we will have to do some administrative things. So I think it's very good. Today we are all energized, we all have very good ideas, and we will keep on telling हम ये भी करेंगे, we'll do this and that. But how to carry it forward? So I would request Sanmit, maybe make a kind of those who are the conveners, co-conveners of Ganga Connect and all that. Can we have a kind of a small group, if it is, I mean, take the consent of everyone. But if we could make a kind of a small group, then something important happening along Ganga, Ganga Masala, I told you, lots of important programs happen. So we could start putting it there. You will realize within few months, you will yourself be having enough material for Ganga exhibition. So all of you can organize your own Ganga exhibition. We don't have to really come to you. So I think that that's something which perhaps we should look forward to, and we should do that. Because I am seeing in last few years, I think the way Connect is increasing, it is tremendous. But the moment a group becomes large, an organization from a startup, the moment you start growing bigger, you will also have to bring in some structure, some managerial systems there to really drive the maximum benefit out of it. So I think we will have to do that kind of a structuring. We will have to do something like that. Then only we will be in a position to get, I mean, हमारे दिल में तो बात रहेगी, लेकिन वो काम होगा कि नहीं होगा. I think that is the concern. We all have willingness, but how much we will achieve will also depend upon several other factors. How we structure, how we work together, how much time, how much resources we are willing to invest. So I think that's the challenge, and then I'm quite sure we will work out a method, we will work out a way, and we will carry forward. Today is, I think, Uday ji has very rightly pointed out, it's a very good occasion for all of us to be joining today. Today is a day, very important day. Honorable Prime Minister is in Kashi. I think just few minutes back he was participating in Ganga Aarti on the bank of River Ganga in Kashi. Morning he took a dip in this river, and whole day he is there, and tomorrow also I think he is likely to be there in Kashi. So I think the way Kashi has developed, it's a great model of development of city and river together, conserving river and city together. That's a kind of great example before the world what is happening in Ganga and Kashi today. I think it's a very good day. We are all talking to each other, and I'm quite sure this will give us energy, this will give us the blessings of Mother Ganga to carry it forward. Thank you.
Sir, for your commitment, leading from the front, and your vision and inspirational words. The fact that this entire team is here today is itself a testament to the enthusiasm and their commitment. So I know we will get lag behind. We will not be able to respond to them. They will take matters forward much more quicker and faster. But I'm really pleased that the exhibition had a long-lasting impression and impact, and it's a permanent impact. And we have lighted many fires. And thanks also to Mr. Agarwal for his focus on execution. A few days before we were to start, we didn't know whether it will happen or not, but he mobilized the teams, and it did happen. People could not believe that how can you have an exhibition in a matter of 3 or 4 days because of the COVID constraints. So thank you both for your leadership, and we'll keep the lights on. Dr. Tare, final words from you before I wrap.
Well, I think after talk about by the two top executives of the NMCG and so many nice things being said, and also looking at the watch, I will not get into the danger of talking about a select few and giving an impression that others are not as important. I think for me, the takeaway is that sit down, do the homework properly, come out with a paper which does not, consider any of the issues that is talked about. So we become very careful and come up with a very comprehensive document covering all. I think that's our homework and your homework as well. So I think it is our responsibility to include all that is talked about in the discussion and circulate it to everyone. Carefully including everything that has been talked about. So with this, I would like to thank everyone for all the support that is given from the UK side, also from the NMCG side, and look forward to continuing on whatever that we can do.
Thank you, Dr. Tare. And once again, thanks to all the panelists who took out their precious time today for your thoughts, your support, and your love and commitment to the cause. We'll stay connected and meet again before the end of the year so that we can plan ahead for 2022. And as soon as the new year arrives, we get into action mode. On that note, a good evening to everyone in India and a good day ahead to everyone in UK. With that, we bring the fourth day of the summit to a close. And we'll see you again tomorrow morning at 9:30 with the India-Japan session. And thanks again for all your contributions, and we'll see you soon again. Bye.
Thank you so much, Sanmit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.